The story begins with a violent conflict when an irascible man surrounded by a crowd was forced to take extreme measures to release all his inner energy, which caused a powerful explosion. His opponent, the founder of the demonic cult, was utterly confused as he watched this incredible display of power. He couldn't understand how he could muster enough strength to resist him. With astonishment, he looked at his enemy, who had already managed to overcome the Gaikam level and rise to the heights of the Tom. Considering all the circumstances of their confrontation, this fact seemed quite incredible. At this point, the story shifts to the protagonist, who was attracted by the shout of his superior calling him number 2044. The hero slowly looked around, trying to figure out what was required of him this time. After a long silence, it was obvious that the guy was so focused on his training that he had missed the call. After apologizing sincerely, he met his master's surprised gaze. The teacher had pinpointed the student's motives. The lad was indeed acutely aware that he still lacked skill, which caused obvious bewilderment on the adult male's face, as the hero had already reached the impressive status of a level 2 assassin. The teacher went back to business and gave the lad a new assignment, deciding not to delve further into the subject. When the young man opened the letter, he discovered that his goal was to become a phantom heavenly sword master of the Gongseong-su faction. The teacher supplemented the information by emphasizing two distinguishing features of the goal: a clear preference for financial gain from martial prowess and a partiality for women. These flaws could be the key to the mission's success. The task was to eliminate the man without leaving a trace of his presence. Careful planning and flawless execution were required to avoid damaging the company. In the Ghostmaster's chambers, his drama was unfolding. A debtor appeared before him, desperately begging for mercy and vowing to repay the entire debt at once. Sitting in his luxurious chair, the Heavenly Swordmaster only sighed tiredly and reminded the petitioner that he had said the same thing last time. Clearly, his patience was coming to an end. The debtor bowed even lower in a deep bow, trying to convince the master that this time was completely different. He was willing to pay even for his life. In response to this statement, the master smiled. Pale with horror, his father began to plead even more desperately for the master to have mercy and refrain from such a thing. Fear for the fate of his only daughter trembled in his voice. Nevertheless, his pleas infuriated the Ghostmaster, who ordered to not only bring the girl, but also brutally beat this poor man. His eyes burned with passionate delight. The unhappy father kept begging the master for mercy not to touch his daughter despite the brutal beatings. Every word was given to him with great difficulty, but he continued to fight for the child's life. As the day ended, the Ghostmaster visited his concubine, who recognized that her master had once again failed to pass by another beauty. She looked at him with barely perceptible sadness. The man smiled and explained that the royal concubine felt no jealousy. He assured her that she was always loyal to him and that she stood out among the other women. She smiled to show that she was not jealous and explained that because of her youth it was important to her that such actions did not harm his reputation. It seemed that her concern was genuine and touching. However, looking at his reflection in the mirror, he said smugly that the girl had nothing to worry about. They would soon be able to expand their influence. His aspirations had no limits. Reveling in his greatness, he pondered aloud how lucky he was that he had chosen the path of ruling instead of learning military prowess. He was firmly convinced that one day he would lead the entire world. However, the hero's cold voice suddenly interrupted his arrogant reverie, and he quickly realized that everything he had said was a lie. His appearance was so sudden that the master couldn't even determine how he had gotten here. The hero quickly grabbed his sword and delivered a stabbing blow, instantly stopping the Ghostmaster's life. His actions were ruthless and precise. When the hero returned to the Black Death headquarters, he faced questions about his choice of how he chose to accomplish his goal. During the mission, his confidence and calmness indicated that he was in complete control of the situation. He judiciously explained that using a special technique would inevitably leave too many traces. Not only was his logic impeccable, but his execution of the assignment was flawless. Realizing the reasoning behind their decision, the management let the guy go and said they would contact him later. He thanked for understanding and left, satisfied that the mission had been accomplished successfully. Then, sitting on the veranda, watching cheerful families and couples in love, the hero involuntarily plunged into sad memories. His gaze was preoccupied, The only thing he remembered was being kidnapped by a cult at an early age, causing him to not even know his real name. Since then, his life had been dedicated to constantly improving his fighting prowess. Once upon a time long ago, many other people trained with him, but now he only walks around with the blade he warmly called Mukon. He had turned the sword into more than just a gun. His senses suddenly detected that someone was present. Instantly wary, he holstered the blade of his blade and loudly told the intruders to leave if they had anything to say. His body was ready for any outcome. A group of men appeared in front of him, clearly annoyed by his display of equanimity. However, they decided not to waste time with threats and talk about the main thing at once. It was clear at a glance what they wanted to do. With anger, their leader explained that this upstart had gotten their group of level 1 assassins fired, and they couldn't understand how he could be placed under the direct command of the founder of the Black Death. When the hero heard these words, he smiled. He was the only one who understood that in the world of the demonic cult, everything depended on one inviolable law: the weak obey the strong. He infuriated his opponents with his condescending reaction, and they rushed into a furious attack without even listening to him to the end. Their anger and jealousy clouded their minds, so they were unable to soberly assess the circumstances. Elsewhere, an elderly man was leisurely talking to the founder of the headquarters to find out if the recruitment for the Black Death had finally been finalized. Although his question seemed casual, it had a deep significance. In response, he heard about another pending matter that had clearly piqued the curiosity of the wise old man who had lived for many years. He listened carefully to every word, trying to understand its meaning. It later turned out that the man was in love with fighter number 2044 because he thought his abilities were more than just killing. His intuition rarely helped him in these situations. After carefully observing the young man, he came to believe that the young man would prefer the path of a warrior rather than an assassin. It seemed that his possibilities were limitless. His love for martial arts was real, not artificial. His passion was so deep and sincere that it allowed him to learn real skill without the help of a teacher. The old man was sure that the young man would fulfill all expectations if he became a warrior. Nevertheless, even the organizer of the headquarters himself was well aware that it was assassins that they needed under the current circumstances. Finally, the hero explained to his opponents that he had deliberately concealed his true strength. From the beginning, their defeat was inevitable. After a long battle, the guy calmly shook off the fight and explained that he had never tried to hide his strength. It was just that there had never been a suitable opportunity to fully demonstrate it before. Despite the fact that the loyal warriors were struggling to rise to their feet, they expected that the hero would definitely start gloating over them and complain to their superiors. However, this did not happen. They were amazed by his behavior. On the other hand, this unexpected attack helped him realize what parts of his skill he still had to work hard on. The men were genuinely shocked by this admission. They couldn't understand why he was striving to become even stronger. Nevertheless, the hero was quick to remind them of an important truth. If you started studying martial arts, you must not stop until you reach the Talma level. The men's jaws literally dropped at those words, because some were certain that the hero had reached those heights long ago. However, he was well aware that he had yet to do so. His strength amazed them no less than his modesty. Lastly, he asked those present to stop referring to him as number 2044 and call himself Mukyan. His name was to reflect his new life and new road. After practicing for the next day, the boy went into deep thought. He was worried about whether he would be able to achieve incredible success in martial arts. He was especially interested in the mysterious energy emanating from his sword and how that energy differed from the power of his weapon. He was certain that this energy was created by otherworldly forces. After studying the training dummies, the hero left the training ground as he was still pondering whether there was any absolute limit in martial arts. The red-haired man was carefully watching the diligently practicing guy who already knew that Mukyan was in front of him. His gaze betrayed a genuine interest in the methods the young man was using. He watched his honed movements and couldn't quite believe that the guy had never trained in swordsmanship under anyone else. Every movement was perfectly honed. Instead of filling his head with such nonsense, the Lord remembered that he just needed an experienced assassin for one particularly important case. He asked the old man to invite Mukyan to join him. Soon the action moved to the headquarters of the Jackal Pack. There, having gathered all the necessary, the pack chief reminded those present to greet their elders. Immediately thereafter, the hero and a few others he did not know bowed in greeting to the Lord. The room was filled with anticipation and tension. Soon, Chief of Staff Shakalov informed them that he had summoned them for an extremely important assignment. He also asked if they knew about Asu's blood cult. His voice was extremely serious. When the hero heard the name, he immediately remembered that they were the descendants of the very same cult that had fought their organization 80 years ago. Their methods were known for being harsh. The head explained that they had now begun to create new Zhongshi and join forces. Gathering as much information as possible about their intentions and plans was the team's goal. The entire team set off in the evening after receiving their assignment. Realizing that she was going to have a lot of time to spend with these guys, the girl offered to introduce herself to them. A disgruntled Onyung didn't hold back and hit one of the guys, who immediately said it was a waste of time. Instead, she introduced herself and introduced this annoyed guy named Huangsu. The other two men showed up later. One was named Masik and was from Muyung, and the other was named Chinchun and was from the same area. Their demeanor showed that they were experienced fighters ready for a tough challenge. Finally, it was time for Mukyang to introduce himself. Moving calmly, he informed them that he worked at the Black Death headquarters. His words startled the companions. As soon as Masik heard it, he immediately realized that Mukyan was that famous assassin who was in the top assassination squad and worked directly with the demonic cult's founder. Immediately, she thought about how lucky the hero was because her friend Huangsu had always dreamed of joining the Black Death. She was sure he should talk to Mukyang about the possibility of getting a high-ranking position. On, who was already fed up with such rude behavior from her friend, immediately tried to hit him again. Huangsu pleaded for the girl to stop hitting him anyway. Their conversation brought a smile to his face. Watching their endless arguments, the hero emotionlessly asked them to hurry up and not get distracted, reminding them that they had limited time. He didn't waste time because he was a professional. Although Masik knew that Mukhyan was absolutely right, everyone followed him in a friendly manner. Onyang was now angry with Mukhyan, not realizing when it was that they had time to make him commander. When the group stopped on the vast plain, Chunchen urged everyone to be extremely cautious because he realized that enemy troops could be in close proximity. His life experience warned him of the danger. Suddenly, something strange was sticking out of the ground, which made Chunchen wary. His intuition rarely failed him in situations like this. Onyang had sensed the first trouble when her anxious senses picked up on the approaching danger. She barely had time to warn the others to be careful when the undead attacked. With his quick reaction, Chun barely had time to dodge the unexpected attack. After bouncing back to a safe distance, he quickly drew his sword and successfully stopped his opponent's next strike. At this moment, everyone was completely certain that the very dead people of the blood cult were the ones in front of them. The rest of the group began to fear that discovering them meant the failure of the mission. Lightning quick, he drew his trusty blade and with a single blow chopped the undead, threatening them in half. He explained to his comrades that they were merely guarding the area. Although it was obvious to everyone that dealing with the living corpses would be very difficult, he suggested that the team deal with them quickly to avoid further problems. Everyone understood the importance of the situation. Not even knowing that their every move was being closely watched by hidden enemies, they entered the battle in a friendly manner. Their skillful camouflage allowed them to remain undetected. Shortly thereafter, members of the enemy squad informed their lord of the invasion of the Western Territory. The commanding officer responded immediately to their message. Toth immediately ordered a necromancer to be sent there, accompanied by a large squad of the living dead, expecting nothing else. He made his decision quickly and decisively. After learning that this undead was much stronger than it seemed at first glance, Masik was already tired. Each blow required more and more exertion, doubting if the one was human when he saw Mukian. The hero didn't even lose his breath, even though he, the leader of Muyung, had a hard time dealing with these creatures. He was also able to remain completely cold-blooded, which allowed him to warn the team members of the approaching new wave of undead. His abilities seemed incredible. The ground began to shake as if by dark magic, and they saw their new adversary, a woman with bloodthirsty eyes, on one of the higher grounds. Her appearance heralded new obstacles. She began to recite an ominous incantation, commanding with her bloody hand all those who had rested in this place to rise up and kill the uninvited guests. Her voice resembled a song of death. A deafening explosion followed, and Masik was too busy to see the huge corpse approaching. His carelessness might have saved his life. He realized that the creature was far superior in strength to the rest of the undead when he had to make a quick leap to avoid the crushing attack. As she proudly saluted her thug, the necromancer only grinned slyly and feigned sympathy for the arriving spies, who clearly had no idea what kind of power they were facing. At this point, the hero suddenly froze, and his face contorted with horror and uncertainty at what was happening. It was completely unexpected. He recognized Gong Seong-su, who had recently been killed by his own hands, among all the dead men who had fallen in battle. He was deeply struck by this discovery. Noticing that the hero was shocked, Masik asked why, and the hero confessed that Jiang Shi had been his recent target. This confirmed rumors that the undead had turned into the bodies of slain soldiers. Realizing how dire the situation was, the hero told his comrades that they must urgently find the enemy base because their presence had already been detected and time was inexorably running out. He realized that he couldn't let this mission fail and quickly went forward. Logic told him that cover for such a powerful necromancer and so many undead must be close by. Given that the defenses were not far from the hideout, he wondered if it would be possible to infiltrate the headquarters directly, since that would require breaking through the entire defense line. He soon located the cave and sensed that the energy emanating from it might indicate that it might be the enemy headquarters. His instincts rarely failed him in situations like this. Going deeper, he discovered a deep cliff that was inhabited by many creatures. This was the mysterious place where the undead were created. He did something that confirmed his worst fears. Weighing the situation, he made the decision to retreat to return with reinforcements, as dealing with such an army alone was unlikely. His decision was based on common sense. However, his intentions were thwarted by the appearance of a particularly huge undead, who suddenly sneaking up from behind, pushed the hero down with a powerful blow. He was completely shocked by this attack. It's amazing that Mukhian was able to penetrate so deeply into their lair, the cult leader said. There was a note of interest and genuine admiration in his voice. He immediately realized that he was facing a demonic cult assassin upon seeing his attire. His experience allowed him to unmistakably determine which group the opponents belonged to. With a sly smile, he greeted the young man in the bloody ASU cult, then looked at his face and realized that the hero would make an outstanding Jiang Shi. Although the founder asked the hero if he was going to join them, he received a grudging demand to explain why such a large undead army had been created. The hero assumed that they were either preparing for a new conflict or were going to unite all their supporters. Even the enemy could see his mind. Sama Young only smiled at hearing those words, but he had already realized that their paths with the hero were clearly diverging. He was clearly indifferent. Unsurprisingly, the Asu blood cult was the successor to the very same cult that had destroyed 40% of the demonic cult's forces. The latter had been rebuilt in nearly 50 years. Although the hero was sure that he should definitely report this to the leadership, he suddenly felt his mind begin to fog up. The strength was quickly leaving his body. He sank to his knees with treacherous legs. Sama Young warned the hero with cold calmness that any attempts to get out of here would be futile because the entire air was soaked with poison. There was a deep curiosity in his voice, and he was very curious to see how long the guy would be able to hold out against his puppets in such a state, especially since the Jiang Shi's strength increased with the hero's experience. While the group defeated their opponents, they were lost in speculation as to where Mukhian was. While some people suspected that he had simply abandoned them, Masik realized that he had a good reason for doing so. He sensed something, and soon everyone saw a horrible cave with poisonous fumes coming from it. Their instincts told them that that was where their comrade was. At the same time, the hero refused to resign himself to a simple death, fighting constantly. Grief gripped his heart. Had all his endless efforts been futile? He could not accept this outcome. He realized that he hadn't reached the necessary potential despite his best efforts. He kept thinking about how to strengthen his strength and defeat these monsters. He was overwhelmed by the time. But soon, he was able to pull himself together and realize that it was too early to give up and bury himself early. The flames of hatred flared up in his heart once again. Sama Young blurted out a satisfied smile as he watched this battle, because he was sure that the hero would soon become part of the Jiang Shi army, regardless of his efforts. His confidence was boundless. However, the hero was not going to resign himself to such a job. He could feel new strength awakening within him as he watched the crowd of undead approaching him. He realized that he no longer needed anything more than the answer to one question. Was there a limit to skill in the martial arts? It gave him strength. He remembered how he used to sit on a rock with a sword in his hand, questioning the source of the blade's energy. Could the power of the sword be viewed as energy from the beyond? He had always moved forward thanks to these thoughts. What kind of master could handle dozens of enemies at once? And suddenly it struck him that it was not as complicated as it seemed at first glance. He had seen the truth. The main problem was that slashing was always easy. It was just a matter of swinging the sword correctly. New areas of martial arts had opened up to him because of this realization. Sama Young was thrilled when he saw the hero express a sense of hope. He was very happy to see despair engulf the hero afterward. His expectation was almost obvious. He wanted to show it. However, as he cleared his way through the undead, Mukyan suddenly asked if he had ever heard of the Black Death. This question surprised his opponent. The hero told an old story about how many years ago a demonic cult kidnapped and trained several thousand children. Despite the frightening content of the story, his voice remained calm. In order to turn these children into top-class masters, the most gifted ones were chosen. This was how an elite assassination squad came into existence, completely subordinate to Black Death, the cult leader. Mukyan was once assigned the number 2044 for this reason. The true name could only be obtained after many trials. Each number signified a difficult road. It was not sinister or vicious, it was simply dark. At this point, the hero released these spirits, who proceeded to fight his enemies in his stead. His name Mukyan translates to black odor. This name had a deep meaning that reflected his essence and purpose. At this moment, Sama Young was scared because she couldn't understand how the hero was able to destroy the new Zhangshi in one blow. His confidence began to melt, although he couldn't explain why his face darkened. Mukyan realized with satisfaction that his opponent seemed to have enjoyed his supposed desperation enough. The situation had clearly changed in his favor. He moved lightning fast behind his enemy's back and silently asked him to memorize the name of someone who would one day reach the pinnacle of mastery. He then inflicted a deep wound on his opponent's back. Sama Young disappeared as if he never existed, but before he disappeared, he managed to swear that he would remember the name. His voice was a mixture of respect and anger. He promised that they would definitely meet again and asked Mukyan to try to survive until then, because currently everyone around them was full of Zhangshi. His words sounded both a promise and a threat. At this moment, the hero was gulping down blood. The poison began to grow stronger, destroying every cell in his body. Although he realized that he had inhaled too many poisonous vapors, there was nothing he could do. His main enemy became time. He had to destroy all the other creatures before he could escape and enjoy the fresh air. Even in mortal danger, he remained firm. At this moment, Anyun climbed the tallest tree in the area and saw the protective barrier begin to crumble, clearly indicating that the situation was out of control. Fear clutched her heart. She informed her teammates that they were in serious trouble and they needed to find Mukyan immediately and clean up as quickly as possible. They could lose their lives every second. In addition, some of the Imperial soldiers had noticed the barrier falling, but they didn't know what could have destroyed such a fortress. The commanders were very worried about this event. At that moment, an unknown warrior reported that the information from Muyong was correct. The Blood Clan had created a Zhangshi army and was preparing to attack the Imperial Palace. It soon became obvious that the dead should have been returned to where they came from. Haste could have disastrous consequences. When all 4 team members reached the cave, they were glad that Mukyan was alive and quickly picked him up and left. They felt better for a while. On the way, they reported that the Imperial troops had arrived to fight the Blood Cult and promised that they would keep an eye out for anything else. This news raised hopes for a positive outcome. Although the hero tried to stay on his feet to the last, not letting his sword out of his hands, ready to continue the battle at any moment, Masik noted that their arrival was as good as it could be. Huang Su realized that the Imperial army had saved their lives and the mission. He was very grateful to fate for their quick help. However, he was still curious about what had happened here. He couldn't believe that Mukyan was able to destroy them all while looking at the many slain bodies. He looked at the guy who had been poisoned by the poison and realized that he had clearly underestimated his ability. Mukyan's strength exceeded all his expectations from a human. The Blood Clan's troops were quickly defeated. Initially, they couldn't understand how the Imperial warriors were able to overcome an obstacle that was impossible to penetrate from the outside. However, during the battle they realized that perhaps their founder had survived something. The cultists were stunned by this discovery. Since the blood cult dared to threaten the safety of the Emperor and the people, the commander of the Imperial forces ordered his soldiers to move forward. None of them desecrating the bodies of the dead deserved mercy. The hostile commander tried to reassure his soldiers, telling them that even fighting the Imperial troops was no threat to them, and contemptuously called his opponents low-level soldiers. The necromancer quickly found his master and became concerned about his condition. Although he was forced to stand as still as a statue, he calmly replied that he was fine. After that, they disappeared, and Sama Young mysteriously stated that a smart bird would always find a worthy person, while a foolish one would try to get a few measly crumbs. He spoke words of wisdom. The action moved to the headquarters of the Devil's cult. There they appeared before the master to report unforeseen events. The atmosphere was anxious and tense. The concerned lord learned that the Emperor's army had engaged the blood cult in battle. This news clearly caught his attention. It clearly caused irritation on the face of the Devil cult founder, who demanded more details. His reaction indicated that he was not satisfied with the way things were going. The aide explained that the troops immediately came forward to prevent the attack on the Imperial Palace as soon as the rumors spread. Many masters and undead of the Blood Clan were wiped out. Smiling, Hitro noted that the matter was taking a very interesting turn and wondered if the Deviless from Muyong was involved. He felt that nothing could have happened here without her involvement. The aide didn't understand who he was talking about, but the Lord was quick to point out that it wasn't that important and turned his attention to the situation of their squad. He was more concerned with the fate of his soldiers. The aide reported that all the deployed soldiers had returned alive and were now being treated. This information clearly relieved his master. He especially emphasized the warrior named Mukyan, whom the head already knew about. With each passing day, the young fighter's fame grew. The aide even suggested that the Lord train Mukyan to wield a sword and make him a true master, but Mukyan calmly replied that he would decide that for himself. When Mukyan finally felt better, Yubak, his new teacher, came to meet him. Without hiding his interest, he looked at his future student. Following all the procedures, the hero bowed and introduced himself to his mentor. Promising that he would definitely take care of the hero, he smiled slyly, and a slight sneer could be heard in his words. As soon as they started practicing, the hero realized why Yubek's words sounded so ironic. He couldn't expect anything that happened in life. As he fought the man, the hero realized that the man in front of him was not just another martial artist. Considering his incredible strength and speed, his level was truly astounding. With satisfaction, the mentor noted that Mukyan could indeed make an excellent warrior after this short but impressive fight. He warned about unexpected attacks during training. Yubek said that he had heard before that the hero was more suited for the role of a martial arts master than an assassin, and now he fully understood why they thought that. Nevertheless, the mentor stopped Mukyan as he demanded a full recovery. He scolded his apprentice for not having a spare life. With undisguised irritation, Yubek started calling the hero a goon, a fool, and a real knucklehead. He reasoned that he had never met such a reckless disciple before. The harshness was a testament to his concern. On reflection, he realized that much in Mukyan had to be corrected from the very beginning. Nevertheless, he saw the young man's firm eyes and realized that he would make an outstanding master. Yubek explained the complex structure of the cult's mastery. The group that reached the edge was called Hwagyong, and those who reached the limit were called Hyongyong, which translates to one who has known darkness. There were also levels of Gyukma, which is the edge of magic, and Talma, which is the edge of non-magic, in the cult. The teacher looked at the hero carefully and asked if he wanted to reach the highest level of Talma. It was as if the mentor had read Mukyan's mind and his face contorted with shock. This was exactly what he had been striving for so long. Gathering his strength, the hero decided to answer the question that had long plagued him. Why couldn't he see the boundary of mastery even while holding a sword? This question had clearly caught the teacher's attention. Mukyan was right when he believed that cognition was the most important thing in martial arts. Yubek explained that any strength a person had would inevitably lead them to a dead end if they did not find the truth. Knowledge, on the other hand, could only be achieved through an unceasing thirst for power. These words stunned the disciple. Yubak swung his sword with a mysterious smile, determined to show the hero his true strength. From the concentration of energy, the air around him began to thicken. When the hero saw the attack coming, he immediately realized that it was aimed directly at him and was ready to dodge. His body worked faster than his thoughts. After the attack stopped, the instructor praised Mukyan for deftly handling the evasion and even managing to move behind his back. His natural reflexes were amazing. The hero was furious because he thought the teacher had decided to get rid of him before he even knew the truth. It seemed reasonable in the case that the mentor wanted to avoid additional worries, but Yubek said he was sure Mukyan could dodge and promised to teach him everything he knew himself. It was evident in his eyes that he truly believed in his student. He admitted that he could not guarantee reaching the beyond level, but promised to do his best to achieve it. Only the disciple himself could make further progress. In front of him was a turbulent stream capable of breaking through rock. This metaphor described the young warrior's potential abilities well. When the teacher smiled and offered to let Mukyan know how far he could draw his sword, he fell silent. His offer sounded like a promise and a challenge. Looking at this amazing master, the hero realized that this might be the only opportunity to realize his cherished dream. His will became even more firm. Bowing respectfully, he vowed to steadfastly follow his mentor's will to learn all wisdom. This commitment opened a new phase of life for him. Their regular training began with this. The teacher explained that even a dry branch can destroy a mountain when the will of the weapon and its wielder become one. He demonstrated to the hero this most legendary power of the sword. Its power amazed everyone. Yubak also explained that it was possible to artificially create a sword-like power, but it would take a long time and would not be effective. After looking at such a fantastic technique, the hero realized one thing. His attitude towards martial arts had completely changed as a result of this realization. He couldn't even imagine what the true power of a sword could do, even if its artificial power was so great. He was both terrified and thrilled at the thought. 10 years had passed since that unforgettable conversation. The hero had meditated a lot, but he couldn't understand the sword's true power, as if it was missing something. When Yubak approached him one day, he noticed that the disciple was in deep meditation. Although the mentor moved completely silently, Mukyan immediately sensed his approach. Looking closely at his disciple, Yubak realized that he had indeed reached the very level he wanted. He had made significant progress. The hero sadly admitted that he couldn't overcome the last stage when the teacher inquired about his progress. The mentor sensibly advised him to leave him alone. He then suggested practicing to find the right path himself. The hero expressed his gratitude for the instruction and noted that the teacher had become much more attentive. Yubak was not surprised by this observation. He recognized that as he grew older, he began to treat Mukyan as his last student, so he allowed himself to be more gentle. The character was completely shocked when he calmly revealed that he was already 70 years old. It seemed that the teacher's age was unbelievable. In response, the teacher asked how old Mukyan was. He was only 27. However, even at that age, he looked much younger, as if he had practiced Chuansul. The hero thought that the teacher himself used such methods, but it was more complicated than that. Inner strength naturally influenced appearance. But Yubak warned that it was only an external action, and the body continued to age inexorably on the inside. His warning seemed like an important lesson. He urged his disciple to be very careful when using any strategies to delay aging because emotions would inevitably begin to dull. The hero made a vow to remember all instructions. Smiling warmly, Yubak remarked that Mukyan would have to undergo dozens of years of training before he could leave the mountain. His words had a prophetic nature. Initially, the hero had taken those words as a funny joke. However, in reality, things were quite different. He had a serious future ahead of him. A year of intensive training passed. During another lesson, the hero inquired about the fate of the blood cult. However, the lonely teacher considered such cults to be insignificant. 2 years later, Mukyan decided to ask Yubak about the cult of darkness. The answer was predictable. The man who had long lived in the mountains and never descended from them was far removed from global events. His tranquility was complete. A few years later, the hero spoke of masters who could recognize the true power of the sword, but Yubak told him that they were long gone. This news caused a feeling of sadness. The years flowed inexorably. and the hero's journey became more and more like climbing an endless tower that had no definite path that many warriors had abandoned. Nevertheless, it was Mukyan who was able to overcome this obstacle. His efforts had been rewarded with the acquisition of fundamental knowledge of the martial arts. He could now feel the raging dark energy enveloping him like a cloak as he held his naked sword in his hands. Every cell in his body was overflowing with power. The mentor finally realized the true power of his disciple's sword when it struck even the Seen Yu Baek with a single but incredibly powerful attack capable of tearing apart a mountain. He took great pride in congratulating Mukyang on becoming the strongest sword warrior. His success had exceeded his instructor's expectations. Now he was to spend the rest of his life to demonstrate the power of his blade. He had chosen this path himself. Nevertheless, the hero looked extremely sad. He admitted that even though he had reached the level he had so passionately dreamed of, he had a keen sense of lacking something elusive. As he looked into himself, he realized that he didn't seem to have reached the absolute limit he had dreamed of. This realization did not let him go. Feeling his doubts, Yubek asked the young man if he knew of Guhui, the master of the divine sword. The hero learned that he was the first to overcome Hwangyong and reach Hyungyong. The teacher confirmed the information, saying that this achievement was comparable to crossing the Talma level. The words he said lifted the hero's spirits. However, no one in the demonic cult had ever managed to repeat this feat, so everyone hoped for a more experienced generation. The young warriors carried this heavy burden. Yubaik suggested that the hero could find answers in Dark Ghost Arts. It is a book written by Gui and includes everything he knows about Parhee's methods of gaining inner strength. The teacher was sure that the hero would benefit from learning this ancient knowledge and suggested that he start learning the Parhe language because he had full confidence in his student's ability. However, he warned that the language would have to be learned elsewhere because it was time to descend the mountain. These words signified the completion of one step and the beginning of a new one. Finally, Mukyan left the place of his long study after a deep bow and a touching farewell to his teacher. He was very grateful. At the foot of the mountain, he noticed a carriage passing by and stopped it to ask the charioteer if there was a seat available. Fate had given him friends. He replied calmly that there would be room if the hero did not mind the company and invited him to sit in the back. His greeting was sincere. At that very moment, an elderly man looked out of the carriage and inquired curiously where the young man was. There was obvious interest in his eyes. The old man laughed good-naturedly when he heard that he was going to Cheonan and said that the meeting reminded him of the past. He willingly offered the hero to cooperate with them. Mokyang gratefully accepted the invitation and went to the carriage. It was warm and welcoming inside. After a long silence, the gray-haired man asked about the hero's family situation. His question was a genuine curiosity. The resourceful man quickly explained that he practiced Danchagon, a method that forbade any relationship with the opposite sex. It was one of his small lodges. But when the old man recalled the strategy, he admitted that he had failed to apply it. His honesty brought a smile to his face. Grandpa's granddaughter was immediately interested in this unique martial art. The old man explained that although the technique improved abilities, it had many disadvantages. Grandfather strictly ordered her to stay out of the conversation when the girl tried to learn more about the disadvantages. His tone made it impossible to object. She cried, but soon she was drawn to something more interesting. They began to approach the walls of the city. As a child, her curiosity had quickly found a new place. An old man stopped for a snack and asked Mukyan if he could drink. He offered him a choice of any food he wanted. He was infinitely hospitable. However, the loud shouting of drunken customers at neighboring tables caught the hero's attention as he took the menu and thanked the man. Immediately, the atmosphere changed. One of the young men tried to peacefully resolve the conflict, but three rich young men, clearly disregarding propriety, loudly resented the presence of commoners. They claimed that they would not eat simple food that was not befitting their position and deliberately spoiled the food of the other visitors. Their self-righteousness was unbearable. The old man calmly observed what was happening and philosophically remarked that the world would soon end if such people were considered the elite of society. His reasoning was obvious. At the same time, given that the old man was clearly good at martial arts, the hero inquired if he wanted to help restore order. His observations were accurate. Realizing that the hero had figured out his true identity, the old man was a bit embarrassed. He revealed his secret. The wise companion explained that Mukyang would have easily handled the youths, but there were 5 men sitting at another table, experienced masters from the 5 greats, from the Shaman Ridge. At this moment, Yubek turned back to his disciple. He thought of Mukyang and realized that he would have to give up the beautiful mountain scenery to get an education. He had let the boy go so easily, like releasing a tiger into a peaceful village. He was justifiably concerned. The mentor now only hoped that his disciple, right after coming down from the mountain, would not pounce on some important person whose behavior he deemed unworthy. Soon the wise elder decided to look at the empty restaurant. His surprise caused him to freeze. At that moment, he fully realized the awesome power of the secret hero's abilities. He stepped closer and pointed to his granddaughter at the perfectly even cut of the metal leg. Obviously, the stranger had used the art of Kangi, which is the highest manifestation of chi energy in martial arts that few people have heard of these days. His ability was exceptional. No wonder his opponents didn't even know how he died. The old man realized that he had underestimated this warrior. His abilities were equal to the Hwagyong. When the hero arrived in Chontan, he immediately informed the guard of his assignment. His appearance was official. The guard scrutinized the document and respectfully invited him in. Standards had been met. Pantane, a high-ranking official who was clearly interested in the guest's background, was already waiting for him in the luxurious chambers. This was an important meeting. Mukyan calmly introduced himself to the Level 1 assassin of the Black Death Elite Squad. His words left a deep impression. Hearing this, the official froze in astonishment because just the thought of meeting with a member of a renowned demonic cult squad frightened him. The first level was the highest level. The hero, sipping his flavored tea, thought deeply that the world was very cruel and asked the official to help him. He remained calm. The simple words caused Lady Thena to jump to her feet and bow low to apologize for not recognizing such an outstanding warrior. Mukyan gently stopped the process of apologizing. The official cautiously inquired if the presence of the dignitary needed to be kept secret. The hero asked to use a different name to avoid suspicion and the attention of the locals and authorities. He inquired about the number of priests in the area. Pantane reported 1,000 craftsmen and 100 working on the project. He emphasized that although the residents have some violations of the law, any illegal activity requires serious efforts to conceal. The official anxiously asked for permission to notify the guest, especially the children, among whom were spoiled brats. He expressed fear that they might behave inappropriately without knowing how important the guest was. Mukyan replied that he prefers to remain in complete secrecy regarding his personal life. He emphasized that maintaining confidentiality is necessary for the success of his mission and the safety of all participants. He also issued a strict order to warn all family members that they are not allowed to follow him or be near him. He emphasized how important compliance was to the success of his mission and overall safety. Realizing that his encounter with the first-class assassin had left an indelible mark on his soul, the official exhaled with obvious relief after the hero left. It took him a long time to come to his senses and realize how important and dangerous the situation was. The trusted spy approached the official to see how he was feeling. He told him about the recent rumors that an unknown warrior had killed members of the Mudan faction in Chanilla. This information made them wonder what was going on around them. The spy suspected that Mukyan might be the only invincible warrior. He carefully analyzed all the available data and concluded that the coincidence of details could not be coincidental. Their assumptions were confirmed. A true martial arts monster had arrived in the city, whose skill surpassed anything they had ever known. As a result of this discovery, they were forced to rethink their plans and strategies. There was drama in the town market. A vendor punched a little girl in the face for stealing a bun. The situation was escalating by the second, attracting the attention of passers-by and vendors. In a rage, the peddler declared that one person should die today, either her or him, not calming down after the slap and remembering the girl's past thefts. He lashed out at the child and called her a little brat. At the critical moment, the trafficker was stopped by Mukyan's firm hand. The hero decided that the man had clearly overstepped all acceptable boundaries, especially since he had a defenseless child in front of him. Such violence could not go unnoticed. The merchant angrily explained the situation, wrenching the hero out of his grip. He stated that the girl had chosen stealing over honest labor since childhood. He insisted that punishment was necessary so that people would not repeat the same thing in the future. After providing the merchant with monetary compensation, the hero offered a peaceful solution. After taking the money, the man cast a warning glance at the girl, making it clear that any future mistake would be punished. Mukyan approached the trembling child and gently asked about her condition and why she was stolen. He asked why she didn't try to find an honest way to earn money, trying to understand why she did what she did. The little thief cried as she told her story. Her mother was seriously ill and bedridden, and the girl herself was unable to find work because of her young age. There seemed to be no way out of the situation. After hearing the girl's story, the hero decided to help her and offered to walk her to their home. He saw this situation as an opportunity to improve the child's life by guiding her in the right direction. Mukyan sweetly explained his intentions, seeing the girl's bewilderment. Though he wanted to offer her a job, for that he first had to get her mother's permission, which was a prerequisite to start their collaboration. The hero immediately noticed the woman's grave condition upon entering the filthy dwelling. The girl confirmed his fears that the mother was suffering from a serious illness, which explained their situation and the child's behavior. Mukyan quickly lifted the sick woman into his arms. Since the situation was critical, he immediately took her to an experienced doctor so that it would not be too late for help. After several days of treatment and a thorough examination, the experienced doctor determined the patient's pulse. He reported with obvious relief that the woman's life was no longer in danger and that she was on the mend. After she felt better, the woman sincerely thanked her unexpected savior. She confessed that she was embarrassed and did not know how she could repay his help and boundless kindness. After calming the woman down, Mukyan quickly explained her decision. He offered her and her daughter to move into his house, allowing them to live and work, which would surely improve their situation and provide them with new opportunities. The hero smiled when he saw the woman's bewilderment at such generosity. He suggested that the girl go outside to let her mother relax after her treatment. Seeing the hero outside, the curious girl started asking about his fighting abilities. The questions about his powers and abilities showed her childlike interest in martial arts. She inquired about Mukyan's fighting abilities, comparing him to fighters she had seen in the market. She was impressed that they moved like the wind and seemed to be able to fly. When Mukyan smiled, the girl assumed he was weak. This childlike execution amused the seasoned warrior who was hiding his true strength. Amused by the girl's directness, he confirmed her belief in her weakness. He jokingly explained that this was the reason he lived in such a lowly house, watching the curious child's reaction. He unmistakably saw in the girl's burning eyes her fierce desire to learn martial arts. The experienced masters noticed her enthusiasm and genuine interest in martial techniques. He suggested that the child learn the art of transparent emptiness to help her. The girl saw the offer as a new opportunity and a path to self-improvement. Mukyan said that using this technique could make her very strong. He realized that the girl had great potential and was willing to train hard to become a martial arts master. He immediately warned of the conditions of training, to keep the technique secret from other children and to train twice a day, morning and evening. The swiftness of these demands emphasized the importance of the upcoming training. The girl passionately assured that she was ready to fulfill all the requirements. Her only goal was to learn to fight so that her body would float in the air like the masters she had seen. Protected by a small squad of warriors, the rich caravans moved slowly along the dusty road. Although the traditional defenses against common bandits seemed sufficient, they didn't even realize that they might encounter an ambush. There was an army of skillful robbers waiting for them in ambush. Comparing their prey to a deer trudging towards the tiger's den, their leader, hiding in a dense thicket, ordered them to prepare for the attack. After a bloody battle, one of the remaining masters tried to frighten the bandits. He threatened them with dire consequences for trying to mess with people whose power was beyond their strength. The head of the gang only grinned like an autumn wind. He calmly explained that he knew that the valuables belonged to an important person who was currently waving the money around like a fan on a hot day. The wounded master tried to warn that his master and his cult would punish him. His last words were full of confidence that there would be punishment for the crime he had committed. With one swing of his sword, the master collapsed before he could negotiate. After wiping his blade clean, the bandit coldly noted that such threats did not frighten the mountain brigand, and looked at the other survivors. He suggested they run, knowing they would die anyway. It would catch up with them like an unstoppable shadow, no matter how fast they rushed or how high into the mountains they climbed. In the evening, a panting Mr. Pantelli burst into Mukhyang's house pleading for help. His account of the brigands attacking an important caravan in the mountains and stealing its contents was short. After calming down, the official explained that the cargo was important because it carried a war fund. Although 5 skilled craftsmen guarded the caravan, their forces were insufficient to defend against the attackers. When the hero asked who the attackers were, the official quickly assumed they were brigands from Mount Desol. Mukhyang, who was familiar with the reputation of this gang, immediately reacted to this information. After seeing the mountain, Mukhyang began to make preparations to march. Pantelli warned of the 200 experienced brigands and masters in the lair and said that he wasn't sure he could handle them alone. The hero reacted calmly to the warning and remarked that the task wouldn't take long. He was confident that the operation would be successful because he was confident in his own strength and abilities. Soon, frightened screams and shrieks were heard in the bandits' den. The bandits were startled by the sudden appearance of Mukhyang, who looked like the punishing sword of heaven. They had not expected such a swift attack. When he jumped out and saw the devastation, one of the commanders was desperately trying to wake up his subordinates. The gravity of the situation was evident from his panic and failed attempts to organize resistance. He was already facing an unwavering hero who demanded to be told where the stolen goods were. His firmness and calmness differed from the fear of the bandit leader. With a hysterical laugh, the bandit announced that Mukhyang was too late and that all the stolen goods had already been sold. His words sounded like a last-ditch attempt to take responsibility for the state of affairs. Realizing that there was no more to be said, the hero quickly drew his sword for the killing blow. When the bandit confessed to selling the stolen goods, his fate was sealed. The brother of the ringleader managed to intervene in time to protect his kinsman from imminent death by stopping the unexpected blow. His sudden appearance and swordsmanship put the hero in front of a new threat. He asked the hero to identify himself, ordering everyone to leave, but the man just stared at him. As the opponents assessed their strength, a tense anticipation hung in the air. In the same instant, the gangs rushed at the hero like packs of hungry wolves. Mukhyang smiled as he looked at the approaching crowd. He remembered his previous battle with the same number of opponents. He realized the difference when he compared the current battle to a Zhongshi fight. Compared to the young bamboo who had yet to know the power of wind, he was much weaker at that time. His opponents thought he was a mere magician who could only do tricks beautifully. They didn't know that while battling them, the hero only experienced endless boredom similar to that of a sword master forced to fight straw effigies. Mukhyang quickly severed the head of the arrogant ringleader as he rushed to attack. Like a wilted autumn flower, it rolled to the feet of the dumbfounded companions. After that, the bandits rushed into battle in panic, realizing that it was impossible to resist such a strong opponent. Once formidable bandits turned into frightened fugitives because of fear of the unknown warrior. However, the hero did not let them get away. He called upon his silent servants of darkness, the shadows, to finish the job he had begun. His firmness in fighting the bandits was unwavering. By dawn, the bandit camp lay in ruins, like the ruins of the past, leaving only the memory of its greatness. The destruction of the once impregnable fortress demonstrated the power of one man. Only one man was able to escape by hiding in a wine barrel. When he saw the extent of the destruction, he realized that they were facing a real monster capable of turning an impregnable fortress into a pile of rocks overnight. Although he was about to flee to inform his elder, he didn't expect the hero to stay. His chest was pierced by a sharp sword. The unrelenting warrior interrupted the last attempt to escape. Pantelli appeared. Mukhyang calmly asked him to go downstairs and collect all the misappropriated items. Although inwardly he was deeply shocked by what he saw, the aide bowed respectfully. He couldn't believe that in one night, one man could defeat an impregnable bandit fortress. In his eyes, Mukhyang was not a man but a spirit of retribution. The hero lifted from the ground an exquisite hairpin that lay beside the bandit's body. He carefully hid the find because he thought that this small trophy would surely please someone. The aide informed Pantelli of the total value of about 100,000 silver coins after all the stolen goods were delivered and counted. The official was puzzled by this amount. Considering that the bribes to cover up the incident would exceed this amount, the official realized that the amount was disastrously small. Pantelli asked Mukhyang to keep an eye on the missing person, but the hero had already given orders to that effect. He warned that buyers would easily find such goods and weapons. Panteli immediately took the advice and ordered his aides to sell the found goods and begin transportation. He informed Mukyan that an agreement had been reached with the central office to personally select 10 attendants for the transportation. To make this decision, careful preparation and coordination had to be made. The hero understood the difficulty of infiltrating Nagyang on his own and decided to simply comply. He recognized that a certain plan had to be followed in order to achieve a common goal. Late at night, he returned to his humble home where he was greeted by a little girl and her mother. Happy that the master had returned after a long absence, they greeted him respectfully. Mokyan embraced the girl affectionately and inquired how calm she was in his absence. His every gesture and word demonstrated his concern for his family. Despite her joy, the little girl affirmed her well-being and acknowledged her love for her benefactor. Showing deep affection for her savior, she was perplexed as to why he had been away for so long. Instead of providing an answer, the hero asked with feigned severity why the girl was awake at such a late hour. His feigned sternness only emphasized the heartfelt bond he shared with his pupil. She was obviously waiting for his return. According to the mother, the daughter spent the entire day waiting for the return of her benefactor. Feeling the hero's fatigue, the girl offered him to have dinner together. Although the woman volunteered to set the table, Mukyan was touched by their concern and asked to serve something simple so as not to bother them. The faction's affairs improved greatly after this event. Solving the brigands' problem strengthened their position and credibility in the region. Even though they had stolen valuables, they were able to defeat the brigands and capitalize on the delivery of goods. The operation was successful, bringing material gains and enhancing the faction's reputation. They destroyed the main bandit camp with the help of an experienced warrior so effectively that there were virtually no bandits left near Nagyang. This accomplishment increased the level of security in the region. 3 years had passed since then. When she grew up, the little girl was now carried on a horse, trying to break away from her aide. Her appearance had been altered by time, but her lively personality and love of adventure remained intact. The man galloped after her, begging her to stop and warning her of the dangers of riding at high speeds. However, showing complete confidence in her abilities, she simply laughed as she spurred her horse on. At this moment, Mukyan thought deeply. Recently, he had been fully dedicated to training, improving his skills in solitude. Suddenly, he felt someone nearby, and soon he saw the horse rearing up. He was very alert and receptive, allowing him to react instantly to the unexpected guest. Right after meeting Con, he noticed that her riding skills had improved. The clumsy girl had turned into a skillful rider through many years of effort and perseverance. She laughed in response and announced that she had returned from the nearest village. Despite her years, she remained cheerful and lively. The girl demonstrated martial arts techniques and asked for an evaluation of her new skills. Her eagerness to gain the teacher's approval demonstrated her seriousness about learning. Mukyan watched the development of technology with interest. It turned out that the girl had adopted techniques from passers-by and was now waiting for his evaluation to demonstrate her resourcefulness and desire to do better. Although the hero smiled as he recalled the child Seo Yeon, she proudly reminded him of her 16 years of age. Gradually, the frightened girl turned into a confident young woman. The aide walked over and greeted the lord. Mukyan sympathized with the man, thinking that he had suffered because of So-en's fidgety temper that annoyed everyone around him. Although Mukyan clearly felt that his words were not sincere, the aide stated that there was no inconvenience. The aide's politeness and deference could not hide the truth. Later, another aide broke the happy news that due to the hero's merits, the central headquarters had generously rewarded him. This recognition was a big step forward in Mukyan's career. After reading the letter, Mukyan learned that he had been promoted to Grand General of the Thousand Wolves Society. This growth resulted in significant obligations and new opportunities. He quickly realized his appointment to Cholgu Kwan after researching the said location. His life and future plans were completely changed as a result of this appointment. The city manager heartily congratulated the hero on his promotion and bowed to him. His formal demeanor reflected the importance of the moment and Mukyan's new position. Although he understood the logic of the circumstances because of his new high position, Mukyan was uncomfortable hearing a formal speech from this man. The promotion led to a change in their relationship. Upon his return to central headquarters, he clarified the timeline for his arrival. He was given 2 months until May to organize the move and conduct business, which required careful planning. Hiro understood the importance of stabilizing current affairs and was saddened by the need to leave this place and return to Central. His feelings were mixed with a sense of duty and responsibility. He decided to make parting gifts because he was worried about his finances. Even as he prepared to leave and make his new assignment, his concern for his loved ones showed. Soon, he settled Seo Yeon into their new residence. As the girl began to mature, he offered to let her choose the room she wanted, keeping her preferences in mind. Mother and daughter were amazed at the generosity of the Lord who had already done so much for them. Their surprise and gratitude reflected a deep affection for their benefactor. Mukhyun calmly handed them a package containing the money for their living expenses and the deeds to the house. His final gift was to help them in the future and ensure a peaceful life after he was gone. Despite the woman's frightened objections, he made the decision, explaining that he needed the money for the future, especially to marry his daughter. He was very concerned about his future life. He wanted to secure their future by telling them of his impending departure in the morning and that new meetings were unlikely. He made his parting gift to demonstrate his genuine concern for the foster family's fate. The woman cried when she could not repay his kindness. Her tears expressed both deep gratitude for his help and grief at her impending parting with her helper. Seo Yoon ran to her mother to find out why she was crying. The hero told the girl about the long journey and asked her to follow her mother in everything, giving her final instructions. He instructed her to develop herself and not to be lazy. Seo Yeon happily promised to become stronger than the hero, showing her undying energy and determination. Mukhyung was surprised by those words at first, but then he smiled as he saw the girl's sincere desire to do better. He was in awe of her ambition. He then stated that he would look forward to their next meeting when she could show him how well he was doing. Those words were meant to inspire the girl to keep going. Thus occurred his last meeting with his family and the girl who would eventually become his daughter. At that moment, an important period of his life came to an end that would leave a deep impression on the hero. The commander of the Jackal Squad had finished training after a massive explosion near the Central Plains. Everyone in the vicinity was amazed by his strength. He soon arrived at his workplace and met the hero, who greeted him warmly. What would happen next was decided at their meeting. The man smiled cordially, noting that Mukhyun had strengthened considerably since their last meeting. His careful gaze assessed the young warrior's accomplishments. He announced that it was time to learn the most powerful strategy of the 1,000 Wolves, and appointed him as the Great White General. This decision opened a new chapter in his life for the hero. Bowing respectfully, the hero expressed his desire to immediately carry out the order. At this crucial moment, he demonstrated his devotion to duty and discipline. Subsequently, the hero was given a position, but later discovered that being a general was not as much fun as expected. His active nature was confined to administrative work. This appreciation stunned the aide. Mukhyun apologized for thinking out loud and began to recall the troop structure to focus on his duties. A Devil's Sword regiment consisted of 10 men, a 100 sword squad consisted of 100 men, and a battalion consisted of 1,000 men. This complex military organization required continuous support. His variety of training made him want to return to his training. His desire for self-improvement conflicted with his responsibilities as a commander. When he suggested that an aide conduct the training, the aide was shocked and explained that it was against regulations. Such a suggestion was outside the existing rules. The aide was worried about the possible casualties that would occur in a real battle if the general was absent. His worry about the consequences reflected the gravity of the circumstances and the responsibility resting on the team's shoulders. Mukhyun quickly found a way out. In battle, the aide would lead the troops, and he would follow them. The hero was annoyed by the aide's uncertainty and wanted to end the conversation. Suddenly, a bright thought struck the hero, causing him to look slyly at the aide. His resourcefulness could offer an unexpected solution to the problem. The training was appreciated by the leader of the Jackal clan. The man was pleased with the way Mukhyun performed his duties, despite the fact that the assistant supervised the work from morning to night. Immediately, he went to the training ground when he noticed something strange. His experience told him that there might be an unusual situation. He was startled by what he saw. A certain warrior pretending to be a Mukhyun was conducting a training session. The clan head immediately reacted to this discovery. Without giving the impostor a chance to salute, the clan leader ripped the wig off of him. He grabbed the intruder by the face and forced him to tell where the real Mukyan was. The real hero quietly practiced alone, enjoying the individual workouts over the group workouts. Soon, his isolation was to be broken. An angry gentleman demanding an explanation for practicing alone instead of training others interrupted his peacefulness. An argument was becoming inevitable. The hero calmly explained his decision to remain private. He remained firm in his decision. The man was angered by this explanation because he didn't understand the importance of personal training compared to military training. The conflict between duty and personal improvement had now reached a critical point. When pressed for further explanation, the hero respectfully stated that self-improvement was paramount. Even under pressure, his beliefs did not change. The master ordered him to bear his sword. The hero realized the extent of his rage when he saw the threatening glow of his opponent's weapon. But in preparation for the inevitable battle, he decided to follow his will. The man said he wanted to see the hero's true strength and offered forgiveness for a worthy display of skill. This challenge demonstrated Mukyan's prowess. For the first time in years, the hero was thrilled at the opportunity to demonstrate his skills. His long concealment of his true abilities was coming to an end. He applied the rock adornment technique, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, remembering Yubaek's lessons. His movements reflected years of working on his martial art. The Lord felt the powerful strength of the blade, displaying perfect mastery. Every moment of the battle demonstrated the true strength of the opponent. The Lord barely managed to avoid the hero's attack while defending himself with his blade. The attack exceeded his expectations in speed and power. He warned the young man not to get cocky and quickly moved to counterattack. Experience and pride prevented him from easily recognizing the young warrior as superior. Enraged, he decided to teach a lesson by demonstrating his true strength with the blood and heavenly dragon technique that could destroy 10 fortresses. His demonstration of strength was going to be decisive. The hero thought about what was a martial art: energy, the power of destruction, or a deeper feeling that governed all beings. Even during the battle, these philosophical questions troubled him. He firmly believed in the martial arts, following his father's example that they existed to hone skill, crush enemies, and overcome the limits of mortality. His path as a warrior was defined by this belief. The Lord realized Mukyan's use of the supreme art of sword-wielding in the midst of a fight. The young warrior's gaze changed as a result of this discovery. The man thought of his last hour because his technique was endless. The skill of his opponent had exceeded all expectations. Nevertheless, the hero stopped the attack in time and returned the sword to its place. His technique demonstrated not only strength, but also intelligence. After the fight, the hero recognized the man's amazing technique and thanked him for the lesson. His strength contrasted with his modesty and reverence. He asked about the possibility of making amends, and the man realized that he had underestimated Mukyan's strength. Their relationship changed in that moment. The man walked away, releasing the hero from his obligation to participate in general training. Mukyan received a long-awaited opportunity to improve himself thanks to this decision. In a rage, the clan leader destroyed the column with a single blow after a humiliating defeat. His wounded pride was not appeased even after this show of strength. The Devil Cult founder's assistant, a raven, immediately went to report back, observing what was happening. Some important details of what had happened were observed carefully by him. When the master heard the raven's report, he was stunned by the unexpected development. Obviously, his unusual abilities had attracted the hero. In response to the summoning, the hero respectfully appeared before the cult founder to learn why he had been summoned. This meeting was to decide what would happen to him. The founder welcomed the young man, whom he had not seen in a long time, and informed him of the news that he was becoming an outstanding fighter. The meeting between the two powerful warriors was full of respect for each other. He was summoned to discuss plans. At the snap of his fingers, an aide appeared, greeting the hero and telling him what he knew of him since Nagyan was a boy. Their meeting foreshadowed significant changes. The aide noted the hero's entrepreneurial spirit in amassing strength in the central headquarters, which led to a significant expansion of their business and the formation of 3 new guilds. Mukyan's successes were noticed. However, it led to serious clashes with the dominant clans. The increase in power and strength inevitably provoked opposition from the established power structures. Hearing the name of the ordering clan for the first time, the hero repeated the question. The surprise he felt indicated that he was unaware of some significant martial arts powers. The aide explained that although the enemy clans only had 20 members, their leader was one of the 3 emperors and 5 overlords, as well as a very powerful warrior. This outstanding master who had reached the Huangyong level was called the Thunder King of Lightning Sword. Even the most powerful warriors feared and respected his authority. The aide explained that the powerful warrior might interfere in their affairs if they left things as they were. The need for action was becoming clearer. They asked the hero to remove the man. This assignment presented Mukyan with a serious challenge and required exceptional skill and bravery. The successful completion of the mission was to demonstrate to the world their ability to defeat 3 emperors and 5 rulers. Such a feat could change the balance of power in the martial arts. When the devil cult leader noticed the hero's doubts, he quickly promised to help him by providing support to the 4 experienced warriors. Obviously, he was worried about Mukyan's safety. Surprising everyone, the hero firmly asserted his ability to handle the enemy on his own. Even the experienced warriors were amazed at his courage. Sometime after the conversation, the hero set out on a mission and settled in the forest. Unaware of his presence, a group of 4 passed beyond the river. The girl in the group, after reading the description of the mission, expressed doubt in its feasibility because their target could have long since disappeared. The mission seemed hopeless, despite the promised reward. As they prepared to search, they noticed a campfire burning nearby. They went to the bonfire to inquire about the reason for the search, deciding to ask an unknown person. They hurriedly apologized for their lack of rest and assured the stranger that they had no hostile intentions. Their caution demonstrated experience in dealing with strangers. One of the men explained his desire to ask questions by seeing an attentive listener. The stranger's calm response inspired confidence that he could get the data he needed. Opening the scroll, he reported that they were looking for the man who had massacred Chonilla and inquired about the possibility of meeting him. Although they did not suspect the truth, their target was clearly defined. After removing his cape, the hero smiled and informed that he had never met the person they were looking for. Due to the fact that he had not met himself from the outside, there was some truth in his ironic answer. Soon everyone was gathered around a large table and toasts were exchanged. The warm mood and generous refreshments created the perfect conditions for free conversation. At first, the suspicious man apologized. The first impression was quickly smoothed out by the hospitality and pleasant conversation, creating an atmosphere of mutual trust. The air became warm and relaxed. After noting the pleasantness of his interaction with the hero, he offered to drink more fine alcohol, which the guest had already praised for its superior flavor. Over the course of the evening, the hero cautiously began to ask the group about the man they were looking for. His interest in their story was hidden beneath the usual form of curiosity. This villain had killed a man who was very important. What was surprising to the hero was the persistence of the search over the years, which signaled the importance of the man who was killed. Because the search was long, the interlocutor explained that the murdered man was the leader of a significant organization. The strength of the pursuers and the size of the reward depended on the status of the victim. Because of the catastrophic lack of information about the murderer, he recognized the difficulty of the task. Despite his best efforts, the lack of details made the search almost hopeless. The hero recognized the difficulty of obtaining more information about the case. His deep understanding of the circumstances lent a special irony to the conversation, allowing him to remain invisible to his interlocutors. A groggy member of the group happily patted the hero on the shoulder, advising him not to worry, and informed him that a detailed description of the wanted warrior would be provided. His enthusiasm created an amusing contrast. Despite his comrades bantering about his intoxication, he continued to reveal information. There was a tense moment in the conversation because of his relentless eagerness to share information. He claimed that the wanted man was dressed in black robes, just like the hero. Those present began to feel uneasy over this first coincidence. He was holding a special sword, 70 centimeters long with a hilt of about 30. The tension at the table increased with each new detail of the description. Long hair and a piercing, cold stare were part of the description. As the details were enumerated, it became obvious that Mukyan's appearance was a complete match. Everyone suddenly realized who was in front of them. As their hands reached for their weapons, the master loudly ordered the assistants to freeze, realizing the danger. Not understanding the reason for the order, they looked at the master with anxiety and incomprehension. However, he was firm in his decision. His experience had prompted him to act correctly. Calmly raising his shot glass, the the hero expressed his gratitude for reminding him of recent history. He remained calm, acknowledging that the memories had faded with time. He explained to the gathering that he had no enemies and invited them to return to their seats. His benevolent gesture helped diffuse the tense atmosphere at the table. The hero shrugged indifferently as the master expressed his gratitude for keeping them alive. He paid no attention to their fate, which emphasized the difference in power and status. He explained that while he normally did not spare the men who pointed their weapons at him, sharing a meal together was deserved. This revelation emphasized the nobility of the hero and the danger of the situation. The assistant master observed this, trying to determine the hero's strength. Knowing the vast difference in capabilities, the master felt that their opponent could destroy everyone in an instant. He explained why their soldiers could not stand against such a strong warrior. His straightforwardness helped prevent unwanted conflicts. Thinking back to his usual prudence in business, the master chastised himself for the unforgivable oversight. His self-criticism was a reflection of his professional approach to his work. He assumed that the customer had willfully concealed the true power of the wanted man. Their unpreparedness to face such a dangerous adversary accounted for this assumption. Although the hero was not going to voluntarily surrender, he unexpectedly offered him a chance to win. His offer changed the situation. The interested master learned about the strategy of battling the Thunderbolt King Lightning Sword. The listeners were greatly impressed at the mention of that name. The master's face contorted with surprise and fear when he heard the name. Not understanding the reason for his choice, he excitedly asked again about the Thunder King's power. The hero explained that he didn't know where to go and asked them to guide him, promising that if he was defeated, they could get a reward for his body. His confidence was demonstrated by this offer. After assessing the circumstances, the master agreed to accompany Mukyan with the team. They were interested in the offer because of the lack of risk and possible rewards. The next day, the group set out on a boat trip. The unusual wariness of the hero caught the master's attention and caused him concern. He turned around and tried to understand why the hero was acting this way. Mukyan harshly ordered the pursuers to show themselves instead of providing explanations. Numerous shadows burst out of their hiding places as if they had materialized out of thin air. When this appearance occurred, the team members glanced around to realize how serious the situation was. The four unknown men bowed as their commander explained that they had been sent from the center to help the hero in a critical situation. The commander's concern for Mukyan's safety was demonstrated by their appearance. Looking at them carefully, the hero made it clear that he did not need protection and asked to return. Everyone present could see how confident he was. The warriors regretfully explained that they had not been able to fulfill the request because strict orders demanded that they follow Mukyan unswervingly. They were more devoted to their duty than to wanting to please the hero. After some thought, the hero allowed them to follow the group, but strictly forbade them to do anything without a direct order. With this agreement, it was possible to follow orders and maintain control of the situation. The warriors, grateful for the permission, swore obedience and disappeared. Their appearance was as impressive as their disappearance. Amazed by the warriors' skill and speed, the master's team realized that they were incredibly strong. Such fighters were once again amazed by Mukyan's strength, considering him a master. By evening, the group was sent to a high mountain slope. The natural conditions provided a majestic backdrop for the events to come. The master pointed to the mountain beyond which the residence was located and announced that they were approaching the target. Everyone felt more and more the importance of the moment because of the proximity to the destination. As the hero led his horse in the right direction, he soon saw the grand entrance to the residence. The architecture of the place reflected the status of its owner. The man sat in the residence by an ancient tree and watched in amazement as the important procession approached. Every detail of what was happening he carefully assessed. He affectionately called the assistant "little girl" and asked to invite the guests. His confidence in his abilities was demonstrated by his calm reaction to unexpected guests. He watched the departing assistant and pondered why the visit was unexpected. He knew that such visits were rarely casual. Soon, the master introduced the hero to the Thunder King Lightning Sword House, who was very famous. There was a special tension in the atmosphere as the two outstanding warriors met. After the introduction, the master came out to greet the guests, and he impressed everyone except Mukyan, who was displeased. His appearance left a lasting impression on those gathered. With a smile, the Thunder King asked not to be surprised and cordially invited everyone to enter. The tense atmosphere contrasted with his hospitality. Surprised by the youthfulness of the legendary Thunder King, the hero accepted the invitation. The unexpected discrepancy between the host's appearance and reputation was striking. The general's aides watched his actions and tried to figure out what he had to say. The wary eyes reflected their anxiety about what was about to happen. They couldn't understand his delay and decision to go inside, suggesting a hidden agenda. The lack of quick reactions caused much speculation as to the hero's tactics. A festive table greeted the guests in the spacious hall. The Thunder King and the hero sat next to each other, preparing for an important conversation. In the tradition of hospitality, the host presented the hero with an exclusive tea. Refinement and culture were created by the tea ceremony. The hero's handling of the cup showed that he was ignorant of etiquette. The man noted that the guest came from a village and had not received a courtly upbringing. The hero chuckled at these thoughts as he recognized the rude and unseemly nature of social manners. His simplicity and honesty contrasted with the refined atmosphere. Raising his cup, the host noted Mukyan's unremarkable character. He had gained a deep understanding of human nature through his insight. Although he knew that the real reason for the visit was to get his head, his gaze became wary at the question of his purpose. Special delicacy was required because of the simplicity of the circumstances. When Mukyan explained the actions involved in the Lord's order, he calmly confirmed the assumptions. In such a delicate situation, his honesty deserved respect. Without concern, the Thunder King responded and asked for an opinion on the tea. His calmness in the face of threat showed exceptional composure. Although the hero praised the flavor of the beverage, he preferred strong drinks. He was very honest, which contrasted remarkably with the complexity of the circumstances. The master couldn't take his eyes off the young, blonde-haired master because he couldn't believe his fame. The general perceptions of a great warrior contradicted the Thunder King's appearance. He recalled the methods of retaining youthfulness in a Huang Yun who had reached a high level. It wasn't just personal experience that didn't help one fully accept this abnormal phenomenon. When they saw the calm conversation with no signs of fighting, the master's companions wondered if further presence was necessary. The lack of disagreement brought the payment into question. With the appearance of the exquisite viands, the discontent disappeared. The master apologized for the small treat, explaining that the house was in the woods. After persuading the master to join in so as not to offend the master, the helpers enthusiastically reached for the food. The gravity of the situation contradicted their enthusiasm. The master mentally called the subordinates a pathetic rabble and ordered them to reduce the fervor caused by saliva dripping down the dishes. His irritation was a testament to the gap between their behavior and the circumstances. The host's followers flocked to the garden, calling him father, and inquiring as to the reason for the convocation. Their appearance gave the meeting a whole new meaning. The assassin generals had realized the Thunder King's intention to gather the masters of the Covering clan. Their anxiety about accomplishing the task only increased after this revelation. Their worries increased when they learned of the situation. This turn of events could make the task much more difficult. The presence of many masters added to the problems. The Thunder King, finding the conversation useful for development, invited everyone to listen to him. His approach to the situation made the meeting educational. Although the hero noted that his subordinates were well educated, the master laughed when he learned that only a few were worthy. His honesty in evaluating his students demonstrated high skills. The master was interested in Mukyan's other hobbies besides martial arts. The hero told him that the one thing that touched his soul was music. The host asked with interest if I knew how to play the Korean zither known as the hyungam. As a result of his question, our understanding of the guest expanded. The host decided to show the instrument to demonstrate the guest's musical ability. His enthusiasm changed the course of the meeting. To fulfill the wish, the hero began to play excellent music that amazed everyone. His personality was revealed as a result of his performance. When he finished, he humbly expressed his gratitude for paying attention to the imperfect melody. His humility contrasted with his stunning performance. The host applauded, pointing out flaws in technique, but praising the performance. His appreciation showed that he had a deep understanding of the art. At this point, the master thought about what the sword meant to Mukyan. He was interested in understanding the guest better. Not understanding the purpose of the question, the hero simply replied that a sword was a sword to him. His straightforwardness was in sharp contrast to the philosophical approach of his interlocutor. The host was pleasantly surprised by the answer, because he found his interlocutor sharing the same thoughts. The groundwork for a deeper understanding was laid by this similarity of views. Watching the relaxed conversation with the revered father, everyone present was perplexed. Many questions arose from the strange closeness of the guest and the host. Angry that the guest did not understand the deep conversation, they doubted that he had reached the level of a Huangyong. Their limited abilities prevented them from understanding the essence of what was happening. Late in the evening, the man asked an important question about the right attitude in business, pondering the path of a sword master. More and more, he became interested in the philosophy of mastery. The hero had two answers to the Filakovsky question about the path of a sword master, the best and the worst. The interlocutor's interest was piqued by the first suggestion of forgetting everything, which showed how well the hero understood the essence of the martial arts. Such a task seemed almost impossible for an ordinary person. Since this was an important secret of his unique technique, the passing of which could have serious consequences, the hero decided to keep the second answer a secret. Mukyan refuted the host's assumption that the hero wanted to pass on his knowledge to a future student. He explained that he wanted to improve the technology until he was old and then just walk away, leaving no heirs. The master of the house was greatly surprised by this strange answer, and he asked the hero to at least explain the method. His continued interest in Mukyan's methods was the result of the seasoned fighter's genuine professional curiosity. Seeing no problem in revealing the title, the hero introduced Mu Sankom Bob, the best way to hold a sword. A special atmosphere of mystery and power was created by the simplicity and majesty of the named technique. Although he recognized the majestic-sounding technology, the man wanted to see it used in practice. His professional interests required not only theoretical knowledge, but also proven experience. The hero assured his adversary that he would see the technique soon, which intrigued him even more. His calmness and confidence led to anticipation of the inevitable battle. Deciding to end the talk, the Thunder King rose to his feet and silently announced the start of the long-awaited battle. At this moment, the transition from theory to the actual test of strength took place. Opponents appeared on the large training ground. With nostalgia, the master took his blade out of its sheath and remembered how long it had been since he had had to bear his weapon for a serious fight. When the hero saw his opponent's weapon, he was completely enraptured by its magnificent blade, which radiated the sinister power that characterized elite swords. He quickly appreciated the weapon's exclusivity based on his experience. Mukyan's professional interest led him to inquire about the name of the impressive weapon. With undisguised pride, his opponent introduced his blade as the Greatest King to emphasize its unique status. He admitted that it was initially difficult to accept the true nature of the blade, but said that over time he got used to it and gave it that majestic name. He inquired about his guest's sword in return. Mukyan modestly introduced his sword as Black Soul to emphasize its commonness to the Greatest King. From his words, sincere affection for the loyal companion of long years of traveling resounded. As his opponent grew increasingly anxious, he admitted that he was eager to see them fight together. The interest he took in the abilities of his unusual guest created a special atmosphere for the upcoming match. Calling his son over, he sternly instructed him not to think of revenge in the event of his death, and seriously announced the start of the duel. This admonition emphasized that the upcoming fight between equal masters should be fair. The young man, bowing his head, could only vow to follow his father's will. His respectful demeanor was an indication of great respect for his parents' wisdom at this important moment. Afterward, the master told one of his students that he would like to pass the Greatest King to him in the event of his death. This decision showed how much trust we had in the chosen follower. The young apprentice was embarrassed and frightened by the honor, and he awkwardly looked away, doubting his right to hold such a powerful weapon. He was unsure of himself, which contrasted with the importance of the moment. With an understanding smile, the master explained his choice. Although the young man's skills were lacking, his enthusiasm and lust for life reminded him of his youth. This revelation demonstrated the height of his wisdom. Moreover, he hoped that the disciple could replace himself and become a reliable support for his son. These words expressed a deep concern for the future of the family and the clan. The young man only had to bow deeply and vow to fulfill his teacher's will. His emotional response showed how grateful and devoted he was. Finally, having completed all the preparations, the man turned to the hero, apologized for his tardiness, and offered to begin the long-awaited battle. The formalities were completed, and now the decisive tests could begin. Mukyan announced the start of the Hands of Death technique and quickly adopted a fighting stance. Everyone awaited his readiness for battle. The aura surrounding the hero was so startling to the opponent that he froze in amazement because he had never seen such a use of this technique before. The thought of his opponent's superior ability flashed through his mind. Mukyan calmly explained that he was using the Mangang method from the 4th chapter of the ancient book of martial arts, emphasizing its exceptional effectiveness in defense. His knowledge was confirmed by his in-depth study of ancient texts. Enraptured by what the hero saw, the opponent immediately rushed into battle to personally assess his true strength. His enthusiasm showed that he was truly interested in the abilities of the unusual guest. After the first exchange of blows, it was obvious that Mukyan's defense was incredibly superior. It seemed almost impossible to break through, even for such an experienced master. Nevertheless, the hero remarked with a smile that it shouldn't be too difficult for a swordmaster of such a level, and advised his opponent to use his true strength. Realizing how serious Mukyan's intentions were, the Thunder King plunged his sword into the ground, using the intimidating strategy known as Black Dragon Force. His firmness demonstrated his readiness for a serious fight. At the same moment, a loud explosion rang out, blinding everyone gathered. The technique that was used convincingly demonstrated the real tension between the two masters. Thanks to his exceptional skill and lightning-fast reaction, the hero was able to dodge the deadly attack at the last moment. His abilities once again confirmed the highest level of training. He admitted that he had underestimated the enemy, believing that his Mangang strategy couldn't find a single hole. This made him remember how strong his opponent was. The hero found that the opponent had already approached to use the next technique, Dragon Body Strength, before he could recover from the previous attack. The speed of movement showed skill. Even though he was at a disadvantage, Mukyan was able to dodge by applying the Lordship Sword technique and delivering a dissecting strike that stopped the opponent's attack. He was extremely talented. The Thunder King was deeply astonished that someone was able to resist his powerful technique with the Lordship Sword technique. The astonishment emphasized how unique the hero's abilities were. With each passing second, Mukyan was surprising him more and more, and he decided to use one of his best strategies to see the hero's reaction. The hostility was building up. The blades clashed again, and the onlookers watched their monstrous strength in awe. Every movement demonstrated the superior technique of both fighters. Although the master accompanying the hero had known of their strength from the beginning, only now did he realize its true power. New types of martial arts were revealed to him as he watched the fighters. He couldn't understand how such power could exist, and was very grateful to fate that Mukyan had shown them kindness earlier. He understood the situation. As the battle continued, the Thunder King was immersed in memories of reaching the Huangyong level and the building dragon technique. His long journey of self-improvement was represented by these thoughts. Since reaching the highest mastery, he had not had a worthy opponent to cross blades with him. His soul had suffered greatly from the loneliness at the summit. After meeting a warrior equal to him in strength, he decided to use the Flying Dragon Force strategy to showcase his full strength. He was overjoyed to see a worthy opponent. Although the hero was stunned when the opponent suddenly thrust his sword straight at him, he had a suitable strategy to counter such an unusual action. He found himself well prepared. He tossed the Thunder King's blade aside, fending off the attack with the Sword Lordship energy from the 3rd chapter. He was amazing at utilizing ancient techniques. The man quickly learned the strategy and was amazed that someone was able to learn absolutely all the methods from an ancient book. It seemed to him that this achievement was almost impossible. At this point, the hero used the Tongan method, which means strongly approaching strike, in Chapter 4. His methods showed his deep understanding of martial arts. Not expecting such an unexpected turn in their fight, the opponent was shocked when he found out that Mukyan was going to attack with his bare hands. The development of the fight was unpredictable. The man realized that he had nearly lost his life when a fist strike caused a powerful explosion. The power of the unarmed attack demonstrated the diversity of the hero's combat skills. Hearing the name of the technique, he realized he had to take cover when he managed to bounce back at the last moment. The experience showed the seriousness of the threat. The hero quickly utilized the Dragon Hurricane strategy from Chapter 2, keeping the enemy at bay. His constant attacks showed his desire to completely control the game. Energy filled the air with incredible power, rushing towards the enemy like a magic pillar. Everyone who was there felt the majesty of the battle taking place as a result of this display of power. Dodging the attack, Thundersword felt a strange uneasiness. Until this day, he was completely confident that he knew every master in the Murim world, but that was not the case. He was stunned, struggling against the mysterious stranger. An uncertain smile appeared on his face because the martial arts world surprised him. After another attack, the hero used a strategy resembling a powerful storm, pulling everything into its inexorable maelstrom. The conflict reached a critical point. At the decisive moment, the Thunder King was able to get so close to Mukyan that he released a lightning bolt directly into his face. His tactics posed a deadly threat. However, he made a mistake when the hero suddenly appeared behind him, reapplying the Tongan method. Mukyan was amazingly capable of anticipating and countering attacks. The hero's assumptions were correct. His opponent did indeed possess immense strength. He had successfully repelled all previous attacks despite showing clear signs of exhaustion. Breathing heavily, the Thunder King recognized his good fortune in avoiding fatal wounds. It didn't seem to matter so much to him now. His loyalty to his opponent was growing. Picking up a fallen leaf from the ground, he sincerely admired Mukyan's abilities and expressed his confidence that he could continue the fight. This gesture showed respect for his opponent's skill. He warned of his intention to fight at full strength, attacking at lightning speed. A new level of tension arose because of his determination to show the best of his abilities. Although the attack came unexpectedly, the hero managed to dodge, earning his opponent's sincere praise for his excellent reaction. The respect for his talent was growing. The Thunder King, while continuing to hold the leaf, utilized the striking White Dragon Force strategy after breaking. He demonstrated exceptional skill by utilizing complicated techniques. A ray of lightning reflected off the invisible dome and scattered into many small discharges aimed at the hero. Everyone present was amazed at the beauty of the technique. Mukyan admiringly observed this amazing technique and recognized its perfection. His professional judgment showed that he was well versed in martial arts. Suddenly, the opponent noticed that the hero made no attempt to avoid the attack. It looked like Mukyan was determined to take on the full power of the White Dragon. At the last moment, the hero used the defense strategy from the first chapter, redirecting all attacks to the sky. His defense exceeds his opponent's expectations. Doubting the hero's survival, the observers watched the huge explosion. The size of the destruction suggested a fatal outcome for all the soldiers. When the smoke stopped, everyone saw that the hero remained intact. His exceptional skill seemed almost impossible after such a strong attack. At that moment, the master's son gave his apprentice orders to closely observe his father's methods. His desire to preserve the knowledge was a testament to his understanding of the importance of the moment. When he first saw such ancient and complex methods, he was completely amazed. The duel was better than he had ever seen. The sword technique showed astonishing efficiency while being incredibly difficult to use. One who wielded it could safely be considered a true martial artist. Surprised by the lack of time for this simple action in the battle with Mukyan, the Thunder King walked across the ruined arena and attempted to insert his sword into the scabbard. Not knowing about such a powerful warrior in the martial arts world greatly puzzled him. To these musings, the hero only smiled enigmatically. When they came together again, they displayed new facets of their skills. Each movement deepened their knowledge of martial arts. The Thunder King recalled his last strategy, the ability to attack with his dagger while his opponent's sword held back. This trump card could change the game. He launched an attack using the Black Dragon Force, determined to take advantage. His strategy was to take the opponent by surprise. However, the hero quickly figured out his opponent's plan and stopped the attack using the Wind of Destruction technique. He once again demonstrated his acumen. A furious whirlwind engulfed the opponent, leaving many small but deep wounds. The technique worked better than everyone expected. The man realized that his situation was dire. The technique had caused him physical damage and robbed him of his stance. His weakness became apparent. One precise strike ended the epic battle, demonstrating the hero's strength. The final move was executed with exceptional precision. The Thunder King, having been mortally wounded, knelt down with gratitude in his eyes. His demeanor showed true fortitude. He confessed to Mukyan that he was glad that he had met an opponent of such a level. This sincerity led to a unique spirit of mutual respect between the masters. At the last moment, he wanted to know the hero's real name, but he offered to call himself Lord of Dark Energy. People still don't know who he is. The dying master acknowledged the reluctance to reveal his true name and asked that his students be spared. The hero vowed to fulfill this last request. The man gathered all his strength and instructed his children not to think of revenge until they found 5 masters of his level. Even in the last moments of his life, he showed wisdom. He then turned to his son, hoping he would be a worthy member of the family. His last words were full of concern for the future of the clan. A duel with a Hwangyong-level warrior had given him comfort when he had lost consciousness. His life had been changed by the possibility of such an encounter. When the teacher let out his last breath, the students rushed at the hero, terrified and enraged. Their promise not to retaliate was overshadowed by their emotions. The new master of the house tried to stop the fools who had forgotten their oath to their father. Compared to his comrades, he was more cautious. It was too late. The hero defeated the attackers in one move. His actions were a natural reaction to his teacher violating his last wish. He reminded the survivors of the teacher's request and expressed regret for breaking his promise. His words encouraged people to be reasonable and respect the master's memory. Nevertheless, the disciples, blinded by grief, demanded that the brats not speak up. Their pride and ingratitude left the hero no other option. Mukyan decided to punish the ungrateful disciples. Their actions contradicted all the principles of respect for the teacher. The new head ordered the disciple to take his father's sword and report the incident. He demonstrated strategic thinking in his actions. Seeing the disciple's hesitation, he told him that the opponent was a Hwangyong-level force and advised him to flee. Perhaps the legacy survived because of his understanding of the circumstances. Nevertheless, the hero firmly vowed to catch up and kill the fugitive. He was firm in his decision to leave no witnesses. As the aides pursued the apprentice, an even more violent fight broke out. The conflict continued to escalate, adding new participants. The master's assistants witnessed the methodical slaughter of their opponents. They were the first to see such an effective application of martial methods. With every minute of watching the hero's actions, their tension grew. Their will was limited by their inability to make a decision. It was too fast to think. In such a situation, it was necessary to immediately determine the side of the conflict. The master realized that approaching Mukyan was inevitable, because they were too deeply entangled in what was happening, and any attempt to break free meant certain death. In such a situation, the next step required careful consideration, because the lives of everyone involved depended on this decision. At this time, the hero carefully surveyed the house for any survivors. He moved cautiously from one room to another, listening carefully to every sound, hoping to detect signs of life. Soon he found 2 children hiding from danger in one of the far rooms. A small boy holding a wooden sword in front of him bravely stood between Mukyan and his friend, demanding that he not approach. Despite the obvious difference in strength, his eyes read determination to defend to the last man. After being deeply moved by this scene of the children's display of courage, the hero gently inquired about the children's identities. After a brief conversation, it was revealed that the boy was the grandson of the dead clan leader, which emphasized his protective stance. After learning this, Mukyan warmly expressed his hope for the boy's future and wished him to become a strong warrior like his venerable grandfather. She was a simple maid in the clan house, and he looked at her carefully. At that moment, the accompanying warriors approached. Although Mukyan sincerely apologized for not being able to give out the promised reward, he philosophically remarked that fate could change. Impressed, the warriors apologized for their previous doubts about his strength. There was no time for the hero to apologize when his aides returned, and they were deeply upset at their failure in their pursuit of the escaped boy. The tension in the air was becoming more and more noticeable, and the situation demanded an immediate solution. To contain his anger over the incompetence of the aides sent, the general suggested that everyone leave. The mood had worsened, and it was obvious that continued procrastination could lead to unpleasant consequences. Although the aides were perplexed as to why the grandson and the maid had to live, Mukyan strictly ordered them not to worry about the children. Instead, he advised them to focus on developing their own skills. His tone was impeccable. He then took out some silver bars and handed them to the master, asking him to fulfill his obligation to deliver an important message and fulfill his promise of a reward. It was a testament to his desire to maintain his honor in such a difficult situation. Before leaving, the hero took one last look at the boy and heartily asked him to become a strong warrior, making a promise to meet him in the future. These words carried not only hope, but also some signs for the young warrior. Looking at his assistants, the master was stunned by the rescue of one of the young warriors, which guaranteed the survival of the rest. Although the assistants still didn't understand the significance of what had happened, he felt inwardly relieved. The master calmly explained that in such cases, it was customary to eliminate all witnesses in order to maintain secrecy. However, the escape of one person made killing the others pointless, which actually saved their lives in this dangerous situation. The man thought that they were incredibly lucky to have witnessed the legendary battle and survived. This event had forever changed their vision of the possibilities of martial arts. The escaped boy, panting, reached the clan's shelter and warned his older brother of the impending danger and asked him to prepare for the attack. The usual peace of the shelter was disturbed by his appearance. The newly awakened man didn't realize what was happening at first, trying to figure out what had caused such excitement. As he listened to the excited boy's words, drowsiness gradually gave way to a growing uneasiness. The elder rose quickly when the boy reported the teacher's death, remembering that he hadn't even heard of his mentor's illness. He was shocked when he learned of it, and his face became full of worry. The young apprentice held back tears as he explained the tragic truth of his teacher's death in battle. As he tried to convey the gravity of the situation to his older brother, his voice trembled with excitement and grief. The boy spoke of the mysterious enemy known as the Lord of Dark Energy, an extremely powerful master, when his older brother demanded more information. Every word of his story increased the tension and anxiety in the room. He relayed his last words to the teacher about the joy of fighting a Huangyong-level warrior and the order not to avenge his death. Those words sounded especially heavy in the silence filled with anxiety and disbelief of the room. Although the guy couldn't believe what he was hearing, the terrified student went on to say that this warrior had wiped out everyone who had been at the battle. The situation became more and more disturbing and frightening with every detail of the story. The appearance of a Huangyong-level warrior that they had only known of in legends before required careful preparation. When they realized the magnitude of the threat, they were forced to act quickly and decisively. The eldest realized that his brother was also dead. His interest in the identity of the mysterious enemy, for the sake of fighting whom the teacher had risked his life, excited him. There were more and more questions, but fewer and fewer answers. He asked the boy to sit down and write down all of his father's last instructions and words. It was vital to preserving the legacy and understanding the dead master's last will. When he realized that it was contrary to the master's last will, he ordered the clan members to prepare for revenge. The mentor's last words proved less wise than his sense of duty and thirst for retribution. After completing the mission, Mukhian returned to the Devil Cult, where its founder thanked him heartily for successfully completing the task. Recognition and respect for the merits of the new cult member flourished in the meeting. The founder was curious as to why a fair competition was chosen instead of just killing. It was obvious that he wanted to know why he had made such an unusual decision in such a situation. Mukhian confidently said that the opportunity to fight a master of this level is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He expressed his respect for worthy opponents and his true passion for martial arts. The founder smiled as he recognized that the hero was eager to fight the strongest. Testing the new warrior's resolve, he inquired about Mukhian's willingness to duel with himself. The hero resolutely accepted the challenge to duel, which drew a chuckle from the founder, who praised his courage. This demonstrated Mukhian's bravery and his willingness to take risks to reach new heights. Although it was only an illusion, the next moment the founder felt his head separating from his shoulders. This moment demonstrated the young warrior's true strength and skill in being able to create such realistic visualizations. Everything was in place when he opened his eyes, but what had happened had left a lasting impression. Mukhian's ability to create such a powerful illusion was a testament to his exceptional skill and mastery of his inner energy. The founder was certain that Mukhian had demonstrated this without using weapons, but only his internal energy. Even the most experienced fighters couldn't boast such a level of energy. It caused him to laugh as he recognized that the hero was indeed stupid. Not only was he surprised, but he truly admired the young warrior's courage and skill. The founder realized that such confidence was necessary for someone who had decided to challenge one of the three emperors. He then assessed the hero's ambitions for a possible claim to be the head of the cult. Mukyan bowed respectfully, explaining that he had no such aspirations and that he wanted to continue to improve his martial arts. He admitted that he had doubts about his ability to control large numbers of people. When he saw the hero's desire to dominate the martial arts, the founder was surprised that he couldn't understand his reluctance to create his own school. There seemed to be no such contradiction between modesty and strength. The founder recognized that his own son was vastly inferior to Mukyan in skill, having achieved cult founder status at such a young age. This recognition showed how highly the young warrior's abilities were valued. He could not allow such an outstanding master to remain on the sidelines and offered him the position of deputy cult founder. His strategy and desire to strengthen the cult's position was demonstrated in this decision. After bowing, the hero said he was willing to accept the position if given enough time to perfect his skills. His response demonstrated his dedication and prioritization of the martial arts path. The founder assured him of free time, explaining that he had no direct subordinates other than his personal guards, and that he had no administrative duties. Such conditions satisfied all of Mukyan's desires. Mukyan agreed to the conditions, arguing that the guards should have demonic poison masters. This condition reflected his values and how he chose his allies. The founder agreed and added that a new sword must be made of high-quality steel using the Jinwonjiga method. This requirement emphasized the importance of status and privilege in the new position. The founder spoke inspirationally about the Jinwonjigi method. He explained why these swords are unique and how they are connected to the owner. Such weapons, he believed, would emphasize the status of the new deputy. The founder's last question made Mukyan admit that he only knew chess. While this was a bit disappointing to the founder, it created a new point for the relationship between them to develop. Mukyan realized how important it was to strengthen ties in a new place and decided to play Go. His enthusiasm for learning demonstrated his flexibility of thought and desire to progress beyond martial arts. Watching the young warrior, the founder noticed his true nature as a fighter. His courage was boundless despite his lack of obvious goals. Only a brave man could dare to provoke the cult founder himself. Smiling, the founder promised to learn to play chess in response to the hero's willingness to do so, but admitted that it would take time. As for the future development of their relationship, this exchange of promises was the foundation. Before the chess games began, the founder jokingly informed Mukyan of the conditions for winning at Go and presented him with a fancy Go set. This gift marked the transition to a new phase in their relationship. On this affable note, the conversation was over. When the hero returned home, he thought about his urgent appointment as deputy founder and his new home. Reminiscent of his old home in Luoyang, he became interested in the fate of Seo Hyun and her mother after these memories. Episodes of their interactions came to mind, as well as the events that tied their past destinies together. Suddenly, the image of Yubek's mentor appeared before his eyes as he warmly noted his students' accomplishments and the transience of time. Mukyan was shocked and grateful for this mental encounter. Mukyan happily agreed when Yubek offered to share a bowl of wine with him. This moment reflected an unusual bond between teacher and student, different from the usual relationship between teacher and student. They talked until the wee hours of the morning, and their conversation was full of warm memories and heartfelt laughter. These conversations about the past, present, and future strengthened their spiritual bond. When dawn came, the hero was visited by his new companions, and they humbly apologized for his earlier worries. Their respectful demeanor showed their respect and willingness to serve the new deputy founder. Upon seeing the four aides, Mukyan was surprised to learn that they were his new personal guards. He was very interested in them because their appearance hadn't changed much since the last time they met. Onyong explained with a smile that a special strategy to manage their internal energy resulted in their youthfulness. This information emphasized how unique their abilities were and how deeply they possessed the cult's secret methods. Suddenly, Hansu noticed that Mukyan hadn't said anything about their appearance, and Onyong slapped him on the back. This scene made the hero smile because it showed how unchanging the relationship between the guards was. It was time to determine the name of the deputy's personal guard. Mukyan suggested 4 warriors, and the code names for the noble plants were plum, orchid, chrysanthemum, and bamboo. He let them choose between them. Onyong chose the name orchid, and Masik decided to take bamboo because the other names didn't fit. Their decisions reflected the characteristics and preferences of each warrior. Chuncheon was named Plum, and Huang Su, still recovering from Onyang's blow, was named Chrysanthemum. The deputy founder's new personal defense mechanism was completed with the distribution of names. Huang Su was completely satisfied with the choice of the name Chrysanthemum because he himself had chosen that particular nickname. This coincidence showed that the guards had gotten the code names correctly. At the end of the procedure, the hero warmly greeted the guards and explained the new order of treatment. He also personally trained each one in his martial art. He inspired the team to develop. He encouraged them to diligently improve their skills to prepare for the challenges that awaited in the future. This motivation fostered a spirit of determination and readiness for tough challenges. At night, the assistant founder thought about hiring a new deputy. Mukyan's exemption from the no approaching with weapons rule applicable to others was an explanation for the special treatment of Mukyan. The exemption was simple. The hero did not need to follow this rule because his bravery was a powerful weapon. This recognition showed great respect and trust in Mukyan's abilities. Although the aide recognized that Mukyan could not defeat the lord in battle, he wisely observed that even a thoroughbred horse that disobeys its master is useless. His remarks demonstrated practicality and healthy skepticism. Their conversation quickly turned to games, especially chess and Go, demonstrating the deeper meaning of these ancient strategic pastimes. The discussion showed how important both physical and intellectual development is. The founder excitedly explained his love for Go, saying that the game has a unique philosophy and depth. His enthusiasm demonstrated his seriousness about the intellectual aspects of development. He emphasized how the number of interconnected stones grows as the game progresses, similar to the elements of martial arts. His deep understanding of the relationship between various aspects of life and martial arts was expressed in this metaphor. He believed that the main difference between Go and chess was that the stones did not move until captured by the opponent. This observation showed his ability to see philosophical aspects in the simple rules of the game. Chess, on the other hand, requires constant movement of pieces to achieve victory, which requires a different dynamic and strategy. This comparison emphasized that both games have different methods of achieving a goal. The next day, the hero allowed 4 warriors to practice with him at the same time. This practice was meant to demonstrate the real level of their coordination and combat skills. Although On Yung and Huang Su tried to attack from both sides, the hero quickly noticed their plan. Their strategy was carefully thought out, but it didn't match Mukyang's capabilities. He praised their strategy and then suddenly disappeared from sight, which surprised and angered the attackers. In that moment, it was obvious how much of a difference in skill level there was between him and his subordinates. Despite the carefully calibrated attack distance, the girl didn't know why she missed. It was difficult for her to understand how proficient her new master was. With a slight smile as he watched their amazement, Mukyan explained that the purpose of the fight was to assess their abilities. His calmness showed the confidence of an experienced mentor who knows how best to develop the potential of his students. He noted that Plum was good with the sword, and Bamboo was the strongest of the 4. This assessment was vital in determining the strengths of each player on the team. Orchid impressed with her ability to combine martial arts with poison dagger throwing, while Chrysanthemum demonstrated expertise as an assassin. Their versatile abilities made for a harmonious team. Despite the praise, Mukyan realized that their strength was insufficient for personal defense, which he attributed to his request for a minimum level of demonic energy. As a result of this compromise, more work had to be done on their development. He announced the start of daily 2-hour sessions with each. This plan showed his desire to personally help his subordinates develop. Events then moved to the demonic cult's library, where Mukyan studied a vast amount of materials. His interest in the cult's knowledge showed his thirst for a deep understanding of the new environment. He was increasingly frustrated that despite the number of books, their value was questionable. His critical eye for materials showed his appreciation for knowledge. His frustration grew because even the cult leader's books did not produce the desired result. Finding truly useful knowledge was more difficult than he had originally expected. The martial artist could not use the sorcery techniques described. This discovery showed that the cult's methods did not work in a combat setting. The hero was in trouble and couldn't find a way out. He felt that the existing trials were too easy, which hindered his progress. One of the deputies approached the deputy while he was pondering, and he suddenly recognized Chrysanthemum. Even in moments of deep thoughtfulness, he remained attentive, as in this particular moment. The warrior had arrived for training, but noticing the Lord's uneasiness, he cautiously inquired why he was so worried. The question of the existence of truly insurmountable obstacles became a philosophical question Mukyan asked. Chrysanthemum suggested that the hero try to climb Sibmundisen Peak, but for him it was just a warm-up. His skill did not even require breaking a huge rock. Chrysanthemum proposed an unusual task to find a serious challenge: to count all the needles in the pine forest on the southern slope. This suggestion was related to an ancient tradition of testing concentration and patience. He told of a Shaolin monastery where strong winds punished recalcitrant monks by counting needles in a special pine forest. This legend emphasizes patience and discipline. Huangsu stated that the task was almost impossible for ordinary people because there were actually more than 3,000 pine trees growing there. The seriousness of the task demonstrated its magnitude. An interested character inquired about the fate of the punished monk. Chrysanthemum said that he was unable to complete the count and died in the forest. The story demonstrated the importance and danger of such trials. Mukyan decided to try his hand after realizing that an ordinary person would not be able to complete the task. His decision showed his unquenchable determination to overcome any obstacle. Upon arrival, the hero was shocked by the true size of the forest. Nevertheless, he continued with the task, moving quickly between the trees. His methodology demonstrated how important this research was. After counting 1,375 needles, he realized that not only did he need to have a phenomenal memory, but he also needed to be proficient in the martial art. This realization demonstrated the breadth of true mastery. Disturbing the movements could cause the needles to fall and be counted again. This aspect emphasized the importance of complete control and concentration. As the hero soared above the forest to assess the remaining work, he was overwhelmed by its enormity. In that moment, he fully realized the magnitude of his task. He now knew why the monk was failing and thought about when his martial arts prowess might reach its limit. These ideas reflected his philosophical view of the limits of human capabilities. An excited Chrysanthemum informed him of the blacksmith's desire to meet, interrupting his musings. At this point, the hero was returning from his philosophical musings to his obligations and affairs. Once in the smithy, the hero saw that the master was greatly distressed and bowed down and apologized for his unreasonable expectations. His every movement and word indicated his sincere remorse and deep concern. An intrigued Mukyan asked why he was so desperate. He watched the blacksmith closely, trying to understand why the craftsman, known for his skill, was so worried. The blacksmith admitted that he wanted to make a great sword for the deputy, but thought it was a failure. He asked for permission to make a new blade, which required a second sample of Mukyan's energy. However, the hero explained that the quality of the weapon didn't matter, so he wanted to see the sword already created. His confidence and genuine interest in the master's work created trust. Despite the resistance of the blacksmith, who considered the creation defective, the deputy's order was legitimate and the sword was necessary. With obvious reluctance and embarrassment, the master took out the blade, preparing for criticism. When the hero took the blade, the master was stunned by the sight of the weapon. Mukyan scrutinized the sword, noting every detail of his craftsmanship, trying to understand why the blacksmith was displeased. The blacksmith thought that the combination of good and evil energies in the blade was strange and unacceptable for the demonic cult's superior craftsmanship. It seemed to the master that this contradiction could not be corrected. The hero went to the training ground to test the power of the sword. The blacksmith wanted to follow him because of his hardness and confidence. He used the Jinpachon Wol method to release his inner energy. They demonstrated a deep understanding of the technique and complete control of their abilities through concentration of strength and mastery of the movements. Watching the demonstration, the blacksmith was completely shocked. He realized that the energies of good and evil must oppose each other, making sword-wielding impossible. With each movement of the hero, his amazement grew. When the smoke caused by the blow had cleared away, everyone saw the massive rock flat in two, and the hero noted with satisfaction the excellent quality of the blade. The result had exceeded the expectations of all present. At that moment, the blacksmith realized that he had made a mistake. Mukyan had an exceptional ability to control the energies of good and evil, which made him the only candidate to wield the unusual sword. He completely changed his work after this discovery. Encouraged by this discovery, the master suggested that the hero also buy a pair of daggers to emphasize the sword's features. It was now obvious that he was very happy and proud of his work. The Mukyanbi dagger was part of a set of swords. Combining them could open up new realms for the wielder. Hearing the name of the dagger, the hero smiled because now he and Mukyan were a perfect match. He realized the symbolism of these names. He thanked the blacksmith for his work and went home, but he felt sick even on the way home. His intense senses and experience told him that danger was approaching, which made him more cautious. The presence of 3 unknown energy signatures belonging to experienced masters amazed him. Each energy was unique and displayed superior martial arts prowess. Their energies were clearly not related to the devil cult. This circumstance made the situation even more appealing, and everyone involved felt threatened. The hero thought about the stranger's reasons as he boldly entered the center of the cult territory. Their boldness bordered on recklessness, which was a testament to how dire the situation was. The 2 men and the girl inside the house also sensed the approach and became wary. Their response showed their professional training and readiness for conflict. The hero, determined to play along with his guests, entered the house and received a sword to his throat, demanding silence in exchange for his life. He remained calm, carefully analyzing the situation and the odds of his opponents. Another man confiscated his weapons to stop the resistance. They showed good training and experience in joint operations when they acted clearly and cohesively. The hero studied the strangers and found that they were wounded by the demonic cult's techniques, indicating that they were fugitives. The recent encounter with the cult masters was confirmed by their condition and wounds. The human holding a sword to his throat demanded for a path that would lead him outside of the demonic cult's territory. His voice was a mixture of determination and desperation, typical of people cornered. To play out the circumstances, the hero considered 3 options: immediate destruction, delayed combat, or playing with them. Each alternative had its advantages and disadvantages. He reported that the border was 12 kilometers away when he chose the last option. 1 man was lost, and his comrade began questioning Mukyan's identity. After an unsuccessful fight with a demonic cult, the hero skillfully recounts his exile from a little-known clan. Now he is improving his technique and hopes to return. His story was compelling. The man seemed odd due to the lack of demonic energy in the story, but his appearance and mannerisms indicated his sincerity. The stranger made a decision to trust and asked for help in escaping. Feigning alarm, the hero spoke of the deadly danger of help and asked for a reward for the risk. The fugitives had no suspicion of his acting skills. Thanking the men for their understanding, he decided to help. He was willing to help because of deeper motives than mere compassion. As he approached the group and saw the injuries, he showed his knowledge of treatment by offering to help treat them. It seemed that his concern for the wounded was professional and sincere. The senior asked to examine the anxious student first. His priorities demonstrated his concern for the younger generation. The hero determined the soft demon fist technique by examining the girl's wound. His experience allowed him to accurately determine the type of injuries and how they were inflicted. Fortunately, Hyunmoon's knowledge of the technique saved her from death. As a result of this circumstance, the hero was particularly interested in the girl's identity. Although he was certain that there were no familiar masters in the Hyunmoon technique, he saw a strange recognition in her features. He continued to have that feeling. After the group of fugitives received help, they scattered in gratitude, especially thanks to their companion. The initial animosity contrasted with their sincere gratitude. The hero noticed that the men, unlike the girl, did not possess the Hyunmoon technique. He increasingly doubted the unusual origins of the group because of this oddity. It was difficult to explain the differences in internal energies between members of the same clan. Further study and understanding was needed to resolve this discrepancy. Orchid gave the deputy an important message, interrupting his musings. Her appearance brought a new contribution to the unfolding of events. Slamming the doors shut, the hero asked with an enigmatic smile to buy rice, wine, painkillers, and Haryongma Seokwan. Although his actions seemed strange, they were acting with a purpose. The intrigued Orchid learned that the fugitives belonged to Luoyang's Gateway to Heaven clan. The group's history was revealed thanks to this data. With the joint efforts of the cult and the authorities, 200 disciples were imprisoned, from where some escaped. This story helped them realize where they were now. After looking at the information, the hero asked Onyong where the fugitives' hideout was. He was worried about how it might have affected his position. It turned out that the founder and all the members of the demonic cult knew about it. This required careful planning for future actions. The hero couldn't get rid of the strange feeling regarding the girl despite the limited time. His intuition kept emphasizing how important this meeting was. He asked An Young about the Hyung Moon technique in the Gateway to the Sky clan. It was no coincidence that he was interested in that aspect. He answered in the negative, explaining that their martial art based on sword technique was the opposite. This confirmed the hero's assumptions about the girl's unusual nature. The hero gathered the elements of the mystery, including the Hyunmin technique, the traditional clan, Luoyang County, and the girl named Seo. Each component brought the clue closer. The girl's true identity was suddenly revealed when all the pieces of the puzzle came together. It seemed like too much time had passed before the new meeting. Contacting Orchid via telepathic link, he asked to convey to the founder a personal solution to the fugitive's problem and instructed him to bring an important item. His strategy began to take clear shape. The hero could not leave the girl in distress knowing that his assumptions were correct. His inner duty and sense of responsibility compelled him to act immediately to protect and defend her. Mukyan guided the group to the cliff, indicating a safe path by which to reach freedom within 2 days. He demonstrated a deep understanding of the region and the routes. When the men arrived at the site, he ironically noted that they were not well behaved. The situation became more and more exciting, and eventually it was revealed what the hero's true goals were. When the hero called out to Orchid, everyone felt a sudden change in his energy. This moment was a turning point in the progression of events, revealing the true power of the deputy. He quickly explained to the fugitives that he didn't want to hurt them. He sounded convincing and sincere. Mukyan apologized for the small gift, and Orchid gave the girl a beautiful box. This gesture was very important. He then handed the men pouches of silver coins to spend on their journey. His generosity was evidence of a sincere desire to help the fugitives. The girl did not understand the significance of the gift and regarded it warily. Surprised by her forgetfulness, the hero expressed his joy at seeing her and asked her to take care of herself. When he disappeared, she opened the box and discovered a pendant and expensive earrings. Her memories were triggered by this jewelry. Her memories from her childhood when she used to go to the market with her uncle and ask to buy beautiful jewelry overwhelmed her. Suddenly the past became real and clear. Her uncle had gently refused, explaining that she was too young but had promised to give her even prettier jewelry when she grew up. Her memory retained this promise as a sign of hope. Years later, that promise was fulfilled to demonstrate his commitment to his word and unchanged feelings. That moment when you received the gift was the bridge between our past and present. She couldn't believe that she saw her uncle from her childhood, looking sadly after her disappeared benefactor. Her feelings were overwhelming, mixing the joy of discovery and the bitterness of parting. Surprised by her joining the Gateway to Heaven clan, the hero later spoke of the girl as an adopted daughter during a walk with An Young. During this conversation, they learned new details about their relationship. Marveling at the quirk of fate that had brought them to this meeting, he had never wanted her to pursue martial arts. His concern for her future was obvious. Upon his return, the hero met an excited Chrysanthemum, who learned that the cult founder wanted to see him. With each passing moment, the atmosphere grew more tense. Despite the cult leader's impatience, Mukyan made his way towards him. His calmness contrasted with the complexity of the circumstances. As he arranged the pieces for the go, the founder thought of how even the best pawn was useless if it could not fulfill its role. His view of the situation was expressed in this metaphor. When the hero entered the chambers, he sensed the terrifying power and presence of the other martial artists of the cult. His premonition was confirmed. Azure Poison Emperor, Deputy Nengbin Yu, Elder Samu Yun, and Hian Mo Sang with a purple smile were among the famous people who were present. In addition, demonic flute player Han Chulong and lone wanderer Zhang Long were also present. The gathering of the cult's top people emphasized the seriousness of the circumstances. The hero was asked to justify himself to the great dark demon emperor. His tone did not foreshadow an easy solution to the problem. After bowing respectfully and beginning his explanation, the hero gained a deeper understanding of the founder's simple question. His true reason for his displeasure was prompted by his intuition. Obviously, the founder wanted to show the hero that he could not make decisions on his own. This lesson was necessary for future relationships. After realizing the nature of the grievance, the hero asked about the possibility of releasing the captives and reaching a peace agreement with the worshippers of the deity's land. The question he asked was bold and unexpected. Although the deputy called for calm, Crimson Elder barely contained his rage. The tension in the room had reached a critical level. The founder coldly suggested the option of exterminating 2,000 novices by a few masters. His words demonstrated his firm belief in the superiority of the cult. Although the hero calmly explained the bond with his adopted daughter, the founder felt that a prior agreement was necessary. The conflict of principles was obvious. The founder was contemptuous of caring for a 10-year-old girl. He did not understand what it meant to be attached to an unrelated person. The hero could not accept comparing her to a stranger. His values and emotions hadn't changed. The last time the founder asked if he was willing to submit to authority. A final decision was needed for this question. The hero responded firmly to the question about his unchanged attitude toward his adopted daughter and his willingness to apologize for saving her. His point of view remained firm. The hero's stubbornness became apparent to the founder. This realization shaped future events. The hero expressed his gratitude for his generosity, and the founder instructed the elder to investigate the matter, leaving the deputy cultist in charge. Standards had been met. The founder was overwhelmed by Mukyan's sense of justice. His conception of the ideal subordinate did not match this quality. His expectations of an obedient performer were not fulfilled. Reality demanded that the attitude of the new deputy be revisited. Watching the departing Mukyan, he realized that he had to solve the problem himself to avoid foolish actions. When the deputies learned of the hero's condition, they were rushed to Nanyang to protect the adopted daughter. Time demanded action. He ordered to gather information about the deity's land cult, emphasizing the importance of speed. A plan began to take shape. He announced his arrival in Nanyang in a month, and gave his aides the same amount of time to fulfill their duties. They disappeared at once. The sword of mighty power, the divine earth cultist, became the hero's new target. His figure became vital. Aides described him as a man with a muscular body 2 meters long. The physical characteristics of his opponent were striking. He was distinguished by his loyalty to his word and honor as a warrior. Even his opponents appreciated these traits. He attributed his hatred for the demonic cult to the fact that his father had died in battle with their master. Life was defined by personal tragedy. The hero saw that their anxiety was causing them to fear outside reinforcements. The aide confirmed this by pointing out the 20 masters of the Justice faction captain. When he saw how knowledgeable the elder was, he modestly noted the fulfillment of his information-gathering duties. His competence was obvious. The hero agreed but doubted the accuracy. The elder had seriously offered his life if anything went wrong. The man felt tension over the hero's habitual gesture with his sword, but the apology explained the long-standing habit. The tension was skillfully removed. He remembered his teacher's advice about instilling fear, using intelligence rather than force to stop betrayal. That lesson was still relevant. The hero asked about the possibility of a peace agreement with Jin Yang, and assured that he would not use his sword against such elders. His strong desire for a peaceful solution remained. The elder explained how difficult it was to realize the hero's dreams. When the Justice faction attacked the demonic cult, the Earth cult would be forced to submit. Be that as it may, he allowed that there was no hostility on their part. The hero took the hint and relied on the elder's diplomatic skills. He could successfully resolve a dispute if he understood the situation well and could read between the lines. After 10 days, the cult sent 20 additional fighters to the region. This reinforcement showed firmness of intent and readiness for any development. Mukyan was learning to play the zither from Sol Yakbyon, the beauty of sound. She was known for using sound waves of qi to kill enemies. Over time, the sensual beauty became known as the beauty of sound. Sol Yakbyon, who was known for her passionate nature, did not hide the fact that she had love interests. Her squad consisted of 20 experienced fighters. Instead of the expected time, the journey to the Divine Land cult took 20 days due to the skill of the squad. Upon arrival, the hero encountered aides who were gathering data on the cult leader. The cult leader was known for his honesty and fidelity to his word, never deviating from helping those in need. He was considered a decent man in general, and his only flaw was his penchant for love affairs. One warrior noted with a chuckle that the leader's beautiful female companions always surrounded him, which was typical of members of the Justice faction. His remark lent humanity to the leader's portrait. The young woman reported to the deputy cult founder about the plans for the peace agreement. It was clear to everyone present that he was determined to accomplish this goal. Mukyan decided to explore the residence he had purchased for his adopted daughter and her mother. He made this decision to demonstrate his unrelenting concern for his loved ones. The girl's mother lived in a small house near the lands belonging to the Divine Earth cult. Appreciating her nobility and modesty, the head of the cult offered her patronage. The woman declined the offer of patronage and marriage. Considering the possibility of a well-to-do life, this seemed unreasonable to Mukyan. In his musings, the hero noticed a small boy carrying a wooden sword who asked him to explain that there was a cult of the Divine Earth at this place. His plans were disrupted by this unexpected encounter. Mistaking Mukyan for a spy, the young guard showed adult seriousness. The demeanor he saw brought a smile and respect for such single-mindedness. The hero noticed an unusual manner of speech and good poise as he observed the child. These details demonstrated the boy's careful training and education. The boy was probably the son of a high-ranking member of a Divine Earth cult, as indicated by the skillfully crafted wooden sword. The toy reflected the status of the family. Tired of being bored, Mukyan was glad to see him. The boy, who thought the hero was an impudent man, was infuriated by his condescending tone. The setting foreshadowed a dynamic development. Calmly noticing the boy's insolence, the hero feignedly reported the order to capture the representative of the Divine Earth cult. His playful approach to the circumstances only heightened the tension. The duel began, but Mukyan held back the force, noting the child's potential. His close attention to the details of the boy's technique demonstrated his mentor's professional interest. The boy managed to elicit premature cheers as he guided the wooden sword into his opponent's body. The child was ecstatic at the perceived victory in that moment. Realizing that the blow could be dangerous, Mukyan gently applied pressure to the boy's pain points, stopping his movement. His actions were objective and controlled, causing no real harm. After he threw the punch, the little warrior resented the unfair technique. Mukyan gave an explanation of dishonesty in real combat. This lesson contained important information about martial arts. Although the boy had no inner chi, the hero noted that he had mastered the basic techniques. His professional eye saw the potential that a master could have in the future. Leaving it to Mukyan to decide the fate of the young member of the Divine Earth cult, the young apprentice was bold. The situation demanded reconsideration. After making his decision, the hero brought the boy to the diner and explained his temporary paralysis, offering to share his dinner. He smiled as he spoke of his ability to control 100 such soldiers. The boy resolutely refused the food offered by such a man. Even the small details of his character demonstrated his firmness. Asking about the certainty of his decision and hinting at the possibility of force-feeding, Mukyan grinned slyly. He combined hardness and softness. Assessing the circumstances, the boy began to eat, realizing the benefits of preserving his dignity and the promise of a free return. His decision demonstrated the development of reason. After dinner, Mukyan thanked the young warrior for inviting him and entertaining him. The tension that had previously arisen was lessened by the gratitude. The boy, running, vowed to meet again. With a smile wishing him a good journey, Mukyan returned to his main objective. This episode had improved his mission. While waiting for their shift change, the 2 sentries of the divine cult served. Their entire focus was on performing their usual duties. Suddenly they saw warriors approaching, accompanied by a gray-haired elder who politely asked to summon the cult founder. The usual duty routine was disrupted by his appearance. The sentries watched the strangers with apprehension, who looked as if they had appeared out of thin air. When they learned of the alien's unusual abilities, their anxiety grew. There was no need to inform the founder as he was nearby. The presence changed the course of events. The founder introduced himself, and the dark aura gave away the anticipation of their arrival. He refused to speak to people who lacked integrity and demanded an explanation. Surprised by this response, the elder recalled the fate of the captive novices. Although he spoke politely, his innuendo clearly contained a threat. The founder was not surprised by the demonic cult's attempt to use threats. He had expected such a thing from these people. His prejudice grew from his past. The beautiful woman stepped in and offered to listen to the offer before refusing. Her appearance added calm to the tense atmosphere. She introduced herself as a member of the demonic cult and explained that peace talks were necessary. Her determination to listen to the offer was convincing. The founder reluctantly agreed, allowing only official representatives in, as the situation was desperate. His decision was a compromise between necessity and principle. The three envoys appeared before the leader of the Justice faction and the cult founder. Their appearance created a sense of importance. The leader felt awkward because he didn't know what was going on. His presence at official events was beyond him. An old man with a dark blue aura, a 13th-rank dried blood demon, caught the leader's attention. The impact of the meeting was only growing as a result of this discovery. It seemed that the presence of the crass of sound and the demon was enough to destroy the cult, making the peaceful intentions unclear. This situation required careful consideration. The leader bluntly asked the elder who he was at his core, a demon of dried blood. His question demonstrated a desire to clarify the situation. The elder was genuinely interested in the reasons for curiosity when he asked the question. What was happening was becoming even more confusing because of his answer. The man admitted surprise at the presence of such a person and remarked that the old man's character bothered him. The conversation took an unexpected turn because of his candor. The demon coldly pointed out that a more senior person was present. There was a very important hint in that remark. The man who realized Mukyan's status above the 13th rank looked frightened. His view of circumstances had completely changed as a result of this discovery. Surprised by Mukyan's lack of demonic energy, he assumed an encounter with a wise elder. The overall picture became even more complicated because of this mystery. The girl entered the conversation, explaining that the purpose of the visit was to negotiate and presented documents containing the terms of the agreement. Her experience and businesslike approach facilitated the constructive conversation necessary for a successful negotiation. The man was shocked at the possibility of such an agreement. Someone nearby warned the founder of the potential subterfuge, suspecting that the negotiations were a ploy to take over the cult. His fears stemmed from his past. A wave of sinister energy emanating from the girl interrupted his words. This show of force clearly showed how serious they were about their intentions and how willing they were to fight for their position by any means possible. Looking sternly at the man, the girl emphasized the difference between an earth cult and a demonic cult. Cult founder Jin Yang had to solve problems on his own, without the help of a leader. Her tone was impeccable. In addition, she ensured the safe return of each prisoner according to the terms. This guarantee was an important component of the negotiations, showing the benevolence of the demonic cult. The man was surprised to see that the demonic cult had no special advantages. The terms seemed unexpectedly fair, raising some doubts about their true goals. Sensing the confusion, Sol Jakbion reassured him, informing him that the terms had been approved by their founder. Her calmness and confidence helped build trust. She explained that while the demonic cult trusted Jin Young, the actions of his subordinates raised concerns, and they sought transparency in the negotiations. Reasonable caution was demonstrated in this explanation. Sol Jakbion then recalled the first attack on the secret base of the Divine Earth cult. This reminder was the basis for the current negotiations. Explaining that the base had been recognized as a hideout for mountain brigands, the man admitted his mistake. Only 3 of those dispatched had claimed to be affiliated with the demonic cult. Although her words contained a warning of serious consequences, Sol Jakbion calmly assured that she had no desire for enmity with the Divine Earth cult. Her diplomatic actions combined firmness and gentleness. If the proposal was rejected, she warned of forcing the complete destruction of the Divine Earth cult. As a final warning, the council carefully considered the decision. The man demanded compliance with the terms of the treaty and assurances of the novice's return. His concern for the safety of the disciples demonstrated how important a leader was. Once assured, he vowed not to participate in the demonic cult. This deal allowed both cults to coexist peacefully. Although he was puzzled by the young, high-ranking man's lack of demonic energy, there was nothing he could do. The step necessary to preserve the cult was to accept the terms. The old man praised the deputy for negotiating well. The hero expressed his gratitude for the reasonable decision and emphasized how important it was to prevent unnecessary bloodshed. The founder wasn't sure how the deputy founder of the cult could destroy thousands of masters. For someone so young, his strength seemed incredible. When the leader found out about the demonic cult deputy, he immediately informed the Justice faction. To reach the Boundless Realm level, one had to prepare well. The hero suddenly appeared in an invisible presence and offered a treat for showing up. His ability to sense that someone was near him was evidence of a high level of skill. Although the hidden boy was surprised by the discovery, he decided not to give in and remembered the previous encounter. His stubbornness was evidence of a strong character. When he discovered that the boy was his grandson, the founder was stunned. This discovery increased the complexity of the circumstances and demanded close attention to what was happening. When the child saw his grandfather's reaction, he expected Mukyan's punishment because he knew how his grandfather treated such people. His outrage was untimely. Suddenly, the hero was behind the boy's back and started laughing at the murderous words. His actions showed that he was in complete control of the situation. The founder was startled by the child's loud scream. His emotional reaction demonstrated the depth of his love for his grandson and concern for his safety. In exchange for his release, Mukyan offered the boy an apology for his bad words. He combined severity with an opportunity to correct the problems. The boy firmly demanded release without apologizing and calling the hero a villain. His persistence showed strength of character. Mukyan decided to teach stubbornness by pushing on his back. Although it seemed cruel, the action had a deep teaching meaning. Recalling his kinship with the boy, the blood from the wound made the founder angrily demand for it to stop. As a protective relative, his reaction was natural. Sol Jakbion and the elder prevented them and demanded they remain where they were. Their action prevented the conflict from escalating. The hero suggested that the boy scream under threat of broken bones. This provocation was part of a deeper plan. Mukyan began to carry out the threats as the boy demonstrated unchildlike firmness. The ordeal demonstrated the young soldier's true potential. Not realizing the cruelty after the peace agreement, the founder watched his grandson's torment. He was confused because he did not understand Mukyan's true intentions. As a cult founder unable to protect his grandson, Jin Young realized that it was impossible to remain passive. This moment became a test of his leadership abilities. He asked Sol Yakbyong to explain how long the bullying of the screaming boy had gone on. Half an hour of screaming seemed futile and cruel. The girl stopped and asked him to wait a few minutes. Her calmness emphasized the hidden importance of what was happening. The hero thanked the boy for his persistence and explained how to continue channeling inner energy for meditation. This exposure demonstrated the true motivation behind his actions. Jin Young realized that the child was not experiencing actual suffering. With this revelation, his perception of his circumstances completely changed. The hero told the boy about an effective way to develop a free spirit that protects the mind from destruction. This gift came unexpectedly after the ordeal. Through this technique, one could accumulate inner strength, which was the first step towards the spiritual realm. Its effect on the boy's development was immense. Sol Jakbion explained to Jin Yang the method of changing bones and muscles to prepare the boy's body. Her explanation showed how complicated the process was. Many adults endured unbearable pain from the process, and outside interference could harm the child. This explained why it was important to preserve the Jinjang. The girl calmly stated that it was a gift in gratitude for the successful negotiation. Her words gave the ordeal new meaning. The next time they met, the hero expressed his hope in the boy's impressive skills. His faith in the young apprentice's potential was demonstrated by his expectations. After completing the mission, the hero was to return to the demonic cult. His business strategy demonstrated competence. Noticing the leader's confusion, Sol Jakbion explained why the grandson was being honored. Her explanation elevated the importance of what had happened. She smiled, noting that even in demonic cults, such a blessing was rare. The analogy emphasized the exceptional nature of the gift. After she vanished into thin air, she congratulated Jin Young and reminded him of his promise to return the novices. Her disappearance was a convincing conclusion to the meeting. Their departure was stunning for all three of them. The moment left a deep impression on those present, emphasizing the singularity of what was happening. Having heard about Beauty of Sound's bad fame, Jin Young was convinced that the rumors were true. The girl's reputation was confirmed by his observations. In the forest, the hero suddenly asked the others to go on without him. This decision emphasized his own plans and added intrigue to the conclusion of the meeting. Trying to understand Mukyan's intentions, Sol Jakbion recalled the founder's order to return immediately with a report. However, he calmly explained that he had unfinished business to complete. He told Plum and Chrysanthemum to return to the main base. His orders were clear and left no room for argument. He turned to Mr. Oak Guanpai and asked Sol Yakbion for temporary assistance. Although his request was unexpected, it was a confident one. Instead of waiting for a response, the hero threw the surprised girl on his shoulder and told her that she should finish her zither lessons. he asked for a return after the business was completed. Rushing away, they left the old man to exhort Mukyan and appeal to the deputy founder of the cult. His appeals went unanswered. The old man sighed and shook his head disappointedly, realizing that he had to return after seeing that the appeals were futile. His reaction demonstrated that he understood the inevitability of what was happening. Throughout the journey, Soljakbion had quietly inquired about the hero's plans and urgent matters. Given the strangeness of the circumstances, her interest was natural. Mukyan explained with a smile his intention to collect debts from the Mountain and Celestial Sun cult. His serious intentions contrasted with his light-hearted tone. He resented the valuation of 40 silver coins and recalled their bounty on his head. It seemed to him that such a low price represented a personal insult that demanded a response. Soljakbion tried to convince him that attacking with the main force was reasonable because the job was dangerous for one man. Common sense was the basis of her concern. Asked not to worry, the hero smiled and stated that his strength was enough to destroy these cultists. His confidence was based on an objective assessment of his powers and the experience he already had. At the residence, the cult leader thanked the assistant for the documents and offered to stay the night. Even in the minutiae of daily life, his concern for his subordinates was evident. The man ordered everyone to draw their pistols when a sudden violent explosion ripped open the door. Suddenly, the peaceful evening was replaced by combat readiness. Mukyan appeared in puffs of dust with a naked sword and a fierce gaze demanding a return of the favor. His appearance was as impressive as it was intimidating. The founder of the mountain cult and the warriors, angered by the stranger's audacity, rushed into action. Although their reaction was obvious, it was fatally flawed. Soon, both attackers were dead, while the assistant tried to wake up the frozen founder. The speed of the violent actions showed a significant difference in strength. Surprised at the man's obliviousness to the man who had received the award, the hero smiled. His irony emphasized the absurdity of the circumstances surrounding the hunt for his head. The founder was illuminated by the warrior who had defeated the emperor of the Divine Thunder mission and killed 5 soldiers. As a result of this realization, his view of the circumstances changed completely. Unaware of his opponent's strength, the warrior attacked Mukyan as he indignantly raised his sword at the founder. It appeared that his devotion had surpassed his instinct for self-preservation. Dodging easily, the hero praised his attacker for his skill and suggested they introduce themselves. His nervousness contrasted with his calmness. The warrior had been appointed deputy founder of the Golden Dragon cult to ensure the founder's safety. His introduction showed confidence and high status. Mukyan said that there was no conflict with the Golden Dragon cult because he didn't want new enemies. The ability to think strategically was demonstrated by his logical approach. The deputy responded with a slashing moonblade technique after realizing the words as an insult. He lost the ability to soberly assess his opponent due to his anger. When the hero noticed that bragging did not match skill, he slashed his opponent's belly with lightning speed. His actions were not only swift but also instructive. The cult founder realized that Mukyan was above the boundless realm, so resistance was futile. Decisions were necessary in response to this realization. He ordered the warriors and the wounded deputy to leave the place. Even at the critical moment, he showed concern for his subordinates. The hero assumed the man had a desire to fight in person. Although he thought the founder's actions were reasonable, he was wrong. After defeating the emperor with his sword, the man recognized that resistance was futile. His sober assessment of the situation was wise. He turned to his servants and appointed a successor and forbade avenging his death. These orders showed that he was responsible for the future of the cult. He recalled the fate of the emperor's novices in the form of the heavenly thunder sword to warn against repeating the same. Until the last moment, he remained attentive to his followers. After sparing the novices, the man asked to take his life. Such devotion commanded respect even from his enemies. Mukyan set his weapon aside, noting the rarity of such nobility, marveling at the resemblance to the storm sword warrior. His decision showed an ability to appreciate valuable qualities. The surprised founder inquired about the hero's intention to simply leave. Given his opponent's reputation, he was naturally perplexed. Mukyan calmly explained why it was necessary to visit the Celestial Sun cult. His single-minded determination did not allow for compromise. The founder pleaded, asked to stop, and apologized to the worshippers of the Celestial Sun cult. However, Mukyan's gaze was furious over those words. The hero was curious about the reason why the founder was willing to protect others. His curiosity was an expression of wanting to know what motivated the enemy. In the end, the hero disappeared, leaving the founder shocked at his survivability. His vision of the limits of what was possible was forever changed by this encounter. The deputy who had been wounded was trying to figure out how the founder had gotten involved with this monster. He asked a question that reflected a general lack of understanding of what had happened. The incredible luck of surviving led to the founder's admission of guilt. His humility was evidence of a wise acceptance of reality. Confident of Mukyan's historical significance as the second master of the Bottomless Realm, he was stunned by the first evidence of the Order of the Sword. A new martial arts legend appeared in history. The hero was given a probationary period after releasing his novices and demonstrating his strength in the mountain cult. The decision was to choose between punishment and recognizing his worth. He devoted much of his time on probation to monotonously counting needles, mostly in the forest. This work required a tremendous amount of attention and patience. After counting the number of needles on 3,000 pine trees, Mukyan decided to act. His patience was rewarded with a desire to go further. He asked the founder of the demonic cult for permission to study the divine wisdom in the north. His goals went beyond the usual goals. Doubting the sufficiency of the hero's skills, the man severely restricted access to knowledge at the level of the supreme founder. Rules and traditions were the basis of his refusal. Bowing down, Mukyan continued to hope for the founder's generosity. His firmness demonstrated his firm intentions. The founder wondered about the reason for the hero's stubbornness, noticing the hero's sufficient strength without this art. His inability to understand demonstrated the difference in his views. The hero explained why he wanted to become a martial artist. His answer demonstrated a deep understanding of the warrior's path. He sought to transcend boundaries and approach perfection by reaching the boundless demonic realm. This goal reflected his unquenchable desire to evolve. Probation and the cult's rules requiring the murder of the founder to access the treatise were two obstacles. Over the centuries, cult and tradition had created an insurmountable barrier to the hero's quest to learn something new. The look of the humble hero alerted the founder. The ostensible calmness reflected the tension of a predator ready to attack. The experienced cult leader easily identified these minor signs. The founder realized that Mukyan's impatience might have triggered the attack. During his years of cult leadership, he had learned to recognize such moments when desires become more dangerous than outright hostility. The founder asked if he was willing to risk everything to improve the martial arts. The answer to that question was necessary because the future of their relationship and the ability to access the cult's secret knowledge depended on it. Because they were determined, the founder allowed the students to study the treatise in the study room without the right to pass on the knowledge. Through this agreement, the cult's customs could be preserved and the hero's desire for development could be satisfied. To show his gratitude, the founder scheduled a meeting for the next day. The observance of formal rules laid the foundation for further cooperation and mutual trust. Mukyan studied the sacred knowledge of the northern heavens in the library. He recalled Mr. Yu Bei's wise advice about learning the Bohai language. His prior training was currently useless. The book contained the instructions of the first master who had reached the boundless realm of the Justice faction. Every page of the ancient manuscript held the secrets of supreme perfection and mastery. The teachings were complex due to the spiritual elements being more important than the technical ones. When Mukyan reached the spiritual level of the author, he hoped to find the path to the realm of life and death by integrating everything he knew. The next morning, the founder gave the hero a new task. His willingness to undertake any task was a testament to his professionalism and dedication to his chosen path of service to the cult. In Sichuan, the conflict with the Tang family had escalated from dispute to violence, threatening a deep conflict between factions. Such a situation required immediate intervention and a diplomatic solution. The 5 great families, 9 cults, and the Muram alliance maintained a conflict that could be devastating to the entire martial arts world. The first priority was to prevent a full-scale war. Despite doubts due to the probationary period, the founder had faith in the hero's diplomatic abilities. Recent successes in negotiations with the Divine Earth cult gave hope that the conflict could be resolved peacefully. Given the founder's special favor and the hope of returning the favor, the probationary period was lifted. The entire cult demonstrated their confidence and the importance of the upcoming mission through this gesture. Hero ironically inquired if there were no other more suitable candidates, including the lazy elder Hian Mo Sang. He was perceptive, which allowed him to consider the hidden reasons behind the job. The founder took tough action if negotiations failed, arguing that Mukyan was the perfect fit. The choice of the performer was based not only on diplomacy, but also on fighting prowess. The hero was hired into the developing demon squad after realizing the true reason for the assignment. The seriousness of the mission and the founder's trust was demonstrated by the amount of resources allocated. 4 warriors were assembled by Mukyan for a reconnaissance trip to the Tang family. In order for the negotiations to be successful, careful preparation and information had to be obtained. At the secret base, the Eastern Thunder Squad was ordered to remain combat-ready along with the Tearing Demon Squad. Strategic planning took into account all possible scenarios. The warriors immediately went to carry out the orders, showing complete obedience and loyalty. Their performance was the key to the Lord's success. When he was left alone, the hero decided to devote time to himself, relinquishing the duties and responsibilities associated with him. This time of solitude allowed me to gather my thoughts before an important mission. To fulfill simple human needs, he quickly traveled into the forest in search of an inn. Before serious battles, even outstanding warriors require sleep and food. Finding a place among the rocks, he decided to spend the night before the mission. Even such simple decisions demonstrated his practical approach to business. The host of the crowded inn lied about the lack of seating. His blatant lie contrasted with the empty tables that were scrutinized. Meeting the empty tables, the hero insisted on a quick lunch. Unexpected resistance from those present met his calm insistence. Displaying typical behavior of local bullies, the Riddler threatened to break bones if anyone refused to leave. His rudeness was a common method of settling disputes in such places. Mukyan, provoking the aggressor with his nonchalant demeanor, calmly inquired about the consequences of refusal. The difference in strength boosted his confidence. He demonstrated his superiority in martial arts by throwing out the attacker in a single movement. His skill remained undeniable through the efficiency of his actions. His repeated appeal to his master's desire for a quiet meal was a testament to the hero's courtesy and patience. Despite the provocations, his intentions remained peaceful. The young commander ordered her warriors to capture the hero, displaying her strength and habit of unquestioning obedience. Her appearance marked the beginning of a new phase of events. Mukyan was very surprised by the youthfulness of the leader of the thugs, because he had not expected to meet such an unusual opponent. The situation was becoming more and more exciting. He changed the balance of power by taking the girl hostage with lightning speed and put his blade to her face. His actions were precise and effective, making it impossible for his opponents to counter. Due to his failure to respond to polite requests, he demanded that the aides remain in place under threat of their mistress's death. He was in complete control of the situation. The red-haired captive suddenly calmed down, appreciating the quality of the knife. Her fearlessness in a dangerous environment testified to an uncommon character. The hero showed a knife called a mukyan, which is usually used for cooking. The situation became even more ironic because of this moment, which emphasized his unusual way of dealing with conflicts. After hinting at the possibility of revenge, the captive doubted his chances of surviving such audacity. Her threats were convincing, but they showed that she did not know her opponent's true strength. He displayed a deep understanding of the laws of force and power, using his grip to explain the complexity of the world's structure. The words he spoke taught the confident captive a hidden lesson. Mistress tried to rid herself of the unexpected substance in her mouth, offering to spare her life for a plea. Her efforts to maintain control failed. The explanation about the pill of blooming pleasure showed how thoroughly the hero had prepared for every situation. His plan took into account every possible scenario. His unusual sense of humor was evident in his advice to choose a worthy partner and his vow to disappear before his feelings returned. He continued to communicate in a special way even under these circumstances. The hero showed foresight in seizing a second sister to protect himself. He made this decision out of practicality. The warning that the girl would lose her meridians during the chase was a good stopping tool. The threat was clear and convincing. The mistress disregarded the warning and ordered the search for the offending girl to begin. Her stubbornness and pride trumped her sister's reason and care. The captive's bewilderment was aroused by the questioning of her name when the evening conversation in the forest began. The tension of the setting contrasted with the informal conversation. The girl introduced herself as Oka Ryun, demonstrating a reasonable approach to the situation under the threat of taking the pill. Although she made a decision, it was a reasonable one. The hero's insight was demonstrated by a correct guess about the name's connection to being born in a downpour. The interlocutor was impressed by his ability to grasp hidden meanings. His powers of observation were demonstrated by a remark about the dissimilarity of the sisters and an assumption about the depravity of the older sister's character. The accuracy of his judgment depended on his many life experiences. In defense of her sister, Ryung attributed her arrogance to the fact that she was invincible against suitors. Even in a difficult hostage situation, her devotion to her family was evident. Mukyan questioned the true swordsmanship, noting the significant difference between friendly duels and mortal combat. His remarks were based on experience in actual combat. He created a relaxed atmosphere despite the circumstances, recognizing the sisters' ages and noting the ease of communication. His fighting and social skills were equally impressive. The company's offer of a trip and a request not to try to escape opened a new chapter in their interaction. Both sisters' fates changed in that moment. With irony, Ryun noticed that the kidnapper was now asking for her opinion, even though she was already doubting her ability to escape from the martial arts master. She found out they were heading to his friend's house when she tried to find out their destination. The girl thought she had been kidnapped just for this visit, but after seeing the hero's obvious reluctance to go there, she realized. Mukyan made the decision to ask for a favor after appreciating her intelligence. Mukyan looked at the girl's worried face and started explaining the situation. His friend was from a rich family and had recently faced a lot of trouble. What started as a simple fight between servants of different families had turned into a real confrontation. Now martial arts masters were involved in the conflict, and the friend asked Mukyan to help between the warring parties. With annoyance, the hero admitted that he would simply kidnap the opposing family for a quick resolution of the conflict. Listening intently, Ryun rightly observed that such a decision would only worsen the situation. The girl tried to understand the problem by offering compensation to both sides. Although Mukyan admitted that this method was reasonable, he explained that his main weakness was that he was bad at making concessions in his dealings with others, which made him very irritated in such situations. It suddenly occurred to him that Ryun could have negotiated in his place. Not only because she spoke much more politely and diplomatically, but also because as a disinterested party, she could have conducted the conversation without bias. The girl hesitantly noted that her disinterest might be an obstacle. It was unlikely that anyone would want to listen to an outsider's opinion, but Mukyan quickly decided that she could be his official representative. Besides, he was always ready to teach his dissenting opponents a good lesson if they didn't like it. Weighing all the circumstances, Ryun decided to help. She could provide him with this favor since she was to travel with Mukyan. However, she had a suggestion that satisfied her. Since meeting a martial artist of this level was rare, she requested that he teach her his style. The girl was furious at the hero's apparent reluctance. She sensibly remarked that he should at least grant her wishes since she was to be his companion. Besides, since she had agreed to help him, he was obliged to reciprocate. Finding no objection, Mukyan proposed a trade. He would teach her his style if she would show hers, which amazed the girl. When she demonstrated her skills, the hero immediately identified the style. It was Willow's sunset dance, a refined martial style designed specifically for sword dancing. He noticed that there were echoes of the sunset sun's power, sunset sun's sky, and sunset sun's leaving styles in her movements. After the girl finished her demonstration, he praised her greatly for her skill. Her style was very refined, combining unexpected sharpness with softness. However, Mukyan found that Willow's sunset dance did not match the one he remembered before. It seemed as if the original technique had been stolen and altered. Ryun was deeply affected by these words because her grandfather had personally created this style when he had reached enlightenment in sword-wielding. To avoid arguments, the hero offered to show her the original rendition of the style, which was called the true Willow Dance at sunset. He replicated all of her moves exactly, leaving Ryun shocked. The girl doubted that someone was capable of accurately repeating complex moves just by seeing them once, despite the fact that the hero's inner energy far surpassed her own. She even began to fear that their family's technique had been stolen. However, Ryun, in an attempt to defend her grandfather's honor, made an argument that she felt was valid. The original style only had 144 movements, whereas their version had 432. Doesn't that validate the originality of their method, even if you only look at the number? The wise Mukyan said, "A strong branch with fewer leaves will produce as much fruit as a thin branch with more leaves." In the same way, the strength of a martial art does not depend on the number of movements. Even after such a clear demonstration, he was taken aback by the girl's disbelief and decided not to study her version of the technique anymore. Ryung was forced to accept the obvious and asked Mukyang to continue her training. He agreed on the condition that she would not tell anyone where the sword-wielding style came from. Shortly thereafter, the hero saddled his horse and, as if by the way, announced that they were traveling to Sichuan province. His companion was surprised and indignant as to why he had not informed her earlier. Upon reflection, the girl thought that the hero had sent the Murim alliance to solve the great family's problems. Now she understood why the hero had decided to involve her in this matter. Surprised why she thought he was specifically involved with the Murim alliance, Mukyang only smiled. She explained why his fighting styles were very different from those of the Justice faction, noticing the bewilderment on her face. Along the way, he secretly hinted to her that she was in for a surprise. Upon seeing the walls of the Hidden Spider Triad, the same organization that was now feuding with the Great Tang family in Sichuan, Ryun froze in amazement. Although she looked fearfully at the hero to make sure they were not mistaken, the latter only smiled. At that moment, the massive gate swung open and the arriving aides bowed to the deputy founder of the cult. While the girl herself panicked upon learning that Mukyang was the deputy cult founder of the Injustice faction, the squad leader asked her who her young companion was. The hero nonchalantly explained to the girl that she was the granddaughter of a wanderer and ordered her to be addressed as Lady Chol. They were brought inside without further question, and in the quiet room, Ryun gave vent to her indignation. She couldn't believe that Mukyang had turned out to be the deputy founder of a demonic cult she considered her hater. The girl assumed that because of her connection to the leader of the Murim alliance, her kidnapping was planned. However, the hero said without going into details that he didn't even realize she belonged to the martial arts masters of justice. As for whether or not Mukyang really intended to reach an agreement, Ryun remained confused. He confirmed it by saying that their views on the world were identical. When the girl asked what he plans to do if the negotiations fail, the hero remained silent and confessed he should use the Ripping Demon Squad to completely annihilate his opponents. At this moment, Ryun was frightened and remembered her grandfather's stories about the 5 mighty armies of demonic cult martial artists. He claimed that the Demon Blood Sword and Tearing Demon Sword units had never existed in the Murim world before. However, it was actually different. Both squads had operated repeatedly, and only a few people knew of their existence. The girl realized that neither the Vagabond Alliance nor the Shadowless Warrior cult had been able to find out about Mukyang's words. The hero calmly explained why it was so secret. Everyone who could tell about the 2 units was already dead. He sternly warned that if no agreement was reached, he would personally behead everyone involved in the negotiations and order the Asura Demon Assassination Squad to wipe out all witnesses. When Ryun stated that he would not be allowed to do so, the hero simply chuckled because they no longer had a choice. No wonder he was the one chosen by the demonic cult to accomplish this task. Even though the girl herself realized that if someone else had said something like that, she wouldn't have believed it, this person had vast experience in martial arts. Ryun realized that inaction would lead to tragedy and promised to do everything she could to bring about a peace agreement. She could not allow innocent lives to be lost. Soon, Mukyang and his 4 aides arrived at their destination. They made their way inside after the guards warned them about the ban on weapons and asked them to surrender them. The hero dispatched his aides and explained that he would only enter alone with Lady Chol. However, an unforeseen encounter with Ryun's older sister awaited the hero. The girl immediately launched into an angry tirade, calling Mukyang a despicable fraud and demanding remedies all over the city. When she found out that the remedy she was given wasn't even an effective aphrodisiac, her irritation only increased. Angry at such insolence, Mukyang abruptly informed Ryun that it would be easier for him to just kill everyone to forget about the negotiations. He used the power of his sword and asked the girl not to show anger at him. The older sister and the man were shocked by the power of the sword heart. Ryung resolutely took their side, begging Mukyang not to behave so rudely. She could not understand his unrelenting desire for a peace agreement. She should have been given the opportunity to fulfill her promise since he himself had asked her to take up the matter. The landlord apologized for his relative's disrespect and asked to hear both sides first. After calming down a bit, Mukyang agreed to negotiate, but warned that he would no longer hold back if he was angered again. Tan Jin-chan, a member of the Tan family, later introduced himself as the host at the negotiating table. In response, the hero identified himself as the deputy founder of the demonic cult to help the Tang family resolve the conflict with the hidden spider unit. He also introduced Ok Ryung, saying that he had asked for her help in reaching a peace agreement. Puzzled by Lady Ok Ryung's presence, Tang Jinchon reminded Mukyang of her status as the granddaughter of the leader of the Murim Alliance. He wasn't sure if the demonic cult would agree to the deal brokered through her. The hero assured that there would be no problem because he had already explained the whole situation to the lady. Ok Ryun began the negotiations. She emphasized that the cult was aware of the circumstances resulting from the conflict between the Tang family pride and the Spider Squad. She asked Tan Jinchan if he believed in a peaceful resolution to the conflict. The man argued that it was impossible because of the many lives his family had lost and demanded reparations. Mukyan was interested in how they would proceed if they refused to pay compensation. In that case, Tang Jinchan and the red-haired girl decided that the only way out for them would be war. With pride, Tang Jinchan presented a list of his forces: 40 martial artists from the Murim Alliance, 3 martial artists from the main family of these places, and the support of 3 cultists. Inquiring, Mukyang asked for the names of these cults. Oka Ryun calmly reminded the audience that the cult's deputy founder had arrived with a squad of Asura demon assassins, seeing his curiosity. Hearing the name, Tang Jinchon was startled and asked if Mukyan was trying to scare them. The hero gently remarked that there was no danger and advised everyone to calm down. Ok Ryung spoke up and explained that the demon cult didn't want war because it would lead to needless casualties. She revealed the demon cult's orders, which stated that the Asura demon assassination squad must destroy anyone who interferes with them. The red-haired girl remarked with arrogance that it would be difficult for the Tang family and the allied cults to resist even an Asura demon killing squad. However, Oka Ryun was aware of the real situation. The plan was extremely effective. First, the deputy founder of the cult had to kill everyone at the negotiation table, then eliminate the leaders of the intervening cults, and then send a squad to completely destroy the remaining army without any commanders. The girl didn't understand the reason for discussing the plan so openly and called it stupid. Realizing that she didn't know, Mukyan reminded her of the demonic cult's special rule: no one dared approach the cult founder with a weapon closer than 10 meters. However, this was the only exception to that rule. He simply summoned the sword in his hands to confirm his words. Furthermore, he explained that even the cult founder himself knew that no one could stop Mukyan from killing someone if he really wanted to. He bared his blade and offered the gathered crowd death or a truce. Tan Jinchan recalled his recent pledge to refrain from intimidation, to which Mukyang politely asked that his words not be seen as rudeness, assuring that he tried to speak as respectfully as possible. Oka Ryun quickly tried to ease the tension, explaining that this was exactly the reason why the demonic cult was proposing to end the conflict without casualties. She handed Tang Jinchong the box and informed him that they were willing to return the 3 martial arts scrolls confiscated by the ghost cult, as well as pay 2,000 silver coins. The agreement stipulated that the hidden spider squad would receive half of that amount as compensation. After the terms were announced, Mukyan felt tension rising and asked Oka Ryun to join his 4 comrades waiting outside while he maintained control of the situation. Oka Ryun watched the heated argument between the red-haired girl and Mr. Tan. She was worried if the hero would really carry out his threat and kill everyone if the Tan family refused the offer. Mukyang's fear only increased when she remained silent. Gathering all her resolve, she warned that if the situation got out of hand, she would stand up for her sister and would not stand idly by. Mukyan quickly understood her intention, and nobly stated that she would need a sword in case of a battle. He wanted to ensure that everyone had an equal chance. It was the only thing he could do for her under the current circumstances. After receiving her sword back, Oka Ryun expressed her sincere gratitude to Mukyan for his care and kindness. At that moment, the hero thought that they could have been good friends in other situations. Oka Ryung shared this sentiment, but added with a slight chuckle that they might not be such close friends. Mukyang was too fond of teasing her. When she left, the atmosphere in the room worsened. Straightening up and squaring his shoulders, Mr. Tang solemnly announced the decision to the deputy founder of the cult. In response, Mukyan released his terrifying energy, which was so strong that the surrounding people literally fell to their knees. The air in the room became dense and heavy like before a thunderstorm. Finally, with a sly smile on his lips, he motioned for Mr. Tang to answer so that he could listen to him. Mr. Tan, on behalf of the entire clan, accepted the offer and immediately offered 1,000 silver coins. Mukyang's terrifying energy began to dissipate like fog in the morning. He nodded approvingly, noting the wisdom of Mr. Tang's decision and expressing his joy that there was no needless bloodshed. When he saw Oka Ryun, who literally settled to the ground in relief, he sincerely admitted that he was glad he didn't have to kill her. At this difficult moment, a familiar voice suddenly sounded out, expressing joy at the safe resolution of the problem. When everyone present turned around sharply, they saw the alliance leader in Murim form. When he appeared, his subordinates obviously bowed. Mukyan was the only one who remained motionless, trying to understand why such a high-ranking individual had appeared for a seemingly insignificant occasion. The impressive energy emanating from the leader caught his attention, and it resembled the aura of a mighty tiger atop a mountain. Although the alliance leader clearly knew a lot about the hero from his granddaughters, he was clearly not paying attention to him. The hero remarked with a smile that he didn't expect the alliance leader to show up for such a minor matter. Surprised as to why his presence caused such surprise, the old man laughed. To dispel Mukyan's doubts, the alliance leader displayed his inner strength and made it clear that he had also come for the same purpose: to stop the conflict. When the energy subsided, he thanked Mukyan for reaching a peace agreement and suggested that they eat together to celebrate. Though he was inclined to decline, Mukyan realized that it would be extremely impolite, especially when Okaryun demonstrated through her gestures and looks the need to agree. He decided to stay until he left and accepted the invitation. Soon, the alliance leader served Mukyan his favorite drink, the famous wine of the land, waiting with interest for his guest's reaction. The hero couldn't help but note that the wine was excellent. The hero remarked with a smile that strong tea was always preferable to such conversations. Mukyan expressed a slight doubt about the appropriateness of bringing together representatives of rival factions, but the leader allayed his fears by saying that it was unlikely that anyone would dare accuse him of drinking wine with the deputy founder of a demonic cult. Furthermore, he admitted that he had been looking for an opportunity to ask Mukyan an important task for a long time. This question concerned how the hero felt during the battle with the Sword Emperor. When Mukyan felt uneasy, the leader quickly informed him that he wasn't trying to rebuke him because he was curious to know about the last moments of that old warrior's life. Mukyan praised the Sword Emperor's excellent martial arts, comparing him to a thunder dragon as he recalled his memories. He emphasized the fact that the elder had preserved the honor of the clan leader until the very end. The alliance leader asked Mukyan if he thought they were on the same level of skill. Although the hero admitted that he couldn't give an accurate answer without going into actual combat, he confirmed that the Sword Emperor was one of the Justice faction's best masters. The alliance leader quickly moved on to more important matters. He asked Mukyan about what could prevent a martial artist who had reached the boundless realm from rising to the level of the bottomless realm. After thinking for a moment, Mukyan came up with the unexpected idea that overthinking can be a major obstacle to perfection. It seems to him that people think too much about the blade itself, constantly thinking about style, counter moves, how to kill the opponent, and how to kill him. He believes that obsessive thoughts are hindering his pursuit of higher mastery. After carefully studying his interlocutor, the alliance leader came to the conclusion that during combat, Mukyan has already reached the level where the sword becomes simply an extension of the wielder's will, without any doubt or thought. The hero elaborated on this idea, saying that the blade itself had no will. He simply needed to follow its natural movement to achieve spiritual union with it. He performed the amazing trick of cracking his alcohol bowl with chopsticks to demonstrate his words. This amazing skill amazed the audience with the precision of the impact and the fact that the table remained completely unharmed. The hero praised the alliance leader's obvious potential to accomplish even more. The girl, who had kept to the sidelines all this time at her grandfather's request not to interfere with the important conversation, suddenly burst into the room. However, Mukyan dared to speak so arrogantly that she was furious. Although the alliance leader tried to convince his granddaughter to be fine, the hero calmly reacted to her outburst, realizing that the girl simply didn't believe him. Rising from the table with a smile, he offered her to demonstrate his rightness in practice so she could see for herself. Soon everyone moved to the practice area. There, the girl angrily demanded from Mukyan a fair sword fight without cheating. However, the hero explained that fighting a young girl was not befitting the deputy founder of a demonic cult because it would damage his reputation. Instead, he proposed a strange solution. Let Oka Ryung fight her, and if she lost, he would admit his failure. Oka Ryun started to object, saying that her sister was much better with a sword, but Mukyan calmed her down, promising to control her movements with sound vibrations. He reminded her of the demonic sword techniques he had taught her, and assured her that her strength would increase as a result of this fight. Despite the fact that Oka Ryun herself knew that things would be much more difficult in real life, the older sister decided to act ruthlessly, enraged that Mukyang was going to overpower her using the weakling Oka Ryun. She thought the hero was underestimating her abilities, and rushed in to crush her sister and tear her to pieces. Seeing the girl's instant attack, Oka Ryun began to panic. However, Mukyang's clear and confident voice ordered her to use the fourth movement and then immediately move on to the fifth. Oka Ryun followed the instructions exactly, concentrating fully and trying to remain calm. She managed to penetrate her sister's blind spot, and she masterfully turned around to use the fifth movement, Sunset Sun Force, causing the experienced opponent to retreat. The older sister was stunned, unable to believe that Oka Ryun had so easily crowded her in the fight. Watching the fight with a faint smile, Mukyan realized that this was just the beginning, and that what was to come would be even more interesting. In the heat of battle, the elder sister had to constantly fight off the attacks of the Ai Ryun. She couldn't understand what was happening. None of her methods were working. Watching the dynamic battle, she couldn't believe that the younger sister was able to reach such a level of skill in so little time. Watching the battle closely, Mukyan used special sound vibrations to control Oka Ryun's actions. After completing the sixth basic technique, he ordered her to immediately move on to the 12th technique. In order to avoid her sister's new attack, Oka Ryun used the complicated strategy of dragon born under the blood-red sunlight, aimed at her opponent. The elder sister narrowly avoided this deadly offer. She had been looking for the moment for a decisive strike, knowing that Oka Ryun should already be at the edge of her capabilities. However, her expectations were not fulfilled as the younger sister continuously attacked using the combination of Rakita blossoms under the blood-red sun. The older sister was stunned by Oka Ryun's incessant pressure. She thought that Mukyan was transferring his energy to her, but the hero explained that this power had always been in Oka Ryung. To encourage his student, he asked her to increase her onslaught. After carefully studying the bout, the alliance leader made sure that Mukyan was indeed not directly involved in the fight. The bout continued and Oka Ryun continued to attack, but her movements showed that she was worried about her sister's possible injuries. When Mukyan realized that she was hesitating, he ordered to end the fight by stopping his sword at his opponent's heart. But Oka Ryun was scared because this method was too dangerous. Her elder sister noticed her procrastination and quickly found the holes in her defense. Subsequently, they attacked at the same time and there was obvious killing intent in the elder sister's strikes. It was only at this point that the redhead realized how far the confrontation had gone, and it was only through Mukyan's quick intervention that tragedy was averted. The hero stiffly reminded Oku Ryun of an important lesson. When it comes to the sword, emotion should not take precedence over technique. After the deputy founder took the blow, the alliance leader inquired about his condition, but Mukyan simply brushed it off. His eldest granddaughter's sword was too weak to harm him. Nevertheless, the alliance leader cautioned his eldest granddaughter against being overconfident, saying that if Oka Ryun had shown weakness in the end, the bout could have ended with her victory. Philosopher Mukyang remarked that only the outcome mattered. He acknowledged his failure and bowed and said goodbye to the alliance leader. Saying goodbye to Oka Ryung, he said that he hoped she would be even stronger by their next meeting. After saying those words, he disappeared as the wind carried him away. The alliance leader thought about how Oka Ryun would never be able to stand up to her sister in battle as he looked at the departing hero. The hero's ability to so empower a martial artist seemed incredible, even considering Mukyang's advice. The leader realized that Mukyan was undoubtedly the strongest in the Morum world, but it would be impossible for him to take over all the power. With these thoughts, he pulled out a stack of documents and pondered the sad fate of the deputy founder. Then the hero returned with his 4 warriors and greeted the Lord. However, Chrysanthemum immediately reported the strange events that had occurred during their absence. The dark demon cult had merged with the demonic cult. Mukyan was surprised, and Chrysanthemum explained that they seemed to have voluntarily joined the demonic cult, and their founder had become the deputy founder. Orchid had gained valuable information and decided to reveal the real nature of the dark demon cult. She explained that they used forbidden methods and used the dead as soldiers, much like the tainted blood cult. Behind them was a powerful martial artist, one of the 4 demonic emperors who had reached the great demon spiritual realm. Mukyan reflected on how their ideology had been rejected by the demonic cult, leading to their isolation and persecution. He hoped that this news would not have significant repercussions. The cult deputy soon arrived at the founder's house, but noticed that the leader was accompanied by a tall man. Greeted with due respect, the man was stunned to meet a renowned martial artist of the demonic cult. Mukyan also greeted them, and the founder thanked him for successfully completing the task and offered them food and drink. However, the hero politely declined, explaining that he was tired from traveling and promised to return to them later. After he left, the man admitted that the demonic cult founder's claims about the deputy's waywardness were true. The founder emphasized the fact that Mukyan was the only person who could be around him with a weapon. When the founder asked his new associate about Mukyan, he firmly said that there was no need to worry. The training was complete. He compared Mukyan to a proud but useless horse, implying that stroppy racehorses were the only way out. These words clearly indicated that the strategy to eliminate Mukyan was ready, and the founder only had to bid farewell to his unsuccessful deputy. Mukyan's heightened senses picked up as he walked slowly through the forest towards his home. The 2 spies had been following him for some time now, and noticing the right moment, decided to act. However, they didn't expect the hero to soon appear behind them and find out what these spy rats were up to. He quickly killed the first enemy and then the second without waiting for a response, using his blade. He was shocked at the recklessness of these people who dared to attack him. From the beginning, the hero felt someone watching him, and because of his curiosity, he decided to take a closer look at his enemies. The one with a disfigured face died instantly, but the other, whose stomach was torn open, showed an amazing ability to regenerate, reminiscent of the Zhang, the undead he had seen as a child. Mukyan wondered why this man would follow Jiang Ingola, since he possessed such an ability. The hero was amazed at the new supernatural abilities of Yan Ingol's half-dead servant. He quickly realized that the body could not recover fully while the head was intact. Since the captive could not die, no matter how much pain he would experience, before giving all the information he needed, this frightening trait had to help Mukyan. It took a long time for the hero to gather all the necessary data and launch an attack on the prisoner's place of confinement. Ryun and his sister were locked in the dungeon, and they couldn't understand what was going on as they listened to the disturbing noise outside. Huddled in a corner, Ryun was afraid to even look up. Suddenly, there was a huge explosion that shattered the walls of the dungeon, and the iron cage where the girls were kept shattered into small pieces. Mukyan calmly stepped into the resulting opening. He looked at the captives and asked how they were feeling, then quickly released them from their prisons. The elder sister, still doubting the rescue, asked about the prospects. Mukyan said he intended to find those who had organized their kidnapping and ask them some questions. Although she was willing to help, the wily girl pointed out that she had no weapons. The hero examined the arrested guards and found that they were all unarmed. Mukyan handed over his personal weapons to the girls after making a difficult decision. The older sister is a valuable dagger that requires attention. In addition, he handed over his only and favorite blade to Ryun. When he was saying goodbye, he was especially insistent that Ryun be very careful. At this moment, Yang Ingol was in his chambers praising the devil cult founder for his ingenuity. But the founder proudly stated that he had devised the entire plan himself and only gave the order to execute it, despite the fact that even the founder had clearly not expected Yan Ingol to capture both granddaughters of the Murim Alliance leader so quickly, waiting for Mukyan's response. Outside, the shouts of guards demanding a halt interrupted their conversation. Immediately, both men realized who had arrived to visit them. The founder pretended to greet Mukyan, admitting that he had been the instigator of the mayhem that had occurred outside. The hero explained that he needed to meet with the founder urgently to apologize for the interrupted drinking session. Mukyan calmly explained the reason for the deputy's visit to Jin Inghom. It was better to use agents if they were really plotting. The spy he caught turned out to be extremely talkative. The document he discovered confirmed that Jian Ingol and the cult founder had long cooperated in plans to eliminate Mukyan and oppose the Murim Alliance. The hero coldly remarked that these discoveries had significantly worsened his mood and bid farewell to the annoying men. The devil cult founder laughed as he saw the smugness of the deputy who claimed to know all their plans. At that moment, Mukyan sensed the killing intent behind Ryun's back. Her own blade slammed into his shoulder. The girl was bleeding as she struck through her tears, and the hero automatically retaliated in kind, causing the girl to collapse to the ground. Despite the sword stuck in her chest, Mukyan picked up the falling Okaryun, trying to understand why she had betrayed her. Dying, she sobbed and begged for forgiveness, explaining that she couldn't resist her grandfather's orders. Carrying with her the unbearable shame of betraying the man who had done so much for her, she let out her last breath after those words. In the same instant, her older sister attacked Mukyan from behind, plunging a dagger into his back. When she noticed that his body had blades, she burst into gloating laughter. She also invoked her grandfather's orders, though she cynically asked him not to hold a grudge against her. The demonic cult creator laughed as he watched the drama unfold. After admitting his initial doubts, he admired the flawless execution of the plan. He decided to thank the Murim Alliance for their help, emphasizing that even pawns could be useful. The founder asked Mukyan if he understood the reason for such an elaborate plan to eliminate him. The answer lay in Mukyan's very nature. He used his sword solely for personal purposes, refusing to obey his master. Regardless of the sword's magnitude, if it does not serve its master, its fate is foretold. The hero's fatal qualities were that he followed the dictates of his heart and was unwilling to share his power with others. His arrogance could have been prevented if he had agreed to submit, but now no one recognizes him. The rest of the demonic cult founder's subordinates, including 4 of Mukyan's former aides who turned out to be traitors, entered the room. They hypocritically thanked the hero for all his efforts, while the red-haired girl only regretted that she wouldn't be able to personally deliver the final blow that should have gone to the elder. However, at the very moment when the deadly attack was already preparing on the hero, Mukyan suddenly used the body of the cruel granddaughter of the Murim Alliance leader as a shield to protect her. His body began to emit murderous energy as he rose to his feet, and a single question lingered in his eyes. How dare they do this to him? In despair, none of those present could believe that Mukyan was still able to resist. Trying to calm his comrades, Jean Ingol said that the hero's energy core and heart had already been destroyed, so his resistance couldn't last much longer. At this moment, Mukyan used a forbidden method, the Asura reverse blood flow art. His body began to emit a pulsating dark energy, as if it was being fed by the energy itself. Saying that the man in front of them was only a walking corpse that could barely move with the help of forbidden arts, Jean Yingol contemptuously grinned. This power couldn't stay forever. After that, inspired by John Ingol's words, everyone present rushed into battle, intending to finally destroy Mukyan. Taking note of the approaching death, the hero shouted loudly that no one would be able to leave this house alive. The voice, full of rage and the pain of betrayal, echoed throughout the room. In the midst of the bloody battle, Mukyan suddenly felt that his body could not move. When he looked around, he discovered that the reason for the paralysis was because Jean Ingol had used an ancient binding spell that enveloped the hero in invisible chains. The leader of the Jackal Pack unit, who had long dreamed of a real battle with Mukyan, took advantage of his weakness to deliver a crushing blow directly into the hero's body. Severely wounded, Mukyan realized that he had to find a way to survive because a few more of these attacks would have torn his life apart. Suddenly, a smoke bomb landed next to him and exploded, creating a thick fog all around the neighborhood. His faithful assistant, Chrysanthemum, appeared out of the smoke and rushed to his master, begging him to leave the place immediately. As Chrysanthemum tried to lift the wounded Mukyan, he panicked and shouted to his warriors, demanding that they act and finally rid the traitor from him. Although the dense veil of smoke prevented him from seeing anything, the irascible lord quickly dispelled the smoke. However, it was too late. The fugitives were gone. The founder couldn't believe that someone dared to support Mukyan and stand up to the demonic clan. He realized that the injured couldn't have gotten far, so he ordered everyone to immediately start searching and find the fugitives no matter what. His rage was barely contained and his voice trembled. Meanwhile, Chrysanthemum continued to walk through the forest, holding her master in her arms. Mukyan couldn't understand why his assistant betrayed the demonic cult. Chrysanthemum simply asked her lord to stay, promising to explain everything later because the most important thing now was to save his life. However, the alliance leader Murim himself was the one who prevented their rescue. It turned out that the founder of the devil cult had made a deal with him. In exchange for his granddaughters to be used as bait, he promised to destroy Mukyan. After the strategy failed, the alliance leader decided to personally finish the job. When the hero saw a strong enemy approaching, he asked his friend to retreat. At the last moment, they had a chance to avoid the deadly attack. The Alliance commander couldn't hide his admiration for Chrysanthemum's evasion technique. His swift action was truly impressive. Chrysanthemum quickly sought shelter after seeing the Alliance leader in a panic. However, as he looked around, he was startled to discover a strange feature. It was as if they had stayed put despite the long journey, remaining in the demonic cult's territory. With a pleased smile, the Alliance leader explained that he had been guiding them in a circle all along, trapping them. It was then that Chrysanthemum realized how bad their affairs were now, and realized that there was no way out. Gathering all his strength, Mukyan asked the Alliance leader to explain why he had decided to cooperate with the demonic cult. The answer was simple and cynical. The Alliance leader, as well as the creator of the cult, could not allow such a powerful and self-sufficient warrior to exist. Mukyan had jeopardized the established balance between the factions of justice. Now the hero realized why he had sent Oka Ryun, a recent addition to his life, on a mission. With a cruel smile, the Alliance leader admitted that he had chosen her because he knew that Mukyan would show a special trust in her from the start. This made the betrayal plan perfect, to use his affection to stab her in the back. The Alliance leader pointed his sword at the wounded hero with cold gratitude. He remarked that thanks to Mukyan, even the illegitimate daughter of Oka Ryun's concubine was able to protect the clan's interests. These words caused Mukyan to feel an unreasonable hatred. Even though his body was bleeding, he remembered how he had taught Oka Ryun his art, how he had cared for her, and how badly her own relatives had treated her. He remembered his threat to hurt his pursuers after taking her hostage during training, but now he knew that no one had been looking for Oka Ryun from the beginning. No wonder she was just a concubine's daughter and a bargaining chip to the clan. Her reaction would have been completely different if her older sister had been kidnapped. Mukyan remembered that Oka Ryun had seemed less than upset about her situation at first. But now he understood why. Deep in her heart was a resentment and a hope that by becoming stronger and gaining knowledge, she would be able to help the clan despite her origins. She would have to grow old before she deserved a modicum of respect, because the hero realized the depth of the tragedy. These thoughts made him so angry that he vowed to kill the Alliance leader, even if it was his last deed. Chrysanthemum tried to calm his master, seeing his desperate determination, because using more power in the current situation could be deadly. Suddenly, he attached a unique amulet to Mukyan, which threw the hero into the sky, and then entered the battle against the Alliance leader himself. Although Mukyan was shocked, his loyal assistant only asked him to do his best to survive. However, the Alliance leader knew that such a warrior would not come out against him. As a result of the conflict, the Alliance leader gave Chrysanthemum a fatal wound to his neck. As he died, the loyal servant wondered if the deputy founder would realize the true reason for his devotion to the demonic cult. Chrysanthemum discovered that every assassin in this world worshipped Mukyan as a deity. Mukyan always went his own way, acting of his own free will, unlike everyone else forced to exist in the world of assassination. He didn't even know how important that was to regular assassins. With his last breath, Chrysanthemum apologized for coming to his aid too late, and begged his master to survive at all costs. Seeing the death of his most loyal assistant, Mukyan sank into despair. His body slowly sank to the bottom of the deep river as if it was covered with lead. His lifeless body was suddenly illuminated with light as it slowly sank into the dark waters. Although the hero had never regained consciousness by this point, he was fortunate enough to be saved, as if the souls of the dead Oka Ryun and Huangsu had protected their master until the last moment. The healer carefully checked the vital signs of the young man lying in bed and was relieved to see that his heartbeat was stable. High General Oka Chongyong expressed her sincere gratitude to the doctor as he realized that the treatment could have been much more difficult without his experience as a physician. The excited doctor decided to find out the identity of the rescued man, as well as the reason for such close attention from Oka Chongyong. The general explained that he had never seen the young man before. He had been discovered by accident while drifting down the river. Although the doctor wasn't sure why the general was giving the stranger such honors, he quickly realized that the man in front of him was no ordinary person. OK Chongyong pulled out a brightly colored jade plaque from his pocket and asked the doctor if he had ever seen anything like this before. The healer immediately saw that the item was of great value, leading him to think of the owner's high status. Furthermore, the general realized that a random person could not possess such a valuable item. OK Chung-young concluded that the person in front of them was a top-level martial artist, given the marks on the body and the presence of the jade tablet. The doctor realized that they were incredibly lucky that he had survived if it was indeed a master of such a rank. Nevertheless, the only one who had managed to escape the clutches of death had to pay a terrible price. His meridians and internal channels had been completely destroyed. The doctor feared whether the young man would even be able to hold a sword, let alone use martial arts. OK Chung-young suggested keeping the details secret and continuing to monitor the foundling to learn more about his identity over time. 6 months had passed since that unforgettable date. When fall came, Mukyang, now called Gugwang, was tending to his horses, providing them with food and water. One day a small gentleman approached him with gifts. Speaking incorrectly and stammering, the hero thanked the boy profusely and promised to taste them after work. But it turned out that the boy had brought something special. A chrysanthemum, a flower that the hero adores. The young gentleman said that these flowers had just bloomed in his inner garden. Looking at the beautiful flower, the hero experienced great gratitude to the boy who always took care of him. Mukyang looked at OK Chung-young while thinking about the fact that half a year had already passed. Considering the severity of the damage to his leg, the doctor was surprised that the boy could now walk. OK Chung-young was more concerned about why the young man still couldn't remember anything, though the doctor assumed it was due to the severe head injury. After gathering all her observations over the months, OK Chung-young concluded that she knew nothing about the young man except his love for chrysanthemums and kaoliang liquor. The general was so interested in the role of chrysanthemums in the rescued man's life that he asked the doctor for a further examination. When the hero was brought into the room, he stuttered and tried to figure out why he was summoned because he was supposed to be asleep. OK Chung-young promised that the procedure would take very little time, which calmed him down. It was at that moment that the doctor discovered something incredible. Instead of feeling that the guy's meridians were completely destroyed, he felt completely new streams of energy. The doctor immediately informed the man that the patient's internal energy had been completely restored, and the power was once again circulating freely through his body. The doctor himself realized that such a recovery was considered almost impossible, so OK Chung-young could not believe that such a recovery was possible with internal power alone. Martial masters wouldn't face such problems if it was so easy. Knowing that the return of energy flows could mean the recovery of martial arts, the doctor, who used to practice them himself, decided to do some research. The sudden attack on the hero changed the young man's face. The retaliatory blow was so strong that the doctor fell to the floor. The doctor realized his recklessness while rubbing his bruised head. Despite the fact that the man in front of them had lost his memory and was considered disabled, his body had instinctively reacted in a completely accurate manner. Although the doctor explained his subconscious reaction to him, OK Chung-young was astonished. Looking at the guy, he could confidently say that this young man was a master who had reached at least the boundless realm level. OK Chung-young was shocked by this discovery, although he had always assumed that the rescued person was unusual. However, the mastery shown by the rescued man exceeded all expectations. At the same time, the guy suddenly started chiding the doctor for trying to hit him. The bewildered doctor asked the master for advice. It was obvious that the young man had incredible skill. OK Chung-young was worried that in his current state, they couldn't trust him with responsible roles. The doctor suddenly realized that the knowledge of martial arts, as well as other memories, were encoded in his subconscious. Perhaps the young man's real personality would gradually surface along with this knowledge if we continued their natural stimulation. The doctor explained that he had a completely different strategy in mind when OK Chung-young asked if he suggested continuing the physical tests. Soon the hero was led to a field of chrysanthemums. There, he enjoyed watching the petals flying through the air. When he plucked the one flower that perhaps subconsciously reminded him of Huangsu, he held it gently in his hands and gazed at it intently. At that moment, he heard the clinking of clashing swords, and turning around, he saw the training between the doctor and the young master. The doctor had been right in his premonition. He had realized from the beginning that watching the young master train would arouse the interest of the mysterious guest. So they continued practicing, and the doctor told the young man to speed up his sword strokes to corner his opponent. The doctor showed the boy the basic principles of sword wielding, emphasizing that the relaxed movements should be a natural extension of the body. At this moment, the long-forgotten instructions of his teacher resurfaced in the hero's memory. He later relayed these instructions to Oku Ryun, saying that movements should not be limited to one form. True strength only comes when all forms are unified. He remembered how important it was to apply the movements and develop inner energy through breathing techniques. To control the natural energy circulating in the body, unique methods of perfecting the breath were necessary. Gradually, painful memories began to appear in the hero's mind. The death of Oka Ryun, the betrayal of the founder and leader of the Murim Alliance, and his determination not to let the enemy triumph. In addition, the memory of Huang Su giving his life to save him is the hardest to bear. His soul resounded with his friend's final plea for him to survive. Unable to withstand the influx of memories, the hero grabbed his head and his body began to emit a terrible energy. The young man was scared for his friend and tried to rush towards him, but the doctor quickly spotted the danger and stopped the boy. The doctor was in a daze as he hid the child. At that moment, the only thought of the hero, whose body seemed to be burning from within, was about natural energy and how to obtain it. The energy surge occurred, and after the transformation was complete, the charred skin began to crumble away, presenting those present with a brand new body. After this dramatic change, the hero lost consciousness and a young man rushed to him. The doctor was shocked by what he saw. He saw the legendary technique of complete body transformation that was legendary. It was the ultimate goal of all martial artists and had only been achieved once in history. Although everything was happening right in front of him, he couldn't believe his eyes. We can now say with certainty that this man had reached heights that surpassed the sky itself. As time passed, one day at the gate in the lands of Chongyong-ai, the guards were loudly shouting the imminent return of the Lord. No one marveled at the swiftness of Oka Chongyong in anticipation of the momentous event. Suddenly the ground shook, signaling the approach of the army, and the guards rushed to inform everyone what had happened. Finally, Oka Chongyong's father, General Youngjin Ok, led his army. When the soldiers saw his troops, they immediately gave the order to open the gate. Oka Chongyong reminded his subordinates to show proper respect to the general, remembering the etiquette of greeting. As the general entered the courtyard, waiting for him was his respectfully bowed son, who could not imagine how difficult his father's journey had been. After the traditional greeting, Youngjin Ok explained that his son had been busy and thanked him for taking the time to meet in person. Oka Chongyong suggested that his father hurry up and rest, but the general suddenly noticed an unfamiliar face behind his son. After Oka Chongyong stated that she wanted to tell him about this person, the hero bowed respectfully. The son introduced the boy as Gugwan. Soon, Youngjin Ok, Gugwan, and Oka Chongyong gathered, and the son told his father the whole known story about the mysterious guest. The general thoughtfully noted what had happened despite his absence. When he asked Gugwan to introduce himself, he gave the same name everyone knew. Youngjin Ok noticed his son's reaction and explained that it was just a nickname because the young man's real name remained unknown. Although he had recovered his martial skills with the total body transformation technique, his memories still hadn't returned, so people continued to use the nickname he had been given. The general realized that the master in front of him was a master who had lost his memories and was mortally wounded by his own sword. A man who liked to drink, really liked chrysanthemums, but couldn't explain why he didn't like plums. He wondered where this dislike came from, and soon had a disturbing hunch. At the general's request, the sword with which the man had been found had been delivered. Without even looking at the blade, the general noticed its unusual nature. It was engraved with noble marks that caused Youngjin Ok's wariness. Gugwan answered vaguely when asked about possible memories associated with the sword. He admitted that despite the accounts of the incident, he wasn't even sure if the sword belonged to him. The gaze on the blade remained cold. Since it takes time to recover his memory, Youngjin Ok offered to help Gugwan and join the Reflecting Dark Wind cult. However, the young man declined, explaining his loyalty to Jungun Sang, who had saved him, and saying that he was content with his current job of caring for horses and his youngest son. Unexpectedly, Youngjin Ok reacted by refusing to laugh, clearly appreciating the hero's candor. Showing concern, Ok Chongyong advised him to be careful in his expressions. The son then offered Youngjin Ok a job, explaining to Gugwan how much more he needed his father's help. Although he respected Ok Chongyong's opinion and had to agree, the hero imposed a condition on the length of service that limited Youngjin Ok's life. He also made known his intention to act on his own accord after that term. Given the possible objections, the general made new clothes for the young man, making sure he was honest. After expressing his gratitude, the hero left, claiming he needed fresh air. In the non-public conversation that followed, Oka Chongyon asked his father about what he saw when he observed the guest. The general smiled in response, hinting at the obvious similarities. The connection to plum blossoms and martial arts prowess invariably led to the same thought. Alliance leader Muram's idea and the technique of his White Stream plum blossom sword. Although no one knows how the conflict between Gugwan and Alliance leader Muram occurred, Youngjin Ok shared these suspicions. Revealing Gugwan's presence to the Alliance and Ok Ryung could have caused serious problems. However, the true identity of the mysterious young man remained a mystery. When evening came, the spies attempted to infiltrate the hero's house. However, they were surprised to find him quietly drinking alcohol without paying attention to them. He smiled upon noticing the spies and said that they might be spoiling the beauty of this dark night too much. The spies were very indignant at such impertinence and rushed out. However, Mukhyun had already managed to destroy one of them before they even moved. He then approached the second spy, who was trembling with fear, and made it clear that he didn't care who they were or why they had come here. He said that they could have already thanked him for being in a good mood to show mercy while looking at the beautiful moon. However, he warned that if a warrior dared to come back here with the miserable intentions of killing him, there would be nothing left for him. He is ruthlessly ready to tear him to pieces before he can do anything. The surviving spy shouted and rushed away. Despite all this, Mukhyun picked up his bottle of wine and decided to drink another cup with Lady Luna without raising his voice. Soon the spies arrived at the Blue Brothel, considered a cult place in Basthenia. There, a man bowed to the lady and informed her of his return from work. Calmly letting the steam out of her lungs, the woman readily decided to listen to the warrior's tale of how she had met this mysterious man. The spy crouching before her stated that this man possessed extraordinary strength and had killed all the top-ranked assassins, including himself. The woman smiled and realized that this was definitely the person they had been looking for so long. The second master of the Boundless Realm, Mukhyun, who used to be the deputy founder of the demonic cult. Her assistant didn't understand why the deputy demonic cultist deputy was working under Youngjin Oka. However, she recalled that a couple years ago he had been mortally wounded in a conflict between the demonic cult and the leader of the Muram Alliance, after which he disappeared without a trace. After losing his memory, she thought that he was clearly working for General Youngjin Oka to repay his concern. After they were finally convinced of his identity, the woman ordered the warrior to go back to his brethren to help him recover. She thought to herself about how to get to Mukhyun now. Could she use his past to show that she could help exact revenge? Or was it easier to just kill General Youngjin Oka so that Mukhyun would join her ranks? Whatever the case, she quickly realized that she had overreacted. Be that as it may, the news that he had survived should be quickly spread by the demonic cult. Muram's world would explode when that happened. Although she doubted the success of this strategy, it would make the most sense to get Mukhyun before then. The events shift to the training ground in the inner palace of the palace, where Mukhyun was training his soldiers, improving their skills. His opponent was a warrior who used constant blue castle attacks, but the hero easily avoided each of his lunges. The hero knocked his opponent off balance and kicked him in the stomach, causing him to fall to the ground. The man, coughing awkwardly, resented the fact that they were forbidden to use martial arts and that they had sword training. However, the hero confidently said that if he faced an opponent with a sword, he should be prepared to do whatever it took to survive. The man became angry and accused the hero of cheating. However, Gulwang explained that Youngjin Ok had asked him to teach him how to wield a sword, even though he hadn't been able to progress in skill yet. The man didn't understand how he could learn anything if he was constantly receiving blows. Since he felt like he was complaining too much, the hero decided to clarify what his student wanted. At that moment, Youngjin Oka's grandson asked that Gulwan teach him a top-level martial art, such as techniques that could shatter cobblestones with a single blow of his fist, or sword skills that could shatter anything. After listening to him, the hero realized that the guy had clearly strayed from reality, so he decided to give an explanation. He pointed to the library of the palace next to them. This building held many scrolls describing secret techniques that were collected from all over the world. He wanted to know if the guy guessed what exactly the hero realized after reading all those books. He could only say one thing. There was no absolutely supreme martial art in the world. All martial arts relate to each other like rock, scissors, and paper if one imagines that two martial art styles are equal. Shield bearers are uncontrollable against penned swordsmen. Archers can't be controlled by pikemen, and archers cannot defeat shield bearers. In addition, the hero explained how he would act if he wanted to make a successive blue castle attack. He showed the man the technique, and the man realized that although it was the same technique, Gulvan used it much better. The hero explained the power of the one using the technique, not the technique itself, looking at the man's mouth gaping open in surprise. The man was outraged that the hero hadn't informed him of this before beating him up all this time. However, the hero calmly explained that if a person is constantly getting hit, they will start to dodge to avoid getting hurt, and then they will want to hit back. The action shifts to a remote continent where Mongol warriors are fighting for a new leader. When it became clear to everyone that one of them had won, the losing fighters bowed before him and took turns admitting their defeat. They elected Jinchan Chol as the Supreme Khan of Mongolia. Yongjin Oka quickly learned that Mongolia had chosen a new Khan. He informed his friend, the Deputy General of the Northeastern Army. They had both been very concerned about the matter lately. They knew well that Mongolian armies usually engaged in infighting, but when they united, it would become a big problem. Hence, it was decided to deal with them before uniting all their tribes. Realizing how important the situation was, Yongjin Oka decided to act quickly. He assumed that the Dark Wind Great Imperial Army and the Major General would take care of training 200 disciples and 10,000 infantrymen. His aide feared that the enemy army would be much larger than them. He was curious to know what plan had matured in the general's mind. He explained that the deputy general was worrying in vain because there was no point in developing a complicated strategy when they were fighting a wolf pack. The man just laughed. All they need to do is talk to their leader. Soon the general's troops were united and their grandson went on the operation with them. The grandson looked at his teacher and asked Gulvan to make a greeter expression on his face because he was now part of the great imperial army of Dark Wind. However, the hero himself didn't see anything joyful about it. The young man said joyfully that he could now do great things, and his grandfather would finally be proud of them. Listening to these enthusiastic speeches, Gulvan asked a simple question. Did this young man have to kill? After all, he would have to sacrifice the lives of others to accomplish the great feats he spoke of so inspiringly. Gulwan asked if he was ready for it. A lot of blood is spilled in war, and to stay alive you have to have enough courage to kill the enemy as soon as he discovers his weaknesses. The enemy will kill you himself if you don't hurry. When it comes to death, the sword must not waver. After this conversation, Gulvan seemed to sink into memories of his past life. But it wasn't just that. He realized that killing was clearly a part of his past life. His ability to unconsciously identify his opponent's weaknesses served as proof of that. He wondered what kind of person he used to be, why his martial arts skills were so perfect, and how many people he had destroyed. Could he have killed an innocent person? Did he have any relatives? These thoughts had been constantly occupying him lately, and his student felt very sorry for his teacher. When they arrived at the place and set up their tents, the hero sat among the flowers and scrutinized the plants he liked. At that moment, a girl approached him, addressing Gulvan as if he were a novice and had lost his memory. It was Oka Ryun's sister, Frost Flower Mistress Manhwa, who was perplexed as to how Gulwan could have gotten the position of captain counselor. In addition, watching this scene was Captain Delegate Lim Chung, who felt very sorry for the guy this rude girl had gotten to. Calmly looking at Manhwa, Gulwan realized that she had a grievance. He offered to leave him alone because he absolutely didn't feel like getting into an argument. The girl was angered by these words because she thought the hero was getting arrogant, because she thought General Yongjin Oka had his back and that he was allowed everything. However, she didn't care about his patronage. She tried to attack Gulwang, but he only had a moment to strike back and avoid the attack. After that, he looked calmly at the girl who had fallen to her knees and reminded himself that he had asked not to bother her because he wasn't interested. His abilities were so amazing that even lying on the ground, she couldn't believe what she had just seen. After she lost, her rage only increased, and she swore that she would definitely kill him. It was then that Gulvan realized he had no other choice. While he could ignore her attack and simple hostility, she now openly stated that she wanted to kill him. He drew his sword and advised the girl not to regret his actions, and then gradually approached her. She immediately felt him concentrating energy in the air using the sword. She didn't understand how a top-rank master could use this technique. The girl had to kneel down because she had no choice. Calmly thanking her for realizing so quickly that she had lost, the hero asked her to leave if she wasn't going to fight. However, those words made her even more furious. She continued to kneel and demanded that Gulvan reveal who she was. He made contact with her, exchanging her thoughts, and asked if she was really interested in his identity. Unfortunately, he didn't know about her himself. He explained that he had lost his memory after being betrayed by someone he trusted. He wondered who he was before he lost his memory. However, it was currently irrelevant if he remembered his past. He was currently just an obedient servant of the master who had saved his life. He hoped that he had managed to satisfy the girl's curiosity and that she would no longer be bothered by him as he left to go about his business. At that moment, the captain, who had seen everything, approached the girl and advised her to remain satisfied and proud that she had managed to fight such a master. Then the girl realized that their captain was far more amazing than they had thought. Although the man clearly didn't understand what she meant, the girl herself wasn't entirely sure of her assumptions either. All she knew was that thanks to their strange captain, this war would end faster. The story began with the demonic cult, when its founder informed her aides that deputy founder Mukyan was alive, causing great chaos among the listeners. The aide reported that General Youngjin Ok saved Mukyan when he was on the verge of death. His name was now Gulwan, and he had joined the great imperial army of the Dark Wind. One of the elders was perplexed as to why Mukyan chose the name Gulvan. The elder said that he must have lost his memory of the events since he joined the assassination squad. It became obvious to everyone that in that case, they needed to deal with Mukyan before his memories came back to him. Otherwise, he would surely come for revenge. Besides, Jean Ingol thought it was easier for them because Mukyan had lost his memory. He smiled slyly and suggested that Mukyan might have forgotten about the cultivation method he had previously used. If they used it as a weakness, it would be very easy to overpower him like a defenseless bird. However, the founder knew that the situation was not that simple. Mukyan was interested in how the imperial army as a whole would stand up to them. The elder had a solution. They could make a deal with a member of the imperial army who was dissatisfied with General Youngjin Ok. She would be able to attack his subordinates, including Mukyan, as long as she didn't target the general himself. The founder was thrilled with the idea and couldn't wait for them to finally deal with the traitor. At this point, the hero was fighting the Mongols. His warriors realized that the captain fought with extraordinary grace by looking at him. As they watched his neat and precise movements, they even began to question whether they could ever fight at the same level so that they would not represent a drudgery to him. The Mongol Khan's warriors once saw a lone Gulvan lying on the ground and thought he was easy prey, but they were clearly mistaken. They tried to attack him from a distance with arrows, but the hero very accurately calculated the trajectory of the arrow and grabbed it to send it back at the archer who fired it. Jinchan Chol calmly watched the killing of his warrior because he was amazed that he had met a strong warrior like Mukyan on the battlefield. He announced to the hero that he was the great Khan of Mongolia and asked that Mukyan also identify himself. He was known only as Gulvan. Inspired by his impressive fighting spirit, Jinchan Chol proposed a duel. The rider rushed into battle with a huge sword. The hero could feel his bones trembling under his sword, even deflecting the attack. Jinchan Chol decided to show something even more impressive, because he was happy that the guy lived up to expectations and withstood such a strong blow. The warriors under Gulwang noticed their commander being crowded during this battle and decided to help. But the captain immediately ordered them to stay where they were, because interference would interfere with his fight and violate the honor of the duel. Although the hero failed to hit his opponent, he managed to decapitate his horse in the course of the battle. Jinchan Chol had to quickly jump off his horse because the Mongol Khan's sword was broken into pieces. Even though his weapon was destroyed, he admitted that he did not expect his legendary sword to be chopped by anyone. Nevertheless, he told his opponent that this blade was one of the many blades he wielded. After that, he picked up another sword from the ground and looked at the weapons left behind by his fallen soldiers and called out to their souls for help in this attack. However, during the battle, the hero was able to choose the right moment to strike the enemy's heart, the weakest point. Although he thought that Jinchan Chul no longer existed, he only smiled as he spat out blood and declared that he would not let Gulwang win so easily. After holding the lad firmly by the shoulders with one hand, the Mongolian Khan brought his blade right over his body. The hero didn't allow himself to be hurt, so he braced his blade and chopped his opponent's body. As he was dying, Jinchan Chol said goodbye to the great warrior of Mongolia and wished him peace in his soul. He also recognized that the battle had been a worthy one. After this victory, Mongolia's invasion ended in failure. However, General Youngjin Ok gave orders to exterminate each tribe so that they could never unite again. But, not wanting a senseless massacre, Mukyan left one warrior alive. He quickly received a large sum of money as a reward for winning the war. Buying quality alcohol, he realized that a cup of delicious liquor was superior. He remembered the battle with the Mongol while sitting on a mountain looking at the moon. A book he had read in the Great Imperial Library said that although a man should feel guilt for taking someone's life, he felt only a strange pleasure in the battle. Thus, the hero concluded that he had probably been a terrible person in the past. Suddenly, he heard the sound of a stringed instrument. He wondered who could be playing in such a remote location. He decided to search for that familiar sound. He found a small house deep in the forest thicket and, standing there, listened intently to the sounds. It seemed strange to him that he recognized the tune, and he thought that, before he lost his memory, he could hear it. He became interested in the performer. Considering his emotions, he realized that there was only one person inside the building, but he couldn't determine who it was. He hoped that this mysterious musician could tell him about his past. At this moment, the general sat quietly in his residence under the moonlight and rejoiced that the war had ended faster than he had expected. At this moment, his aide reported the guests, General Jilsuma and the Centurion captains. So late a visit surprised the man. He went out to them, and while greeting them, he asked them to be quiet because everyone was already asleep. Youngjin Ok asked what brought the general with the captains at such a late hour. According to the general, Youngjin Ok himself invited them to his house. It turned out that the invitation had been conveyed by a servant from his residence. He wrote a letter to them, but Youngjin Ok did not summon anyone, which made him suspicious. After that, Youngjin Ok told the soldiers to be careful and asked everyone to return to the army. But suddenly they heard a laughing male voice telling them that it was not necessary. Everyone immediately turned to the man who said he had arrived on orders from a higher authority. He greeted General Youngjin Oka, who was the head of the Great Imperial Army. From then on, he announced that Youngjin Ok had been arrested for rebellion against the Great Imperial family. The generals thought his words were foolish without understanding them. Even Youngjin Ok doubted that His Majesty could give such a directive. He simply asked if the man could take full responsibility for what he said. However, he firmly stated that His Majesty had absolutely given such an order and there was no doubt about it. This finally pissed the general off. Taking out his sword, he made it clear to the man who had come that although he was already constantly nervous, this was already the last straw. He wanted to tell the emperor the whole truth and split the insolent man in half. The commander of the Imperial Army armed himself and mockingly asked why the old general continued to think that he was better at martial arts than him. The hero suspected nothing when a bloody battle broke out at the general's residence. He came upon a girl playing a musical instrument and marveled at the way she played. She simply asked the man to introduce himself. The hero later apologized for entering her house without her permission and explained that he followed the sound of the musical instrument to ask about something. When the girl turned to him with interest, the hero decided to ask if she had taught someone how to play the kumho. At that moment, he suddenly felt weakness in his entire body. The girl calmly explained that it was the effect of the magic composition of 1,000 songs. The music he heard was called just that. Greeting Deputy Founder Mukhyun, she reminded him that she had taught him this music long ago. At that moment, it became clear to the boy that the girl knew his real name. Moving closer, she revealed that she had known him before she lost her memory. She knew that he was the deputy founder of the demonic cult and a top-level master whose abilities were based on chaste cultivation techniques. Listening to her, the hero gradually felt his consciousness leaving him. Although he realized that he needed to escape, the girl simply praised the deputy for being able to resist the magic composition of 1,000 songs for a long time. It seemed to her that the deputy was as resilient as she expected. She then hugged Mukhyun and suggested that he give up everything and find the peace that his exhausted body deserved. Soon after, the hero was able to free himself from the girl. In the process of returning home, he remembered their conversation after they shared a bed. Sol Yakbyok was outraged that the deputy founder had deceived them by saying that his cultivation method was based on chastity. Although he made it clear that her information was false, he wondered how credible the rest of her words were. He made the decision to check if her words were true and if he was really Mukhyun. There was no doubt about it. Sol Yakbyok had taught him how to play the kumho. She reported that he had been the deputy founder of the demonic cult, but the cult had betrayed him, so he still existed. Now his life had begun to be ruined by the demonic cult, afraid of the consequences. Mukhyun thought it was strange that Sol Yakbyok was telling him all this so easily. However, she only laughed quietly and explained that she had already done her job and the rest was a matter for the cult. He then asked who else had arrived with her. Although she said with a smile that she was in this place alone, the real carnage had probably already begun at General Youngjin Oka's residence. At this moment, the general was badly stunned and was barely holding on after a long battle. The general was explained the futility of further resistance by the Imperial Army captain, grinning, and offered to simply surrender. However, he clearly had no plans to do so, especially after what that traitor had done. Although it was obvious to him that he was a member of a demonic cult, it didn't seem to frighten the opponent, who simply smiled after this statement. Speaking of his determination not to give up, Anjin-ok stated that he wanted to at least take this traitor to his grave. He laughed desperately at these thoughts. Although he didn't expect the boy to become a member of a demonic cult, he thought it was very ironic, as if someone decided to become a eunuch for fear of living a fulfilling life. Youngjin-ok noticed that his opponent's sword was moving so fast that he could barely parry the blows, smiling slyly. He assumed that by getting rid of whatever was hindering him below his waist, he must have become so fast. In response to the provocation, the enemy threw himself into the fight. When the time came, the general flipped his coins and threw them directly into the attacker's face. After knocking them back, he calmly remarked that such tricks didn't work on him. At that moment, lightning began to spark the general's sword as he assumed a fighting stance. He declared that he would use all his strength in his final strike and asked his opponent to try to stop the attack. After that, he applied a sword-striking strategy that destroys evil. Looking at the approaching attack, the opponent simply laughed, unable to believe that Youngjin-ok had concealed such a technique until the last moment. However, he had something to counter this strike. The old man was delighted at how his opponent reacted to his punch until it said goodbye to him and punched a huge hole in his body. The general couldn't understand how this was possible when he died. The demon cult elder appreciated the power of the captain of the imperial troops. He was glad that even the greatest master of the imperial army was a fair opponent. After these praises, the elder turned to his soldiers, ordering them to make sure that the Dark Wind cult would keep all the survivors alive. After the praise, the captain only smiled and thanked the elder for easily dealing with Youngjin-ai. The captain knew that now they also had no trouble completing their task thanks to the team. He was interested in the information they had sought for so long about Gulvan. The elder carelessly replied that the fellow hadn't caught their attention because the commander had probably already taken care of him. However, this turned out to be false. The hero was resolutely heading towards his enemies, chopping down all the opponents, preventing him from moving. Not realizing how he ended up here, the petty officer panicked. The captain simply noted the fact that the guy looked extremely dangerous. He realized from the elder's reaction that he was looking for this particular person, but he himself was more worried about Soljakbok's failure. When the hero saw Youngjin-ok's dead body, his rage became uncontrollable. He didn't care if these people were seeking his death or were his arch-enemies in the past. All that mattered was what had actually happened. He wanted to enjoy his life, but now they had killed the man he served, and he needed to be prepared for what would happen. The elder ordered his soldiers to go into battle against the idiot who had lost his memory, rather than stand pillar to post. He demanded that all the Demon Clan's forces attack to kill him today at any cost. Although all the forces rushed at the hero, they were not worthy opponents. At this moment, the captain of the Imperial Army himself launched an attack, but the hero easily repelled it and went on a counterattack. After that, the hero dodged the blows. The captain asked the elder for permission to finish off the man himself. Although he had no objection, he asked the man to be careful because although he was weakened, the opponent was still a skilled master who had reached the infinite realm. The captain felt that their fight would be even more exciting if the man was indeed strong. Not understanding why the enemy chose to fight on his own, the hero was perplexed. It wasn't every day that one could find a master as talented as Mukyan, so the enemy didn't want to share this moment with others. Their blades clashed in fury. The captain saw the hero's attack and laughed. No wonder he didn't come here to play games. The hero then used his internal energy to control his opponent, throwing his sword straight at him. It seemed to the captain that this technique was effective. However, he knew that spectacular did not mean effective. He batted the sword away and guided it straight towards his master. At this point, the hero had already hidden behind his opponent's back and explained that he had used such a technique for a distraction rather than an attack. Immediately afterward, he struck a blow to his opponent's back. He flew back against the nearest wall and was clearly angry at the master who had many such tricks. The enraged captain rushed into battle. To confront him, the hero used a way of swinging his blade that shattered the entire world. However, the poisonous dance of the purple dragon showed that the enemy was not so simple. When the two strategies collided, there was an explosion of immense power. After this attack, the captain realized that the hero had weakened considerably. He asked him to stop fighting and promised to bring chrysanthemums to his grave in return. However, the hero did not give up until the end. At that moment, an elder of the demonic cult came up to him and hit him on the head, sealing him into the ground. The captain was very unhappy that the elder had interfered in his fight. Apologizing, he explained that he needed to make sure Mukyan was dead. It seemed to the captain that the elder was worrying too much, fearing defeat. The elder explained that Mukyan would be invincible if the dormant powers within him broke free. The captain asked how strong Mukyan was, and the elder admitted that even in a joint battle they couldn't defeat him. At this moment, the hero was still alive. He felt that his body was like a heavy stone and his mind like flowing water. He was so afraid of dying because he used to think that his life was free of attachments, but now he felt so empty. He couldn't tell if he was fighting out of gratitude, for the honor of a martial artist, or to take revenge on those who had insulted him. But he soon remembered what he really wanted. This was his true purpose. Suddenly, the hero rose to his feet and his body was enveloped by an energy that no one knew about. The captain asked the demonic cult elder if he was completely sure that he was able to kill this man. The elder tried to attack, but at the same moment his body was torn into two pieces. The captain standing beside him couldn't believe that the person standing in front of him just a second ago was almost dead. His internal energy had even completely changed. He assumed that Gulvan must have used an illegal method. The hero repeated the question, not understanding why he was being called differently. The captain didn't want to look into it because he didn't understand what was going on as it was. However, he knew for sure that the person in front of him couldn't have changed so quickly. When he tried to attack, the hero immediately remembered the path of the shimmering sword from the third chapter of the first movement when he saw it. After using this strategy, he cleaved his opponent's sword and asked again why he called him Gulvan if his name was actually Mukyan. The other captains and generals of the demonic army stood near the general's residence and discussed whether everything had gone smoothly. In view of the fact that the enemy had already forgotten his methods, they thought that they might have even overestimated him. However, they knew that they still had to thoroughly check everything. At this moment, a powerful explosion rang out, seemingly confirming their fears. The amplified internal energy of the sword strike caused a flash that both of them immediately noticed. There was no choice left for the two captains but to go to the scene of the explosion to find out what had happened. Finally, they saw the complete devastation. The entire Imperial Palace army and the demonic cult's higher powers had been destroyed. Both the elder and the captain of the Imperial army had been killed. Their plan was a complete failure. At this difficult moment, the hero greeted the 1,000 miles passing and the flute lord with confidence and calmness. He wondered how they had been eating all this time. At the sight of him, the two elders couldn't believe that the deputy founder had regained his memory in its entirety. The hero wondered how long it had been since he had last seen their fear-distorted faces. He was also surprisingly pleased with the encounter, despite the fact that they were enemies. When he saw their burning interest in the state of his memory, he quickly convinced them that he had fully recovered all of his memories and invited them to feel free to ask any questions that interested them. The elders found themselves in a dire situation. It was almost impossible to defeat Mukyan, who had regained the memory of all his powers. Their bewildered faces made the hero chuckle because they clearly didn't have the strength to even try to escape. At the same time, he sincerely felt sorry for them because if they had dared to fight, their imminent doom was predetermined. Suddenly, he loudly announced that as the deputy founder of the demonic cult, he wanted to completely rewrite the history of the demonic cult. He explained his intentions to take over the demonic cult after seeing their incomprehensive looks. He gave them a choice. Either join him in the takeover and become his loyal allies, or die by his hand as loyal dogs of the current cult leaders. They had no other choice. After a short deliberation, both men bowed their heads and decided to support the cult's deputy founder. In order to write a new history of Muram with the blood of those who would stand in his way, the hero immediately ordered the gathering of all survivors to serve him. Shortly thereafter, he met with the warriors he had fought alongside to see if they had healed and to express his sincere gratitude for helping him gain a strategic position. However, the captain-at-arms of the great Imperial Army of the Dark Wind realized that they should be grateful to the hero for saving them, because without his help, they would have inevitably died in that battle. The warriors were now puzzled, not knowing whether to address their savior as Gulvan or the deputy founder. The latter, seated beside them, calmly explained that they could address him as they wished. At this point, Someone dared to ask Deputy Founder Mukyan why he had decided to save them, because now that his memory had returned to him, he was no longer bound to them in any way. The hero patiently explained to them that his memories of the time when he was a Gulven were still preserved in his memory. He also assured them that they need not worry because he had not saved them for his own benefit. He offered to take them anywhere they wanted to go once their wounds were fully healed. However, the man soberly assessed the situation and realized that they simply had nowhere to go when Youngjin OK was dead and the imperial court was making false accusations of various crimes against them. Thus, he bowed deeply and announced that they had all already decided to serve under Mukyan. The hero expressed doubts whether they were ready for that, given his position as the deputy founder of the demonic cult. The warriors, on the other hand, stated that since they worked in the imperial palace, they simply trusted Mukyan without having full knowledge of the outside world. The hero expressed his desire to count on their help in the future when he realized that the assistance of these dedicated warriors would truly be invaluable to his plans. At this point, a young woman approached him and respectfully requested some time for informal conversation so that Mukyan would not feel too burdened. Soon they found themselves in a secluded gazebo with flowering trees all around. On the hero's question about the meaning of the conversation, the girl asked with interest if Mukyan really had any memories of his Gulwen life. His answer was both affirmative and negative, so he could not give a definite answer. It wasn't some complicated mystery. The memories remained, but they seemed to him as if they were a dream, blurred and unreal. The girl asked if that meant the hero remembered all that time. Besides, she wondered what plans he had for the future. His answer was extremely simple and practical. He needed more soldiers. Although they had strength, they were still not enough to counter the full force of the demonic cult. Having already trained the soldiers, he hired experienced instructors and intended to expand his power. However, the hero thought that the girl had invited him to talk to rebuke him for something. She was well aware that the hero had to approach things very carefully and thoroughly when he conceived such large-scale actions. Suddenly, the hero realized that the girl reminded him of a very important person. However, she calmly explained that she was following his orders. He had nothing left but to admit that she was wrong and ask her to do as she thought. The girl now understood why Mukyan had named his squad the Shangxi Province Demon Cult Squad, though a different name for revenge would have been more appropriate. He confidently explained that this was the nature of the demonic cult. The strong always control the weak. If he were to oppose the demonic cult as a representative of another organization, it would be perceived as a full-scale war. But if he challenged the founder as a deputy, it would only be a power struggle within himself, and the founder's followers would have to decide which side to take. She realized that Mukyan's cunning plan guaranteed that the founder would be trapped. In the meantime, the cult founder continued his hard training. However, ever since he had reached the infinite demon realm level, his inner strength had not increased. He pondered his situation for a long time as his plans had failed, and he had lost not only the Elder, but also the 1,000 miles passed with the Flute Lord, whose ministers were now faithfully serving Mukyan, if he decided to gather all his supporters and they defected to his opponent's side. The founder bitterly recalled how he used to laugh at the fact that Mukyan could travel 1,000 miles alone, but could not capture the entire Murim. After a long conversation with that wise woman, the hero went to the busy market, continuing to speculate on the reasons for her many problems. He was about to have a drink to take his mind off his troubled thoughts. However, he noticed an unpleasant scene in which two strong thugs surrounded a lone guy to teach him a lesson for daring to be rude to them. The young man tried desperately to explain that he was merely responding to their appeal and wanted to go his way peacefully. The hero grinned as he saw the impending fight and decided it would be a good show while he enjoyed his drink. At that moment, the brutal bandits drew their swords and decided to chop off the defiant young man's arm. He, however, felt that he was the one who should have done so, and since his opponents had bared their blades, they could have no claim on him. Suddenly, the hero became wary when he saw the peculiar sword of this young man. He strode determinedly towards it, and the lad recoiled, not realizing where it had come from or if he was in the group of thieves. After a long battle with his opponents, the hero grabbed the young man's head firmly and warned him that if he asked just one question, he should think carefully about the answer. The hero was forced to admit where the young man had gotten the sword he was currently holding in his hand. He even called this famous weapon the Sword of Shining Jade that his teacher Yu Beck had once fought with. The elusive sword. The hero clearly made it clear that he was willing to kill the guy if he received this sword unfairly. The young man couldn't believe that the most famous Mukyang was standing in front of him. Soon, after buying drinks and sitting the guy next to him, the hero made him believe that he was telling the truth. After calming down a little, the young man told him that he had received the sword from his teacher Yu Baek, who had taught him how to handle the blade, and that he had left the weapon to him as an inheritance after his death. Mukyan candidly admitted that he would not have believed these words if the boy had not given the teacher's name. It turned out that Yu Baek often referred to Mukyan as his most talented student. How the teenager met his mentor, the hero wondered. It turned out that their meeting took place in a lonely cave on Mount Hua where, for certain reasons, the teacher lived in voluntary hermitage. The hero suspected that such reclusiveness might have had something to do with his own past. Because of his proximity to Mukyang, the demon clan might have pressured the teacher. With a heavy heart, he questioned the cause of the teacher's death. No medicine could alleviate Yu Baek's suffering, and he died in terrible agony. First, adepts of demonic arts begin to deplete their internal energy, resulting in unbearable pain, the intensity of which depended on the amount of energy stored in their bodies. This was like a common phenomenon. The people who were around them at such times usually offered them a quick death to put them out of their misery. Mukyan was sure that this young man belonging to the Justice faction was unlikely to dare to take such a step. In parting, the hero reminded that one must train hard before entering the world of martial arts. He also stated that he did not want to learn about the death of Yu Baek's disciple as a result of a random conflict. When the young warrior had moved far enough away, vivid fragments of memories of the time he had spent with his teacher began to surface in his mind. He could only hope that Yu Baek would find peace in another world. The three experienced warriors discovered a mysterious cave not far from where Mukyang was. The cave contained a huge Zhangshi, a terrifying creature. Realizing that they needed to defeat this monster, they launched an attack using the powerful technique of 1,000 strikes. At first, it seemed like their efforts were successful. All they had to do was kill the monster. However, their hopes were not realized, as there wasn't even the slightest scratch left on the creature's body. Suddenly, the Zhangshi attacked the three warriors, and its supernatural power quickly destroyed them all. Zhang Yingol watched this horrific scene with undisguised pleasure, seeing that even the highest Murim clansman could not compete with his heavenly spirit Zhangshi. He remained impressed by this show of strength. The counselor asked them what they were planning with the rest of the clan, who were also to sacrifice to the Zhangshi heavenly spirit. When all the preparations were finished, the cage swung open, and a multitude of terrifying Zhangshi emerged from it, laughing joyously Zhang Yingol. As the demon god of the demon clan, he was willing to use any means to achieve his goal of gaining absolute power. Suddenly, the hero was approached by the elders whose words seemed surprising to Mukyan at first. Bowing deeply, the elder and his subordinates, who had previously served the founder of the demonic cult, now expressed their unconditional loyalty to the deputy founder Mukyan. The girl who was Mukyan's advisor couldn't understand why the demonic clan leader would send his loyal members to his nemesis. The hero was clearly angered by such audacity of the elders, and waited with great interest for their explanation of this unexpected visit. He wasn't sure he could trust the founder's word. The bowed man admitted that they fully understood their situation, and were willing to accept whatever the deputy decided, even if he chose to execute them. However, they explained that they were only profiting to fulfill the cult founder's last order, which required them to henceforth work only under the deputy founder's direction, despite their previous disagreements. The hero did not know the reasons for such a strange order or the founder's ultimate goal. It seems that the founder simply explained his decision. He had done what he should have done long ago. Shortly thereafter, the founder was left alone and met John Ingel to find out what had brought him at such a late hour. Realizing that the founder continued to pretend not to understand, Jean Ingol only grinned. Nevertheless, he understood perfectly well that Jan Ingol had shown up to start a revolution. The founder said he had to meet with Mukyan if he wanted to become leader, and wondered if the minions who were always hiding behind his back would have the courage to do so. Yang Ingol assured that the founder didn't need to worry about that, and only laughed. He said he had no other choice because he knew he wasn't going to willingly cede power. The founder was immediately attacked by his puppets, but he quickly destroyed them with streams of dark energy, explaining that even his abilities were no match for the skills of Mukyan, who had earned the title of founder of the demonic cult. The founder mockingly saw the disappointment on Jiang Ingol's face, who had clearly expected an easy victory. He confirmed that his strength remained the same, but warned that it was too early to show his full strength because their enemy puppets had surrounded them. Realizing that Jiang Ingol still couldn't determine who he was messing with, the founder decided to use one of his most effective strategies. His body had undergone a startling transformation after the deafening explosion, and his appearance clearly showed that a mere Jiang Shi could not resist his strength. When Jiang Ingol saw the founder's changed face, he realized that a man with such strength could have simply run away and wondered why he had chosen to stay and fight. According to the founder, he realized one thing after thinking about it for a long time. Whether it is the Jiang Ingol rebellion or the Mukyan rebellion, all paths lead to his death and transfer of power. His decision doesn't matter if the outcome is inevitable. While deciding on the future of the demonic cult, he had to follow the law of the strong over the weak. As a result, he sentenced Jiang Ingolu to death and appointed Mukyan as his heir. Although it seems to Jiang Ingol that the founder made a foolish and pathetic choice, he commanded his lifeless puppets to attack the still-living enemy when he had no other options. When he saw the approaching Jiang Shi, the founder realized with disdain the utter pitifulness of these creatures. Even considering that their kind were not worthy of a true battle, he quickly launched his counterattack, using a crushing technique to amplify the purple internal energy of his fingers. His strikes were surprisingly precise, tearing his opponents apart. When the lone Jiang Shi became exhausted by their endless succession, he used the majestic technique of striking the growing moon, dazzling the battlefield with a dazzling radiance. After the last puppets entered the battlefield, the most dedicated warrior of Jiang Ingol entered the battlefield with the founder. Watching their brutal struggle, Jiang Ingol realized that it was time to put much of their carefully thought-out plan into action. He quickly prepared his experienced riflemen and gave them orders to attack the enemy. At first, the founder did not understand such primitive tactics, looking at the arrows flying in his direction. After all, Jiang Ingol knew that ordinary arrows could not harm a master of his level. He decided not to be distracted by these seemingly pointless attacks, and instead focused on dealing with the elder who had engaged him in close combat. However, suddenly one of the arrows reached its target and embedded itself into his body. He looked at the arrow sticking out of his abdomen with undisguised horror and couldn't understand how its internal energy helped it overcome his defenses. Enjoying his opponent's confusion, Jiang Ingol mockingly explained that ordinary arrows could not have harmed the founder. But when a person at the same level of the demonic boundless realm releases an arrow, the situation changes drastically. Very angered by this trickery, the founder lunged at Jiang Ingol, but he was prevented by his former elder, who knew that the founder's victory was now almost impossible. Meanwhile, Jiang Ingol continued to methodically unleash his deadly arrows at his opponent, thanking him for all he had done as the founder of the demonic cult. Soon after, the scarred man accepted the inevitable and with a bitter chuckle congratulated Jiang Ingol on having rightfully earned his place as founder. However, he stated that the usurper would not be able to maintain that position for long, as Mukyan and his loyal supporters would inevitably attack him. Following the silent order, the huge Jiang Shi attacked the defeated founder and scattered his emaciated body on the ground with monstrous force. As Jiang Ingol looked disdainfully at the body of his former lord, he coldly remarked that he need not worry about Mukyan. Unlike the founder himself, who did nothing in his house, he already knew about this threat, having sent a renowned Dark Moon assassin after Mukyan, whose strength was definitely enough to deal with such a dangerous enemy. The founder was deeply amazed that Jiang Ingol had the courage to contact the infamous Dark Moon Society. He couldn't believe how low the influence of a demonic clan that was so great had fallen. Saying that the victor always gains influence no matter how it is achieved, Jiang Ingol smugly grinned. He then ordered his assistants to cut the man off from his energy center and bind him in such a way that he could not find deliverance, even if it meant death. After all, the man, in his opinion, could do some good despite the fact that he was so useless. Jiang Ingol was confident that by defeating Mukyan, he would be able to subdue all the demon worshippers, which would bring him closer to uniting the entire martial arts world. At the same time, the alliance leader was desperately fighting Jiang Ingol's endless puppets elsewhere. Watching the battle, it was obvious that the alliance leader was clearly tired, while his opponent's weapons seemed inexhaustible. The leader couldn't believe Jean Ingol's audacity, wondering if he really planned to capture all of Murim in this manner. But Jean Ingol saw nothing impossible in his plans, for everything was happening exactly as he had planned. He almost made the alliance leader kneel before him, which would mean that he would control the entire Murim alliance. An impatient Yang Ingol decided that it was not worth wasting time on pointless talk, and ordered his soldiers to get rid of his opponent immediately. At this point, Mukyan slew another member of the local clan, stripping him of his weapon and asking him if he wanted to continue their conflict. The defeated man wanted to know what crime his clan had committed to deserve such cruel treatment from Mukyan. He demanded that the victor explain his true intentions. The hero calmly explained that he wanted to use their clan as a source of resources for the time being. It became clear to the man that Mukyan was preparing to start a huge war. However, he stated that the war between the demon worshippers had already started, and he was not the initiator of the war at all. After this battle was over, the hero went to the spruce forest whose majestic view always calmed him. He could always stand and enjoy that beautiful view. By now, he had already subjugated all the clans in the region, and everything was going right with the preparations for war. Nevertheless, he had a restlessness in his heart. He realized that the founder's act was probably the cause of his confusion. Mukyan couldn't understand why the latter had initially betrayed him, even though that was what he was ultimately going to do. Mukyan wouldn't hesitate to seek revenge if the founder showed hostility until the very end. These intrusive thoughts eventually killed the hero. The more he pondered about it, the more his mental uneasiness grew. He decided to go down to the ground for a drink to relax at least a little. However, he felt the approach of several arrows as soon as his feet touched the ground and managed to quickly bounce away, evading the attack. Alert, he rushed to engage the enemy he had discovered in a skillfully arranged ambush. It turned out that his enemy was not only strong, but also clever. He tied explosives to arrows that flew dangerously close to the hero's face. Managing to jump back at the last moment, Mukyan avoided serious injury and calmly looked at the mercenary in hiding. Although he admitted that he did not know who had sent him, he assured himself that such cheap tricks would not succeed against him. Be that as it may, he quickly realized that this was no mere explosive. The soporific gas had been deliberately mixed into the smoke bomb. But even that ruse didn't become a big problem for him. Instead, it simply spread its internal energy, dispersing its poisonous flavor. He saw this clever opponent hiding behind the trees, preparing for a long fight. Mukyan was in complete agreement with this tactic. If necessary, he could destroy the enemy as well as all the forests surrounding him. The mercenary remembered that intelligence had reported that Mukyan ruled the boundless realm, so such a huge force should not have been unexpected. However, the facts surpassed all assumptions. He was far more powerful than one would expect. The assassin began to realize that even careful preparation gave him no chance against such an opponent. Jan Ingol seemed intent on getting rid of him by sending him on this suicide mission. However, since he was on this case as a professional assassin, he couldn't just leave. It was his duty to do his best to complete the task. The hero quickly attacked after spotting the enemy. The mercenary was well aware that the formidable master of the boundless realm still stood before him despite the soporific gas. He would have to die if he allowed him to come close to a direct strike. Under such circumstances, carefully prepared traps were the last option. He quickly drew a large sword and embedded it in the ground. What came next was a terrible explosion that shattered the mountain. The hero, whose reactions were greatly hampered by the soporific gas, had no time to react and flew down into the resulting abyss. The mercenary was certain that after such a devastating fall, even the owner of the boundless realm would not be able to remain unharmed. However, he was too calm when a powerful attack suddenly pounced towards him. It was impossible to believe how the hero was able to reach him from such a depth. Saying that he wouldn't let some mercenary decide his fate, Mukyan, covered in dust and scratches, only smiled wickedly. After saying those words, he still collapsed into the depths of the huge pit that had been formed. Soon, all of Mukyan's aides and followers gathered at the scene, desperately trying to find any sign of their leader. Since the trap had created a huge hole in the ground, a thorough examination would take a long time. Nevertheless, one of the commanders pressed the search parties, demanding that they continue searching and find the deputy founder as soon as possible. The captured mercenary quickly realized that they were wasting their time in vain. This trap was designed to destroy Mukyan, leaving him with virtually no chance of survival. When the captive was captured by the warriors, they immediately ordered him to say something. He just kept mockingly laughing at the stupidity of the warriors who thought anyone could survive under tons of collapsed rocks. At this tense moment, Counselor Mukyan intervened and firmly ordered the mercenary to shut up. She made it clear that she would not forgive those who dared to continue such speeches. The man laughed even more, mocking the fact that they didn't even have the courage to avenge their master who had died. An elder with years of experience approached them and gestured for the captive to stop talking. He confidently explained that they had killed the mercenary only to find out who was behind this foolish assassination attempt. The elder warned that mercenaries should not confuse their restraint with mercy. If they have nowhere to hurry, their head will still part with their body at the right time. He assumed that the captive was acting this way, probably because he could not come to terms with the fact that he had been captured. The mercenary grinned contemptuously, portraying the naivety of warriors expecting him to reveal secrets to them. He remarked cryptically that when the time came, they would see for themselves. Unable to bear his insolence, the angry girl struck the captive with a strong blow to the stomach. The elder only tiredly asked the two soldiers to make sure that the murderer did not take any rash actions. At this time, several other assassins appeared nearby, who were happy to note that their comrade was not destroyed because their opponents were smart enough to do so. Be that as it may, it didn't matter anymore as the main objective had been accomplished. They needed to buy time so that Jang Ingol could fully control the demonic clan. If Mukyan's allies were destroyed, he would no longer be able to resist the new order, even if he miraculously survived. The location of the incident was the 100,000 Great Mountains, the central base of the demonic clan. The assassins brought the report, and Jean Ingol lavishly praised them for their work. He remarked that it would have been even better if Mukyan had died this time, but perhaps he just wanted too much. Whatever the case, it didn't matter anymore, as he had achieved absolute power. Soon after that, he visited his prisoners, which included not only the former founder of the demonic cult, but also the leader of the Marima Alliance himself. After that, there was an important meeting with the leader of the demonic clan, who expressed bewilderment at John Ingol's sudden indecision, as if he was hesitating or changing his mind. John Ingol explained that his seeming indecision was due to sympathy for the poor situation of one of the clan's sons, alluding to the defeated founder. The High Chief emphasized the core value of the demonic clan: the strongest ruled, and he could not accept as leader someone who had lost a decisive battle. John Ingol was clearly pleased with such wisdom from the head. However, the elder explained that Jin Ingol was in the same difficult position, and it would be foolish to appoint him as the new leader of the demon clan until he could deal with Mukyan. He couldn't believe that was the only reason the supreme leader refused to recognize his authority despite his laughter. With a snap of his fingers, he summoned the huge army that had appeared behind him and firmly stated that all fears were unfounded. The demonic bloodsword unit would soon destroy the last of Mukyan's forces. Calmly replying, the supreme leader said that he would wait and see if Jian Ingol could actually reach the desired level of power. After saying this, he disappeared without a trace, leaving the disappointed pretender to the throne alone. Infuriated by this reaction, Yang Ingol ordered his elder to attack Mukyan's forces. He had little time left to assume his new position, and eventually this long game was going to end in his victory. At the clan council, many frightened leaders gathered to heatedly discuss the circumstances. Many wanted to renounce their membership in the Murim army. One of the men present tried to convince those gathered that the government's entry into the martial arts world was a great folly. He spoke harshly but fairly because they were all gathered here today of their own free will, even after the situation had changed drastically due to Deputy Founder Mukyan keeping them all alive. The man's speech sounded like he had already decided to support Mukyan, as one of the leaders noticed with suspicion. He calmly parried that he was simply speaking the truth. The Demon Clan army would definitely take advantage of the deputy's absence to strike. Thus, they had to abandon all their connections and leave immediately. The resolute girl thunderously slammed her fist on the table, interrupting the fierce argument. She angrily reminded the gathered people that they used to be proud soldiers defending their country. Now that circumstances had become more complicated, their first thought was to flee in disgrace. She couldn't understand how they dared to call themselves martial arts masters, because if the deputy founder was at present, he would surely consider those who had personally rescued them as less trustworthy. After the girl said those heated words, she left the meeting, and the other people realized that such an emotional reaction was expected. This extremely serious confrontation could have been averted if the members of the assembly had been more cautious and circumspect. Soon, the same girl came to the deputy founder, who was talking to one of his loyal soldiers at the time. She asked, with obvious irony, if the commotion that was going on now had been enough. Mukyan praised her for her excellent work, noting that she had managed to fool everyone very well. The assassins couldn't understand how the hero had survived the fall into their carefully prepared trap. Mukyan condescendingly explained that he had simply pretended to fall because he would never have fallen into such a primitive trap. The girl scrutinized one of the elders present and tried to understand how deeply they had planned this operation. A few days ago, the elder and the deputy founder had discussed all the details of the plan. At that time, Mukyan had summoned him for an important conversation and informed him that Jan Ingol's acolyte was following him relentlessly. Since he had encountered such peepers before, he was fully confident of this. At this, the hero noticed that the spies didn't even realize that he had already figured out their true identities, and asked the elder what would happen next. After a short deliberation, the elder suggested that these spies be used to deceive young Ingol himself. When the hero heard this suggestion, he immediately realized that the wise counselor had matured a very good plan. The elder suggested that Mukyan stay alone in a quiet but not too far away from their base. He was sure that the enemy would not miss such an attractive opportunity to strike when Mukyan was alone. If he skillfully pretended to be dead, young Ingol would surely find out this false information. The hero quickly realized the essence of this cunning tactic. The elder also said that such circumstances would allow them to apprehend the arrogant young Ingol. With sadness, the captured spy realized that he had simply been tricked. Nevertheless, the hero admitted that he had not expected to meet such a skillful opponent. He was convinced that the success of the operation would have been almost guaranteed if his target had been someone less skilled. When this happened, the spy couldn't stand it and demanded that Mukyan stop bullying him and just get it over with. However, the hero immediately stated that his words were not a taunt. On the contrary, he considered the man to be an experienced warrior. Moreover, he decided to take advantage of the situation and offered the man an unexpected opportunity to become a soldier. The spy couldn't understand how the hero could accept the man who had just made an attempt on his life. He was well aware that it was very difficult for a mercenary to continue his career as an assassin after failing an assignment. Besides, it was likely that his employers had decided to deal with him harshly since he had failed them. If he serves Mukyan, he can always find an opportunity to try to kill him again. He would gain fame as an outstanding assassin who persistently followed his target. Mukyan felt that the mercenary should prefer a layout that would be beneficial to both sides. In addition, the hero recognized that he had not experienced such vivid pleasure from a fight before, so he needed someone like this skilled spy to prevent himself from getting too relaxed. After much thought, the assassin realized there was no other option. Mukyan's unexpected offer attracted him, and he agreed to obey all his orders without complaint. With this result, the hero was satisfied because now the incident between them could be considered over. He had to concentrate on getting ready for the next phase of his grand plan. He told his loyal aides that they would soon face a decisive encounter with those who had made attempts on his life and asked them to prepare quickly. The warriors of Jan Ingol finally reached Mukyan's base. Soon after, their commander ordered them to break through the defenses with all available forces, and they set out to attack. However, when they arrived at the site, they were shocked to find that the entire area was completely empty. They assumed that upon hearing of their approach, the defenders might have fled in panic. However, their commander realized that something was clearly wrong here. If Mukyan died, the territory was bound to be overrun by the great imperial army of the Dark Wind and Demon Clan. It seemed that none of the members of both factions were present. What was even stranger was that they didn't even seem to have started fighting over the territory. Meanwhile, the events shifted to the majestic 100,000 Great Mountains, where the warriors of Jian Ingol were serving at night. One of the sentries suddenly felt as if the ground beneath him was faintly trembling. He noticed that the flames of the torches were wavering in a strange way. Trying to reassure his comrade, his partner suggested that he was simply too tired from his long vigil, and that the strange behavior of the flames could be explained by the usual wind. He feared an attack by enemies, but his companion refuted these fears, saying that if they were a faction of justice, they would be attacked every day. He recalled that no one had ever dared to overcome the impregnable 100,000 great mountains before. The warrior asked to stop talking nonsense and focus on carrying the guard. However, at this very moment, his comrade was struck by an arrow that suddenly flew in. He tried to calm the men down, but it was too late. The arrow had killed him. With satisfaction, the squad leader noted that the last line of defense of the 100,000 great mountains had weakened to the point where the guards standing guard had to be severely punished for their carelessness. After that, he firmly ordered his soldiers to annihilate all enemies, and the archer was ordered to use a special sonic arrow. When the arrow soared into the night sky, no one could fail to notice the agreed signal. According to the prearranged plan, the warriors moved in a detour to suddenly penetrate into the heart of the demonic clan. At this moment, Jean Ingol asked his servant about how things were going in the Justice clan. He reported that after learning that Chong Sak Ok was being held hostage, they were completely helpless. Thus, he was fully confident that the complete conquest of the Murima alliance was only a matter of time. Jean Ingol mocked the Justice clan's indecisiveness with a haughty smile, believing that they should have been more decisive in such a precarious situation. However, a strange noise suddenly shattered his confidence. When they turned around, they found that the disturbing sounds were coming from the guard post. At this difficult moment, the supreme leader of the demonic clan appeared, who pointed out with obvious irony to Jean Ingol that he should have taken concrete action rather than panicking at the first sign of an attack. He explained that he had personally come to find out what had caused such a strange noise in the middle of the night, and wanted to hear Yang Ingol's explanation. Everything pointed to the unbelievable. Someone had managed to sneak through the 100,000 great mountains, which had been considered impregnable for a millennium. The high-ranking leader was clearly interested in whether or not Jean Ingol realized the significance of this event. Although he was well aware that the old man had come just to mock him, he was forced to bow down, apologize to the supreme leader, and decide to personally handle the situation. However, at this critical moment, Mukyan appeared, feigning surprise that Jean Ingol thought himself worthy to solve the problem. He looked at the gathering and calmly greeted the man he had not seen in a long time. At this moment, the fierce battles were already boiling at full force because the warriors knew that if they managed to pass through the inner fortress, they could gain access to the demon clan's main hall. They had to cooperate with the Heavenly Wolf unit and help the deputy founder. When they reached the massive gate, they were met by a wise elder who immediately sent the warriors into a decisive attack. Desperately fought all the forces of the clan, striving to capture the main hall at any cost. With bitterness, the hero saw how his loyal men would fight right in front of him, sharing a common fate, watching the battle. Descending from the heights, he told Jean Ingol that they must resolve their differences in a special way. Despite his outward calmness, Jean Ingol himself thought for a long time about why they had gathered at this particular moment. Senior leader greeted Mukyan, whom he had not seen for many years, with great interest and expressed his surprise that it was he who was leading this bold invasion. After inquiring about his business, the hero maintained his equanimity and explained that he had a few urgent questions piling up for the deputy founder, who was the cause of all this chaos so early in the morning. Deputy Jean Ingol understood the gravity of the situation and realized that it would be nearly impossible to stop Mukyan if he decided to act forcefully. He decided that it was necessary to approach the supreme leader and ask him to intervene. With feigned confidence, he pointed out that Mukyan was using armies affiliated with the government, which was in direct contradiction to the ancient clan rules forbidding outside forces. The high-ranking leader asked the hero to explain these important allegations. Mukyan calmly explained that he saw no violation of tradition in taking those who had abandoned the state under his command. After listening carefully to both sides, the supreme leader concluded that Mukyan's actions were not against the rules and remained within the clan. Although he was a member of the Council of Elders, he could not interfere in their fight. As he approached Yang Ingol, he told him that he would simply observe their fight and wished the deputy good luck. He solemnly announced that the members of the demon clan should choose their new leader in this decisive battle, following the ancient law of force. Realizing that the battle was inevitable, Jan Ingol's deputy immediately tried to side with Mukyan. He tried to justify himself by saying that he was just following orders and could not resist the demonic clan's domination. Because of this betrayal, Jan Ingol decided to use the deadly black demonic death palm technique. What followed was a powerful explosion that instantly annihilated the culprit. Taking advantage of the chaos, Jan Ingol tried to escape, but the hero contemptuously grinned at his miserable attempts to save his life. As he fled, Jan Ingol painfully realized that while he expected Mukyan to still be alive, he didn't expect to meet him so soon. He couldn't just give up because it was a matter of honor for the demon clan, and he still had a few more opportunities. Mukyan immediately attacked him. Believing that his opponent had recklessly appeared without a carefully thought-out plan, Jan Ingol grinned gloatingly. Suddenly, a thrown axe whistled through the air, and his loyal Zhang Shi materialized beside Jan Ingol. He had spent years working on his perfect creatures and was proud to show the hero them. These monsters were made from the bodies of slain martial artists who once ruled these lands. These, what he believed to be perfect masterpieces, were created by Jan Ingol, who had put all of his vast knowledge into their creation. Nevertheless, when he had sent the Zhang Shi into the attack, the hero had handled them with surprising ease, wryly remarking that it was a pity to have spent decades developing such useless nonsense. At this moment, Jan Ingol felt true terror for the first time as he realized that even his most powerful puppets couldn't stop Mukyan. The hero quickly went on the attack, knowing how it felt to be completely helpless. He asked if Jan Ingol felt the same despair and helplessness that Mukyan himself felt when he was treacherously relegated to obscurity. These words literally enraged Jan Ingol. He could not accept that Mukyan should become the leader after decades of intrigue, after he had ruthlessly eliminated anyone who sought power. A man who was indifferent to power over the world and was only interested in the art of combat. Mukyan abruptly interrupted his lamentation, ordering him to stop his endless complaining. He reminded him that all of Jan Ingol's successes had come down to weaving intrigue behind other people's backs and practicing black magic, and now he was a pathetic third-rate villain. When Jan Ingol lost control, he decided to make one last attack, but the hero reacted quickly and threw his opponent off a high cliff with a crushing blow. Jan Ingol fell into the abyss, unable to face the thought that he could die right now without reaching his dream and ultimate goal. The hero witnessed a loud splash as the body of his enemy disappeared into the dark waters below. He spent his last moments before leaving for his final battle remembering everyone who had made an impact on his life, those who had betrayed him in hard times, and those who had helped him when he was desperate. He was overjoyed that he could finally get justice and avenge all that had been done, completing this long journey of restoring his good name and honor. Soon the 1,000 miles past joined the hero, glad that he was finally able to find the deputy founder. Mukyan was puzzled by the outcome of their battle. The suddenness of the attack had played a crucial role in their easy victory. During the operation, they also discovered the location of a critical prisoner who was in an underground prison. The hero quickly traveled to the dark dungeon where he met a gray-haired man who was very surprised to see him. The captive was puzzled by the fact that Mukyan had appeared in person to complete his revenge. It was the former founder of the devil cult himself. The hero noticed how much the man's appearance had changed since they last saw each other. Be that as it may, it was not unexpected. The years had taken their toll on him after losing his inner energy, turning him from a strong leader into a tired old man. While his current plight might have elicited sympathy, Mukyan was only interested in one question: why he had betrayed. After explaining that nothing would have happened if Mukyan had simply stayed away, the former founder chuckled bitterly. He admitted that he couldn't accept his deputy's fickleness. However, the hero sensed that there was something more behind those words. It was quite obvious to the founder that Mukyan was unlikely to believe in simple envy as the reason for the betrayal. Nevertheless, envy turned out to be the cause of all the trouble. He had been an excellent martial artist before becoming a cult leader, and he had an unbearable envy of those who were more powerful. In time, he realized that what he had done was terrible, and that the betrayal had created an oppressive void in his soul that nothing could fill. Thus, he gave all his energies to Mukyan and entered into battle with Jan Ingol. His only desire at the moment was to get rid of his former disciple's blade. He also prayed for the leader of the Murim alliance so that their suffering would finally end. Although Mukyan was stunned by this death wish, he realized that this proud tiger could not accept a life in a cage. The hero decided to fulfill his former mentor's last request, seeing his deep remorse. He decapitated the man with one easy sword motion, resulting in a quick and well-deserved death. The next major event was the huge demonic clan council. Mukyan reminded the gathering of the rivers of blood spilled for this historic moment. After they eventually united to form a single demonic clan, it was time for the sacred ritual of unification. According to the ancient records of the hierarchy, the ash water, the symbol of uniting their destinies and energies, was prepared. After drinking their cup, all those gathered bowed before the new great demon lord, begging him to illuminate the world with his power. Mukyan was delighted to watch this grand ceremony that marked the beginning of a new era. At that time, terrible events were taking place within the dark walls of the ASU blood cult's base. Sama Young, the deputy leader of the blood cult, was conducting horrible experiments with a captured tiger. Soon, he looked at Yang Ingol, who had woken up and was glad that the incredible healing was successful. He remarked that Yang Ingol was very lucky to be at the bottom of the river, because his wounds would have been fatal anywhere else. After the defeat, Yang Ingol was even weaker, and was perplexed as to why the blood cult had decided to save his life. Sama Young calmly explained why he wanted Yang Ingol to join them because their hatred for Mukyan united them. However, Yang Ingol was sure that even by joining their forces, they would hardly be able to resist Mukyan's power since it seemed impossible to kill him. Sama Young smiled enigmatically, hinting that there were other ways to get rid of the enemy if direct killing was impossible. At his order, the warriors began to perform a horrible ritual called soul punishment. As they began to recite the old incantations in a chant, the caged tiger let out a heart-rending roar as if struck by lightning. Then it vanished, as if it had never existed. Yang Ingol, who was watching this, froze in shock and couldn't believe his eyes. Sama Young repeatedly suggested to him to unite to destroy the common enemy. One of the following days, the Lord's esteemed assistant approached his chambers to remind him of the long-ago morning meeting. She cautiously peered into the empty room, not realizing why he was not there, and nearly fainted from the horror that engulfed her. Immediately, chaos ensued as the gentleman mysteriously disappeared. On Stilsant Mountain, where Li Gu Hui's grave was located, at this moment, two strangers were leisurely discussing the strange events. They claimed that horrible screams were heard every night and that the locals had seen strange people in dark robes. One of the interlocutors suggested that they could have been strange fighters looking for ancient treasures or secret manuscripts near the grave. Nevertheless, they both agreed that it was best to avoid getting involved in these matters. Mukyan, who had been following the events in the region for a long time, listened intently to their conversation. After receiving the information, he immediately traveled to the mountain. When he first stepped onto its slope, he immediately sensed the strong energy of the dark demons. This was clearly a difficult place. The hero was unaware that his every move was being watched by a tiny rabbit that had a special spy spell cast on it, though he could feel something sinister approaching under his skin. The one who was watching the creature was a different person altogether. He immediately informed the leader, Sama Young, that the target was approaching the prepared location. Sama Young simply laughed, noting his opponent's constant weakness, overconfidence in his strength. So far, everything was going exactly according to their plan, which was to their advantage. Jiang Ingol couldn't believe that Sama Young had prepared such an elaborate operation to take out a single person. Sama Young coldly explained that the moment had come for their plan to be realized. Either they would end Mukyan once and for all now, or the opportunity would never come again. At the same instant, a hail of swords rained down from the dark sky, crashing into the ground around the hero and creating a mysterious barrier. Then Mukyan instantly recognized that the sinister figures in scarlet cloaks were members of a blood cult. They began to use the old and terrifying great blood devouring technique, which is one of the blood cult's strongest curses. Terrifying Jiangsha heavenly spirits dressed in characteristic anti-demon clothing appeared all around. Although the hero immediately realized that this elaborate trap was designed specifically for him, he considered such a tactic foolish. After the lightning-fast fight against the monsters, he mockingly noted how well Jiang Shi had tried to strengthen his defense against the demons. However, he recalled that he too was using demonic energy, which only increased his strength. Determined to break the sorcery barrier, he reached the mystic wall, but was stunned to find that the enchantment was far more powerful than he had expected. His sword bounced off the barrier without any damage. This once again showed that his captors were well prepared for this moment. At this crucial moment, Sa Ma Young appeared beside Jang Yingol. He was very interested in how Mukyang's face would change as despair gripped him. Although the hero was clearly displeased to see both of his enemies alive, Sa Ma Young solemnly announced that Mukyang would not die this time and began the horrible soul punishment ritual. The hero was worried when he saw that he had never encountered this kind of magic before, and he didn't like it. He felt that he needed to finish the fight quickly and get out of the trap, but that's when Yan Ingol intervened, binding him with his mystical power. Advising Mukyan not to resist his inevitable fate, he chuckled. However, the hero realized that his opponents were underestimating his abilities. He managed to free himself from the restraining spell, and as he almost threw his blade away, something incredible happened. His body suddenly vanished into thin air. The hero's consciousness fell into the unknown in an instant. He didn't realize what was happening or why he was in the sky as he fell from a dizzying height. Before his body collapsed to the ground, he didn't have a moment to comprehend the circumstances. Looking around, he was stunned to find that he was in an incredible world created by a powerful curse or skillfully crafted illusion. Majestic dragons and other legendary creatures, thought to be long gone, floated in this mysterious dimension. Mukyan tried to understand what mysterious place fate had thrown him into as he watched these amazing visions.